Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
That punk girl was probably totally blown away by how handsome that old man was. The sorcerer's corpse lying on the rooftop stood up strangely. The golden, crooked ponytail and the ferocious face gradually transformed into the appearance of a white Zetsu. Touching the 6 purple marks beneath his eyes, White Zetsu grinned. Can't the information about the technique imprinted on the body be concealed? Standing to the side, Murai spoke softly. It doesn't matter. No one at the high school will recognize Haruta's magic mark. Baiju grabbed the caterpillar in the void beside Future and complained unhappily. Those old guys from the higher vocational school really deserve to die. I'll let the pink-haired gorilla go. But I don't even want to let this old man go in the future. One leg dangles over the eaves, and its scarlet gaze pierces through layers of obstacles, looking directly at the Japanese knotweed in the underground reservoir. The conservative faction at the top has the support of the Kamo family. Targeting you and Itadori is actually a test of my and Gojo Satoru's bottom line. A bunch of clowns, let's wait a bit longer. It's not time to settle accounts yet. Walking up to the future, White Zetsu curled his lip, using foolish actions to prove your supreme status in the world of sorcery. Provoking you and Gojo is also to protect their ridiculous pride. White Zetsu stretched out his newly formed body. His eyes filled with mockery were both from the 3 founding families. Because no brilliant genius sorcerer has emerged in his family, he doesn't want Gojo and the Zenin family to live comfortably. Humans are really ridiculous in the future. He said calmly, human evil doesn't need to be taught. It's something we're born with. Whether human or cursed spirit, what drives them to act is always this endless desire. Even if I have no interest in power, those old guys will still be afraid of someone being above them. Oh, forget it. I can't be bothered to think about these troublesome things. Baiju looked towards the future, a chilling killing intent creeping into his words. But how dare you scheme against me? When the time is right, I'll take care of those old guys myself. Future nodded silently in agreement. As soon as she received the text message from higher-ups, Weilai guessed the current situation and made plans in advance. The truth behind the origin of White Zetsu. It was also expected that Gojo Satoru and Yagami would conceal this from higher-ups. If only those old geezers knew that corpses could be turned into obedient cursed spirits. The harm they cause might be more serious than the curse. As for whether White Zetsu can handle those old guys on his own, there is no doubt about that in the future. Then I'll head out now. Grandpa, I'm in a hurry to check on that delinquent girl. Actor-level emotional shifts. 1 second White Zetsu was filled with murderous intent. The next he was back to his usual harmless and arrogant self. Is that delinquent girl holding my dead body and crying her heart out? With this in mind, White Zetsu became even more impatient. Pulling a brand new pair of sunglasses out of the caterpillar's mouth, White Zetsu leaped directly off the rooftop. As White Zetsu disappeared into the distance, Murai activated Kamui and sank directly into the ground. The cursed power covered the surface of his fist, condensing and compressing into a rapid punch. Itadori's mind flashed back to the lessons he would teach in the future battle against the volcano, and the jutsu theories that White Zetsu had helped explain in class. Once he calmed down, a layer of deep red curse energy rippled across his fist. With a stride forward, Itachi gritted his teeth and unleashed a full-force attack. Boom, hee, the white cursed spirit shook its head, constantly emitting mocking laughter. Tiger Staff's full-force strike was easily caught in the palm of the cursed spirit, rendering him unable to move, damn, with a furious curse. Itsuji kept thinking of ways to stall for time. Ouch. The roar of the Shikigami came from afar, that cry. A signal from Fuhai on the verge of unconsciousness. Hajang immediately released the suppression of Sunyuo within his body. Whispering sound, this kid really underestimated me. The same physical body. It was just that a few more dark lines appeared on her face, and her eyes had changed at this moment. Hado's appearance was worlds apart from his disheveled state just moments before. Sunuoho had taken over the body of Tiger Staff, lightly patted the shoulder of the special-grade cursed spirit in front of him. He said casually, "Wait a minute, let me think about it." With just a simple glance at the white-haired, top-tier cursed spirit abruptly took 2 steps back, its face filled with terror. Sunuo stroked his chin as if deep in thought, subconsciously spreading his magical power in all directions. Sunuo looked up at the floor above, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Itadori, are you all right?" Mirai slowly landed in the air opposite Sunuo, a faint look of worry on her face. The special-grade cursed spirit sandwiched between Sukuna and Mirai. She looked around nervously, trembling like a little girl trapped in the middle of a narrow bridge by 2 big men. "Snort, your fake acting skills can only fool these little devils. It's rare for us to get out and about, but it looks like we won't have the chance again." Sunuo stood with his hands in his pockets, looking displeased. "Kid, switch it back." 1 second, 2 seconds, after a long silence, Sunuo's face darkened. "Don't bother me. If you're going to come out, hurry up." The silence continued. Sunuo's lips curled into a malicious smirk. "Looks like that brat's consciousness has been lost." The worry on her face instantly subsided. "She's unconscious." "Isn't it great? It's pretty good." The malice on Sunuo's face continued to grow, and the power of the curse surged and churned. Chapter 49. Purpose of this trip not bad. "I like the look in your eyes much more now." Sunuo flashed and passed through the super-grade cursed spirit sandwiched in the middle in a matter of milliseconds. "Raise your arm and clap your hand." An invisible blade shot out from Sukuna's fingertips, and unsurprisingly, it pierced straight through the future's head. Boom. The neatly cut fractured walls collapsed and fell, and a series of loud rumbling sounds echoed as the stone walls collapsed. "After spending a lot of time with them, I feel like my heart has softened a lot in the future," she responded softly, then turned sideways and kicked Sukuna hard in the abdomen. A deafening sonic boom suddenly rang out, and Sunuo bent over with his arms bent. Boom. An overwhelming surge of gravity, just as Sukuna had finished repairing Atachi's fists. His right arm was kicked to pieces by Mirai. Boom. A loud bangs. The immense force carried the tiger stick's body through the bridge and into the reservoir below. In the future, he will fall down with a relatively intact piece of gravel under his feet. An interesting technique. Sunuo turned around in midair and stepped on the falling rocks, closing in on the future once again. His shattered right arm was restored to its original state in that instant. Sunuo's eyes churned with surging malice as he unleashed a downward slash that swept across the entire future. Invisible slash cursed fist. Until the two landed on the waters, Mirai simply stood quietly watching Sukunuo's performance. That indifferent gaze, and that attitude of ignoring others. Sunuo's excitement faltered for a moment. Then things got even crazier. Having personally experienced the future etherealization technique, Sunuo has already devised a way to deal with it. One is to attack at the same time as the opponent attacks, and the other is the guaranteed hit rule of the domain. To be honest, Yao with the strength of only 2 fingers are utterly boring. With his hands in his pockets and a hint of mockery in his eyes, he said, "How about I let you have your way?" As soon as the words were spoken, the illusion spell was immediately dispelled. Boom. In the futurias, he bends down and steps forward. Water splashes from the pebbles beneath his feet. Although Sukuna could sense the approaching danger, he was completely unable to keep up with the speed of the future. Boom, the bones in his left shoulder collapsed instantly, and his arm switch he had raised to block were reduced to just skin and fascia. Warm blood dripped into the water at this moment. What was reflected on the water was Sunuo's extremely distorted and gloomy face. In the Futurion leg firmly rests on Sunuo's arm, and the terrifying gravity forces Sunuo to kneel on one knee on the water. As the future says, Sukuna, who only has the strength of 2 fingers at this time, is no match for him. Here you go, looking down at Sun Yuo. Wei Lai pulled a finger from his pocket and threw it out like feeding a dog. The reason why the cursed spirits of the Juvenile Academy were able to grow into special grade spirits was because of Sun Yuo's finger. As for that white cursed spirit, long before Sun Yuo was testing the future intangibility technique, he was sliced into several pieces by the aftershock of the attack. While Sukuna was focused on her attack, Mirai also retracted her fingers that had fallen from the sky. Boom, the terrifying slash centered on Itadori's body, instantly striking in all directions. However, Future, who had proactively deactivated the intangibility, kept his word and with a single step back, escaped the attack's range. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Sun Yuo got up and swallowed his finger in one gulp. Kid, you're even more infuriating than that white-haired guy. At this moment, the total amount of magical power rising from Haddock's body was even more vigorous than before. How didn't you tell me not to pretend? They are 100 meters apart with a light step. He arrived in front of Sun Yuo in the blink of an eye. The dynamic predictions of the Manjikayo Sharingan, coupled with the physical training he has never relaxed since. Boom, another sidekick. And Sun Yuo was kicked into the wall before he could defend himself. From the time he appeared until now, the fact that his hands are always in his pockets in the future is a silent contempt for Sukuna. 1,000 years. From human sorcerers to cursed evil spirits, Sun Yuo has witnessed far too much of the ugliness of human nature. The future was first seen inside Itadori's body. Beneath that affected smile lies a soul etched into its very bones of indifference. Hidden deep in his eyes was a disdain for all things and for everything in the world. That false pretense was as transparent as a mask to Sun Yuo. It was precisely this disdain from the future that made Sun Yuo particularly angry at this moment. Trapped in the wall, Sun Yuo violently rips off both of his arms and returns to the battlefield. The next second, Sun Yuo's hands had recovered, surged with endless magical power. The domain expands and the demon-suppressing chef is in charge. A shrine of bones brimming with endless malice rose from the ground. Although the total amount of magical power was clearly vastly different, Sukunaho was currently controlling Itachi's body. Its undeniable presence shines as brightly as the sun high in the sky. Standing on the edge of the field, the smile on his lips became increasingly pronounced in the future. The concern shown to Itajo before taking action was to determine whether Itajo himself was unconscious. The extreme humiliation inflicted on Sukuna was intended to force him to expand his domain as quickly as possible. He feared that Yuzheng might wake up midway and ruin his plans. Come on, let me see just how powerful the King of Curses / really is. In the future, she leaned slightly forward and took her hands out of her pockets for the first time. Sun Yuo stood in front of the shrine, his eyes filled with even more malice in Sun Yuo's view. Even though they could have used their domain to fight back in the future, they still chose to fight barehanded. Isn't this just another form of contempt, Qiang? Hundreds of unavoidable, invisible blades swept wildly toward the body of the future. TFFT in the blink of an eye. Future's entire body was covered in crisscrossing knife wounds. Like a gourd skewered with blood, fresh blood flowed out as if it were free. What tricks are you up to now, kid? Looking at the blood-covered figure opposite him, Sun Yuo's face flashed with a hint of doubt. Putting aside the domain conflict, this mage in front of me seems to be actively waiting for the attack. However, there is one point in Sun Yuo's view. The physical strength of the future body is even more robust than that of a typical top-tier cursed spirit. The domain enhanced / guarantees a hit. If it were that previous top-tier cursed spirit, it would probably be chopped into powder in the blink of an eye. Is this all the power you can get with 3 fingers? As the sigh for the future faded to the terrifying, fine scars on his body began to visibly heal. At the same time, from the shadows lurking in the darkness, the crisp sound of the magic circle turning echoed once more. Ignoring Sun Yuo's gloomy expression, he strolled leisurely around the area. Could it be any more powerful? The future is a serious question. Boom, boom, boom. 2,600 slashes. This is Sukuna's full power, gathered from the strength of 3 fingers. The slashes that came from all directions all landed squarely on Wei Lai's body. Brain, neck, chest, limbs. The dense magical power transformed into a storm of sharp blades, once again splashing up a crimson rain of blood. His deep black eyes transformed into a blood-red kaleidoscope at that moment. In the future, we will try to see if we can avoid the inevitable effect in other people's fields. PFFT as he tilted his head slightly in the future. His open eyeballs were sliced in half by a sharp blade. The experiment failed. The prospect of being transformed into a blood-soaked figure is a rather regrettable outcome. Eliciting a soft sigh, the kaleidoscope can indeed see the trajectory of a slash in advance, and even predict the landing point. However, the effect of guaranteeing a hit in the target area is too overpowered. In the future, he simply tilted his head to avoid the point where the blade would land. But the blade's edge instantly teleported to his eye socket. But it doesn't matter. Future raised the corners of her mouth, and the reversal technique instantly enveloped her entire body. The pain was no less than that of being slowly sliced to death. Yet the future laughed heartily amidst the blood rain. The 4th goal I set out in Gojo Satoru's domain 6 months ago has now been further perfected with Sukuna's help. Open domain, this is the ultimate purpose of this trip. Chapter 50 Resurrection Prologue. Compared to closed domains, the open domain is undoubtedly a step further. Like a flower blooming without roots, or a painting copied without cloths. The difficulty of mastering such divine skills far exceeds that of ordinary fields. The same goes for its power. In exchange for the removal of the confinement and restraints, the range and destructive power of the domain will be greatly increased. The downside is that enemies in open areas can escape the area before an attack hits. This allows them to circumvent the rules that guarantee a hit. Why is it said that open domains are stronger? The strongest sorcerer in history, Two-Faced Sukuna, who reigned supreme even in the golden age of sorcerers. Behind the scenes for 1,000 years, driven by selfish desires, he continuously conducted evil experiments, possessing extensive knowledge of countless magical techniques. The two of them had a wealth of knowledge accumulated over thousands of years. The two had witnessed countless strange spells and genius sorcerers. Both of these millennium-old sorcerers chose to fight using open domain combat when facing powerful enemies. This is enough to prove everything. Bathed in a rain of blood, Future spreads his arms wide, fully enjoying the unparalleled pleasure of further touching the core of the curse power. Above the shrine, the ugliness on Sukuna's face contrasted with the joy on Murai's face. Now, despite being subjected to slow slicing in the future, they seem to have already become the victors in this battle. The next second, the shrine of corpses conjured by endless magical power suddenly disappeared. Hell, Future frowned, her blood-red eyes glancing at Sunuo. Are you useless again? The utterly indifferent tone pierced Sunuo's heart. After a long silence, he. A sinister smile crept across Sunuo's lips. I'll remember you. Zen Temple Future, wait for me. Once I deal with this brat, you'll be begging for mercy on your knees one day. Sukuna finished speaking confidently and plunged his right hand directly into Itachi's chest. Before Itajimaru could regain consciousness, Sukuna directly pulled out the heart from his body. Since Sukuna had only recently been consumed by Katsura, he didn't care whether he could be resurrected in this era. He also didn't care about the death of the vessel that held his soul. But now, Sunuo looked down at the beating heart in her hand and began to tighten her grip little by little. Now, the names Gojo Satoru and Zenin Murai are the driving force behind Sukuna Sao's revival in this era. They actually decided to revive it. How to get out of this little devil's body became the biggest problem Sunuo needed to solve. Boom, Sukuna left Murai with a malicious smile, then personally crushed Itadori's heart. It's time to go to the land of life and have a proper talk with that brat named Itadori. The future stands still, offering no obstacles, merely watching everything unfold with indifferent eyes. Only after watching Kajiatsu's body plop into the water did a fake smile reappear on Murai's face. At the gate of the juvenile detention center, a light drizzle began to fall from the gloomy sky. Exhausted from his curse, Kyujizaki plopped down in a puddle. Leaning against the rear wheel with his head down, Fukuko. White Zetsu isn't dead, right? Fukuro Megumi stood beside the car in the rain. Her feelings quite complicated. After glancing at the two dismembered bodies placed on the back seat of the car, Fu-hai remained silent. It is common knowledge that cursed spirits turn to ashes after death. But given the current state of White Zetsu, Fukuro didn't know how to answer, not far away. Ejichi was on the phone with Principal Yagami, calling for reinforcements from the college. How come? Fu-hai exclaimed in surprise, his eyes fixed on the back seat of the car. Kyujizaki followed Fushiguro's gaze and stood up shakily, his expression instantly freezing. White Zetsu under the horrified gazes of the two. The pale skin of the corpse on the back seat slowly began to fade. The severed head gradually transformed into the facial features of a stranger. At the same time, a strong stench of rotting corpses wafted out of the car. Just as the two were wondering what was going on, a familiar voice came from behind them. Yo. Suddenly turned around. His signature uniform was a red cloud and black robe. And he always had an irritating expression and tone, holding a rainbow-colored umbrella, with a pair of pretentious sunglasses perched on his face. White Zetsu waved at Kyujizaki and said in a cheeky tone, "Hey little punk, you didn't cry because you were moved to tears by this old man, did you?" Kyujizaki stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the resurrected White Zetsu, his astonishment instantly replaced by panic. Then with a plop he fell into the puddle. Dazzled by his handsomeness, Baizetsu stared blankly at the unconscious Kyujizaki, his prepared speech instantly falling flat. "Senior Baiju, what are you doing?" A beat slower. Fukuro helped Kyujizaki up, staring blankly at Shirozetsu, unsure how to speak. "We'll talk about these things when we get back." After finishing his call, Ejichi came over and said, "Fushiguro-kun, please put the body in the trunk. Miss Shoko might need it." Ikiji had already learned some information over the phone, so he remained relatively calm in the face of the resurrected White Zetsu. "White Zetsu, is your future teacher also at the juvenile detention center?" Baiju nodded weakly and said, "That kid did come. He's probably still inside battling Sunyuo. He originally wanted to battle Kyujizaki outside, but his opponent fainted. Where does this make sense?" Baiju shook his head listlessly, then opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. Lost in thought a while, Fushiguro-kun, "I'll take Kyujizaki back to the vocational high school for treatment first. You wait here for Itadori and Murai-sensei." Fu-hai nodded. "Then watch the black car drive away little by little." As for White Zetsu, they said they would wait for Kyujizaki to wake up as soon as possible before returning to the vocational high school together. In an unnamed valley abroad. That man is really something. He didn't do the tasks assigned by the vocational college himself, but instead assigned his sister to help him. He was about 1.5 meters tall, wearing a white shirt and black overalls. Yaoyu held the heavy Axuhich, was almost as tall as her, in both arms, and complained with a disgruntled expression. So sad. Mingaming smiled charmingly, squatted down and patted Yaoyu's head. "That man is different. That's my sister's favorite man, Tilda." Yaoyu pouted and gently wiped away the traces of blood from Mingaming's delicate face. "Sister, what you like isn't him as a person, but the payment he makes, Tilda. You understand perfectly, that's what I like about you." As the siblings spoke, the supergrade cursed spirit lying to the side was gradually turning into ashes and dissipating. "I'm really looking forward to it." Mingaming took out her phone and sent the photo of the cursed spirit before its death to the future. Then smiled to herself. "How much is the prize money this time?" Moses Tilda in an unnamed cemetery abroad. Just as Gojo Satoru found the location of the special grade cursed spirit's hiding place, he received a call from the high school. Boom. The compressed ball of cursed energy exploded directly in Gojo Satoru's face. The high-level cursed spirit, having successfully launched a sneak attack, hopped out from behind the tombstone, looking at the drifting smoke and dust. The cursed spirit laughed triumphantly the next second. A beam of sky-blue magical energy surged out from the smoke and dust, disappearing in an instant. Staring blankly at the huge hole in his chest, the smile on the cursed spirit's face froze, and his body gradually turned into smoke and dissipated. As the smoke and dust dissipated unharmed, Gojo Satoru answered the phone with one hand, never once giving the so-called special grade a proper look. I see. As he listened to Ajich's report on the other end of the phone, Gojo Satoru's smile gradually faded. His expression slowly darkened. PS. Thanks to the great July Pig for the master certification. There will be another chapter released this afternoon. Thank you all for your support. We've reached 200 donations. There will be a 3-chapter update the day after tomorrow. I'll thank you over 2 days. Shark thanks all the experts. Chapter 51 Higher Vocational College Operating Room. On the cold operating table, Hezhang's body was covered with a white sheet, Wu Tiao, who rushed back to the vocational college immediately, had a somewhat gloomy expression, facing a special enemy and needing to rescue hostages. They only sent first-year students. So you can't do anything to me. So you want to get rid of Hisahito in a dignified way. Gojo Satoru grinned, a hint of madness in his eyes, or maybe we should just kill all those old guys in the higher-ups. Standing beside him, Ajichi seemed somewhat uneasy, stammering and unable to offer any words of advice. Where's that guy? Gojo Satoru turned his head and asked Fukuro, who was looking somewhat dejected. Even Sunuo with only 3 fingers couldn't stop him. Where did that good-for-nothing go? Fukuro raised his eyes and replied in a deep voice. After future teacher brought Itajimaru back, he said he was going to the Kamo family to demand an explanation. That guy also doesn't like the old guys much. One of the 3 imperial families, the Kamo family. The future that Fukuro had mentioned, who had come to demand an explanation, was being respectfully led by the butler to the main hall of the family. I'm really curious. Where did you get all this information from? In the sealed room. The seat of the family head was occupied by Zia Yaoji's physical body. Even if Kamo Noriyuki didn't die under his identity, he was still an evil sorcerer wanted by the sorcery world. Zia Yaoji's face showed a strong curiosity. How did you know that I could control the Kamo family? As he walked to the window of his room, a glint of greed flashed in his eyes as he looked down at the group of sorcerers in the training ground below. Enough with the nonsense, let's get to the point, O tilde. The text appears to be a jumbled collection of characters and symbols, possibly representing a corrupted or incomplete document. It's impossible to translate meaningfully without further context or clarification. And you still owe me a chance to take action against Gojo Satoru. Don't you before setting off? The future had already followed the demon. We agreed to mate here. The rest of the text appears to be gibberish and unrelated to the initial statement, at least before sealing the 5 gates of enlightenment. The gluttonous beast, but a willing agreement to a binding agreement is contingent on mutual benefit. Otherwise, it is merely a matter of mutual agreement and compromise. In the future, Resh turned and calmly looked at the fish. Her gaze fixed on the fish, her expression serene and unwavering. She then looked at the fish with a mixture of surprise and amusement. Her gaze fixed on the fish, her expression serene and unwavering. As for what you need, I won't expose the coordinates you're planning to place in the Death Star official's lair. And I can also help you cover up your infiltration of the college. Looking to the future, Re saw a gluttonous astonished. An angry figuria woman who had become a demon. A woman who had collapsed and died. A woman who was confused and handsome. This cannot be explained simply by intelligence. It seems that even the plans I haven't yet implemented are under the other party's control. Gazing at the composed future across from him, he realized that the future was fading away. Although I don't know what you're planning, but the text appears to be a jumbled collection of characters and symbols, possibly from a corrupted or incomplete document. It doesn't form coherent sentences or paragraphs. A direct translation wouldn't be meaningful without further context or clarification. Time has no meaning to me, I can wait, can you? The text appears to be a jumbled collection of characters and symbols, possibly from a corrupted or incomplete source. A direct translation is not possible without further context or clarification. After a moment of silence, Wei Lai smiled and said, "We're all old friends, it's too hurtful to say such things. This is just a small favor for you. And I think you wouldn't refuse to do a friend a small favor." Yes. Catching that fleeting hesitation on the future's face, he was stunned. He looked at her with a mixture of surprise and disbelief. That's it, the future will be openly acknowledged. After all, some things can only be resolved by observing the actions of others. I see. Then tell me more specifically about the little thing you mentioned. The text appears to be a jumbled collection of characters and symbols, possibly from a corrupted or incomplete source. A direct translation is not possible without further context or clarification. In the small bridge of the bridge, to be considered a friend, two conditions must be met first. It must be interesting enough that you can't figure it out at a glance, and thus find it extremely boring. Secondly, they are of equal status and their strength is comparable to one's own, so they won't be easily wiped out. Both of these conditions will be met in the future, and able to be trained by the saddle and the food basket. They all happen to be dead. The born realm is built of blood and bones. Sunuo lowered his head to wipe the wound on the corner of his mouth, a faint killing intent emanating from his downcast eyes. How about this, let's have a fight here. If I win, I will resurrect you unconditionally. If you lose, you will be resurrected according to the constraints I set. Upon hearing this, Itadori, who had previously delivered a powerful punch to Sukuna through a sneak attack, immediately and smugly agreed, "No problem, watch me." PFFT, as soon as the first three words were uttered, Sunuo, annoyed, beckoned with his finger. The blood-red blade shot out from between his fingers and vanished in an instant. Before the smugness on his face had faded, Hezhang suddenly felt everything go black. The neatly cleaved skull crashed onto the scarlet water, adding a touch of richness to the surface. In the operating room, wearing medical gloves, Shoko asked curiously, "Are you planning to just watch me dissect this?" Just as Gojo Satoru and the other two were about to get up and leave, they suddenly froze. Shoko followed the three people's surprised gazes and looked back, her expression blank. Just the time it takes to put on a condom. The naked corpse on the operating table sat up straight. HMPH, Gojo Satoru chuckled softly, his lips curving upwards involuntarily. Welcome back, Hisuhido. Itadori's mind was still focused on preparing for his duel with Sukuna when he suddenly snapped out of it and saw Gojo-sensei's smiling face. A warm feeling welled up in his heart, and he instinctively clapped and smiled in response. Just as Gojo Satoru was about to ask about the details of the mission, the phone in his pocket rang. What? Gojo Satoru looked at the caller ID, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. What day is it today? Well, a great figure who hasn't been seen in 800 years. Upon answering the phone, Gojo Satoru grinned. You called. Are you planning to apologize to me? At the same time, in another medical room 10 meters away from the operating table, Kyujizaki was lying quietly on the hospital bed. White Zetsu, who was guarding the side, was watching a movie on his phone while waiting for Kyujizaki to wake up. He had so much to say to Kyujizaki the moment Itadori awoke. White Zetsu suddenly raised the corners of his mouth. Good job cutting it. This violent woman really does resemble a delinquent. The movie was playing loudly through the speakers, and Baiju's excited commentary echoed throughout the room. The words fell. Kyujizaki, who appeared to be unconscious, suddenly twitched at the corner of his mouth. From now on, Kyojizaki's new nickname will be 13 Sister. Damn Mama's Boy Curse, damn gangster movies. Kyujizaki suppressed the urge to get up, his 10 big toes clenching tightly. The hands under the white blankets clenched the sheets tightly into a ball. It was nothing more than the exhaustion of her magical energy and a minor injury, which Shoko had already healed before the surgery on Katsuragi. Kyujizaki was reluctant to wake up because he hadn't figured out how to deal with the white Zetsu's smug face. But now she really can't take it anymore. Others are Hung-hing's 13th sister. But Kyujizaki is Tokyo's 13th sister. Wonderful. Wonderful. Baiju shook his head and sighed, his voice becoming increasingly shrill. Mama's boy. A sudden low growl rang out, meeting Kyujisaki's embarrassed and annoyed eyes. White Zetsu grinned excitedly, revealing his serrated teeth. All those pretentious lines I've been holding back are finally ready to be uttered in my speech. You're finally awake, 13th sister. Grandpa, it's me. Baiju had just begun his impassioned opening when everything suddenly went black before his eyes. Ten my ass, 13th sister, the sole of his foot, devoid of any magical power, slammed into White Zetsu's face. Boom. Baiju, who had been kicked to the ground, blinked and then heard hurried footsteps. White Zetsu looked back angrily, but all he could see was Kyujizaki's back flashing towards the doorway. Damn, 13th sister, I curse you, you bastard. My prepared draft was once again stillborn. White Zetsu's hysterical roar echoed throughout the entire floor. Chapter 52, Second Year Returns so close. Kyujizaki walked through the corridor, patting his heaving chest with lingering fear. He couldn't very well refute White Zetsu's boastful act in the name of saving him. Well, it would be better to go back to the pile of cursed spirits and gamble with life and death. Between spiritual death and physical death, Kyujizaki chose the latter. He wiped a bead of cold sweat from his forehead, just as Kyujizaki was feeling relieved to have escaped a disaster. He was suddenly pulled into the room by an arm that reached out from the side. The hedgehog man, pink gorilla. Kyujizaki looked at everyone in the operating room and blinked in bewilderment. What? Is it worth sending so many troops to hunt down a White Zetsu? The two people who were given nicknames by Kyujizaki were speechless. The nickname White Zetsu has become toxic. It's one thing for Gojo Satoru to join in the shouting, but Kyujizaki, who's always arguing with White Zetsu, does the same. Fuhai closed the door. After organizing his words, he recounted what had happened after Kyujizaki fell into a coma. What? Pink gorillas also play with resurrection. Are you really that close to current events? Kyujizaki leaned closer and scrutinized Itadori's body from head to toe, his eyes full of suspicion. Gojo Satoru raised his hand. It's true. Kyujizaki completely ignored what the eye-patch-wearing man said. She didn't believe it until she saw Shoko and Ajichi nod. So you suddenly pulled me in here just to say these things? Well, Kyujizaki put one hand on his hip and looked at the group with a puzzled expression. Well, that's it. Hu Zhang's face darkened and his mood instantly soured. I brought you in because... Gojo Satoru led Kyujizaki, Fushiguro, and the other man to the side, where they whispered their secret plot. Kyujizaki's expression also became complicated at this moment. Does it have to be this way? Kyujizaki asked, somewhat embarrassed. Necessary. Gojo Satoru nodded solemnly. At dusk, the higher education institution issued an official document notification. Mission Log, July 2018, Aishi Juvenile Detention Center, Neshi, Tokyo City. Top-tier vengeful spirit, Hisahito Itadori. A first-year college freshman has been confirmed dead. As for the other cursed spirit, White Zetsu, who should have died but appeared unharmed at the high school, the higher-ups seemed to act as if nothing had happened, continuing their usual attitude of ignoring the issue. The next day, the sunlight at 9 o'clock in the morning was dazzling, and the cicadas chirped incessantly. On the steps of the high school training ground, Fushiguro and Kyujizaki sat side by side in silence. Huiz, you look even more grumpy than usual. Are they squatting here in mornings? As the familiar tone rang out, Fuhai looked up in a daze. Senior from the Zen monastery. You've returned after completing your mission. She was wearing a vocational college uniform and had her hair tied in a dark green ponytail. Maki, with a packaged longsword slung over one shoulder, frowned and said, "Don't call me by that surname." Maki, Panda and Dog Rollon Bear and one human hid behind a big tree and whispered a reminder. "Didn't you read the notice issued by the vocational college? Yesterday, one of the first-year students really died." Dog Roll blinked. "Bokuyu Hana wooden fish flower." Maki stiffly turned her head, questioning the two of them. Word by word, they hadn't reminded her, for convenience. "We won't use the terms one person and one bear, or several people and several spirits from now on. We'll refer to them all as people they are." Kyujizaki tilted his head and asked Kurashiro, a hint of doubt appearing on his face. "They are all second-year students." Fushiguro introduced them one by one. "Maki-senpai, who is skilled in using cursed tools, a spellcaster. That Dog Roll Senior, who only talks using the names of rice ball fillings." Finally, Senior Panda, after hearing the introduction. Kyujizaki stood up with his hands on his hips. "Is this all the students there are in the school?" Fuhai stood up and said solemnly, "There is one last person. The only one worthy of respect, second-year Senior Yagu. The person who was expelled from school doesn't count." Seeing the two of them get up, Panda and Dog Roll also walked over to Maki's side. "I'm sorry Maki didn't know about the mission's sacrifice." Upon hearing this, Fushiguro and Kyujizaki nodded listlessly. Itadori is still alive, a fact that Gojo Satoru has requested be kept secret. The two were previously troubled, not because of the issue with Japanese knot. After sincerely apologizing, the panda quickly explained its purpose to the two people. Kyoto Sister School Exchange Meeting. Kyujizaki and Fushiguro seemed to have known in advance, and immediately nodded in agreement. "By the way, what about White Zetsu?" The panda blankly scanned the entire playground. "That guy is probably still half asleep. A level 4 cursed spirit with absolutely no ambition." Maki complained with a look of utter disappointment. "Oh." Kyujizaki's eyes widened instantly, and she exclaimed in realization, "So you're the mama's boy's niece, mama's boy, niece." Maki gritted her teeth, her gaze towards Kyujizaki gradually shifting towards danger. Even if she doesn't understand what mama's boy means, the word niece is her Achilles heel. "Hey, freshman. Since you've agreed to participate in the exchange meeting, you won't miss out on that intensive training, will you?" "Of course, Fushiguro," Kyujizaki answered in unison. Kyujizaki brushed a strand of hair behind his ear, his tone firm. "I have no interest in training, that's too easy. The training intensity, the higher the better." She never wanted to experience the feeling of Baiju risking his life to save her again. Never. Fuhai didn't speak, but his eyes were filled with determination. From school to juvenile detention center, this is the second time Itadori has risked his life to save him. Both of them share the same reason for becoming stronger at all costs. "Oh Tilda, you have good eyesight," Maki, who had been angry just moments before, now showed deep admiration on her face. "Let's begin the training." A vocational college, a secret room. The training ground was empty with only a television, a sofa, and a tea table. Dozens of movie DVDs were stacked on the tea table, and a yawning plush toy lay on the table. "Gojo-sensei, I know all of that." Hajang raised his hand, looking excited. "He taught me all of these White Zetsu beforehand, and he even took me to see a lot of movies." Gojo Satoru nodded and smiled. "You still need to solidify your basic knowledge about incantation power. For someone who has just joined the world of sorcerers, watching movies is the best way to solidify your training. In addition, actual combat can also quickly improve your perception and sensitivity to spell power." Gojo Satoru raised the corners of his mouth. "I'll be your training subject for the next month." Upon hearing this, Yuruga immediately put on a happy smile. "That's great. If Master Gojo personally guides my training, I'm really happy." Recalling his previous experiences, Atari said seriously, "I'm too weak now, I can't save anyone. Make me stronger, make me invincible." Looking at the sincere expression on the student's face, Gojo Satoru was stunned for a moment, then revealed a doting smile, good taste, 2 p.m. The college and the teachers' detached houses. White Zetsuhu had just gotten out of bed, kept yawning with his messy hair. How's the training going? Glancing at the newly risen White Zetsu, Murai on the sofa asked a question. Baiju held up 2 fingers looking listless and said, "At most 2 and 1 must be higher than the other." His brain is about to explode. Future flipped through her notes and said calmly, "2 are enough. You can also participate in this exchange meeting, okay?" Chapter 53, Conspiracy and Guidance at Dusk. The setting sun dyed the sky red, and its blood-red afterglow reflected on the earth. Training ground for higher vocational colleges. After a full day of intense close combat training, Fushiguro and Kyujizaki lay sprawled on the grass, panting heavily and looking disheveled. The senior monk from the Zen temple is incredibly powerful. Kyujizaki, panting heavily, sighed softly, "Yes." Among the students, Maki-senpai is the strongest in close combat. Fuhai slowly exhaled a long breath then added, "Except for Senior Yagu, his hair was soaked with sweat, and the orange strands obscured the complex emotions in Kyujizaki's eyes." "Fuhai, you," said Baiju. "Hey, you too, Maki." Now dressed in a purple tracksuit, casually asked with a playful tone, "Can't you even handle this little bit of training?" "All right, Maki, they've been training all day." The kind-hearted panda gently advised, "Let them rest first. Dog Roll and I will keep you company and help you with extra practice." Wearing a white tracksuit, Dog Roll nodded. Bokuyu Hana, a type of Japanese flower. Maki's niece, a 13th sister. At the edge of the training fields, White Zetsu waved and shouted, and Dog Rolls too. Baiju ran quickly towards the group, then leaped and pounced on the panda's back. White Zetsu buried his head deep, savoring the soft touch of the fur. He greeted them in a low voice, and finally, "There's the panda, long time no see," whispering sound. Maki frowned, glaring at White Zetsu with murderous intent. "How many times have I warned you not to call me that? Besides, you're only coming to the training ground at this hour. You really have no ambition at all." Maki pointed the wooden stick at White Zetsu. "This year, students from Kyoto are coming to our door. As a first-year student, you might have to participate. Don't let someone just wave their hand and you get hammered to death. Is it really okay for you to curse like that?" Baiju hugged the panda's neck tightly and replied nonchalantly, "Besides, there are just a few students from Kyoto. If it weren't for Jenny's sake, I would have wiped them all out with a wave of my hand." The people in the room were already used to Baizetsu's wild and unrestrained words, and did not show much emotion. "Get down here right now, I'll train you myself." Maki stepped forward and reached out to pull the idiot who was clinging to the panda's back. "What's that thing on your face?" Looking closely at the mark on White Zetsu's face, Maki muttered speechlessly. His face was already so sour enough, and now he's messing around with it. "You do not understand." Stroking the purple prism beneath his eye, Baiju raised his head arrogantly. "This is a miracle." Humph! Maki let out a cold snort and her long staff, accompanied by a whistling sound, smashed directly towards White Zetsu. "A miracle? I'll make you a miracles." Baiju's expression changed, and he quickly used the move Chin King around the pillar. "No, it should be White King around the cats." Baiju grabbed the panda's body and dodged repeatedly, angrily saying, "Nisku have no martial ethics. You attacked me from behind, you lied, hey. Niece, you really hit me." Maki tightened her grip on the long stick, gritting her teeth as she said, "If you call me niece, I'll hit you 9 times. I'm going to correct this bad habit of yours today." Baiju let out a strange cry and quickly called for help. "Panda. Dog Roll, Black Hedgehog 13 sister. Are you just going to stand by and watch Master Ju get bullied?" The people whose names were called out remained unmoved, gazing up at the twilight sky. Only the panda, sandwiched between the two, was sweating profusely. It nimbly twisted its massive body, swaying and dancing along with White Zetsu. "Time flies. and more than half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. In a remote, uninhabited mountain hot spring, fake Zayu sat on the shore, toying with a long nail wrapped with a spell symbol in his hand. Is this what they call a trust account? Laohu sat on a protruding boulder on the shore, holding a pipe shaped like a flower in his hand. That's right, the skull awoke. Its movements swift and deliberate, like a muffled whisper of a man's voice. The man's expression was one of utter disbelief and indifference. Once it's pinned to the corresponding location, it will be activated directly. Luhu took a puff of his pipe, his tone somewhat doubtful. Can this thing really stop it? The text appears to be a jumbled mess of characters and symbols, possibly a corrupted or incomplete message. It doesn't form coherent sentences or paragraphs. Standing behind the two, Huayu uttered a string of indistinct sounds. Huayu, is it really okay to adjust the plan at this time? Didn't we agree that Guy wouldn't be an enemy for the time being? The consciousness, which did not belong to a human language system, directly appeared in the minds of the people present. Amidst the swirling steam, the text abruptly ends here, likely due to an incomplete sentence or a formatting error. Don't worry, just follow the new plans. Whether it's the future of the Zen temple or Gojo Satoru, it will be good for us no matter which side loses. Huayu nodded and didn't ask any more questions. A wisp of smoke rose from Laohu's mouth, and a barely perceptible hint of worry flashed in his single eye. Huayu, be careful. Hanami's special magical power makes her the most adept at disguise and infiltration among all the cursed spirits. Therefore, the Chinese letter, 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 where is the real person? Where did that brat go again? Looking at the tadpoles that were only blowing bubbles in the hot spring, Laohu spoke impatiently. The text appears to be a jumbled collection of characters and symbols, possibly a corrupted or incomplete string of characters. A direct translation isn't meaningful without further context or clarification. Whispering sound, a screening room in Tokyo. A neat gray suit and a beige polka dot tie, Nanami Kento, who has returned to his post at the college, is inspecting the crime scene with a cane. Wudong classmates. Nanami pointed to the blood-soaked seats and asked, "You can see it, right?" After more than half a month of immersive learning, I can now control the tiger staff with the most basic spell power. The power of the curse surged to his eyes. In addition to the blood on the chair, Hezhang also saw several black handprints in his field of vision. At the entrance to the passageway to the side, there were also several footprints imbued with magical power. This is the remnant of cursed power. Whether it's a sorcerer or a spirit, the traces left after using a spell will be left behind. Nanami followed the black footprints, crossing the cordon step by step. Now we just need to find the evil spirit that committed the crime and exorcise it. And the mission will be complete. Oh. Hezhang responded and quickly followed. Training ground for higher vocational colleges. Senior White Zatsu. Fu Hai waved his hand at a certain Ling who had overslept. My 10 Shadows technique has improved recently. Can you take a look at it for me? Upon hearing this, Baiju, who was yawning, straightened up. Come on, show it to me. You've come to the right person about the 10 Shadows technique. Back in the day, Baiju crossed his arms, a look of reminiscence on his face, when that kid encountered a bottleneck in the future. It was always me who guided him from behind. The people sitting to the side twitched their lips. Too lazy to refute, Fu Hai nodded to Baiju. And then the shadow beneath his feet began to undulate. With his hands behind his back, Baiju walked arrogantly towards Fu Hai step by step. Just as he was about to speak up, he accidentally stepped into the shadows, grass. Thank you all for your hard work and generosity. There will be an extra chapter this afternoon. Shark thanks you again, Chapter 54, Old Mom Grass. You little hedgehog, are you trying to murder me? White Zetsu emerging from the shadow said angrily. With so many cursed artifacts piled up inside, I almost died, sorry. Fu Hai's face was full of apology. I only learned this skill recently. and I haven't been able to fully master it yet. Seeing that Shirozetsu was alright, Maki sat down again. Never mind, White Zetsu, Fukuro didn't do it on purpose. You accomplice, how dare you speak up? Baiju turned around angrily and said, It was your spear that almost sent me to my death. Falling into the shadows feels like skydiving. But without an umbrella, when the White Zetsu fell, there was a pile of sharp magical artifacts lying on the ground below. If it weren't for good luck, the spear that Maki had hidden in Fushigiro's shadow almost pierced through the heart of a White Zetsu. You're all right, aren't you? Maki rolled her eyes, probably guessing what had happened to White Zetsu. Maki transferred all the magical artifacts that she had kept with the panda to Fushiguro, as she had only learned the skills during the day. It was fine when the cursed tools were stored, but problems arose when they were stored with the White Zetsu. Cut. Baiju waved his sleeve and said magnanimously, Fine, I'll forgive you this once. Maki didn't notice, or perhaps she didn't care. One of the purple marks on Baiju's face mysteriously disappeared. Kyujizaki sat not far from Fushiguro. Noticing the change in Baiju's expression, he lowered his head-high gaze. Complex, time flies. There are only 5 days left until the Sisterhood Exchange meeting officially begins. The Kyoto Prefectural High School of Spellcasting welcomes a special guest today. Yo Tilda, it's been a long time, songstress. Gojo Satoru greeted him with a broad smile. White top and red skirts. She wore a loose-fitting Japanese kimono and had a scar across her nose. Thankaheim, a junior first-class sorcerer at the Kyoto Prefectural Sorcery Academy. The songstress frowned at the jerk in front of her and said in an annoyed tone, What are you doing at our school again? Didn't I give you the things a few days ago? What are you doing here again? It was as if he hadn't sensed the disgust in the songstress's tone at all. Gojo Satoru raised the corners of his mouth and smiled. I didn't come here to see you today. Where is that old man at Leien Temple? I need to talk to him about something, whispering sound. The songstress waved her hand impatiently. The old man is in the principal's office. You can just go there, okay? Gojo Satoru waved goodbye, adding one last sentence before parting. By the way, songstress, please thank your student for me. The things they gave us were quite useful. They really helped a lot. 2 p.m. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Baiju slowly got out of bed. Donning the red cloud and black robes, Baiju stood in front of the mirror and tidied up his messy hair. He touched the 6 purple marks at the corner of his eye and grinned at himself in the mirror. Not bad, Master Ju is still very handsome today. Baiju smiled confidently, then stepped out of the room. Hey future kid, didn't you say you'd watched it all? Upon entering the living room, Baiju saw the future curled up on the sofa reading a book. And he muttered to himself speechlessly, You're making it sound like you're preparing for the college entrance exam. Studying at home every day in the future. He calmly tossed the book in his hand into the divine might space. When I said I had finished reading it, I meant the part that was needed for the plans. As he spoke, he pulled out a brand new notebook. And reading it doesn't mean you've mastered it. Now we just need to wait for the brainwave to take action. The more transparent the plan is, the more stable it will be. Baiju curled his lip. You really can endure loneliness. It's just that you're too active. As she flipped through her notes, said calmly, Take some time every day to go out and have fun with them. Instead of wasting your time, you should use it to train more. Baiju stretched and loosened his muscles. You make it sound so easy. There are only 2 limits right now. It's not easy to grow in such a short time. A look of helplessness appeared on Baiju's face. It really is quite difficult to deal with matters concerning the soul. In the future, he pulled another notebook from the Kamui space and threw it on the table. I told you to look at the records more often when you have free time. The things recorded here will be useful to you. White Zetsu yawned and flipped through the notes on the table. This stuff makes me sleepier the more I look at it. It's like hypnosis. It's okay to look at it before going to bed at night. But it's easy to get dizzy if I flip through it during the day. Future shook his head, sighing inwardly. He was truly speechless at White Zetsu, who was like someone with ADHD, unable to stay still at all. He's good at causing trouble, but when it comes to studying, it was like they were trying to kill him. White Zetsu glanced at the records on the page, his mouth never stopping. If the pink-haired gorilla knew the truth, wouldn't it completely collapse? The notebook Baiju was holding was none other than the one containing the most intricate and detailed information about Baiju's life. The book records some of the production techniques, including the most important ones, Soul for White Zetsu. This book was essentially a manual for internal martial arts cultivation. Under future mandatory requirements, it took Baiju several months of hard work to learn how to control two bodies simultaneously. It cannot be two overly powerful bodies. White Zetsu is far inferior to Sukuna's divine technique of splitting his soul into 20 parts. Looking at the notes in his hand, White Zetsu thought of Gojo and Kyujizaki. Those guys were trying to hide the fact that Atari was still alive from me. But they didn't expect that I had already seen through their tricks. Looking up, He reminded her, be careful. Don't gossip and spill everything out. There are only a few months left, and that'll give you plenty of room to cause trouble. Don't worry, when has the old man ever made a mistake? Baiju took out his phone from his pocket and glanced at the time. With his head held high, he said smugly, I'll read the book later. Hedgehog Boy is waiting for me to give him some pointers. After finishing speaking, White Zetsu tossed the notebook to Future and strode towards the training ground. White Zetsu wouldn't carry something this important with him. After Alan White Zetsu's eyes, his current body was extremely weak. Things like caterpillars or the magical artifacts stored in the bellies of caterpillars don't really matter. If someone kills you and then picks up your body, it's not too painful to lose it. Watching Baiju's hurried departure, Future felt quite frustrated. They can be so indulgent towards Baiju. Besides controlling his life and death, he also regarded Baiju as family in his heart in the future. The newly born White Zetsu is like an innocent infant, raised by the future. This mindset can be described in 3 words, Old Mother. This world is inhabited by human spirits and sorcerers alike in the future. Apart from the Maki sisters being slightly special, everyone else looks like a piece of paper. It doesn't matter if I live or die. It doesn't matter what I experience. Tools are what are useful to him, useless is garbage. And what we can worry about in the future. Only a spendthrift like White Zetsu could be so good. Chapter 55 Aesthetics. Kanagawa Prefectural Sato Sakura High School. The bright sunlight outside the window was completely blocked by the barrier. Just like the scene in Itajo's eyes at this moment. It was extremely dark. Yashino Junpei was the first friend Itadori made outside of school after joining the vocational high school. Like him, I enjoy watching movies with a taste for the unusual. They share the same tragic fate. Looking down at the tearful spirit, Huzhang opened his mouth but couldn't utter a single word. The ugly-looking cursed spirit before him was none other than his friend, Yashino Junpei, a modified cursed spirit transformed from a human. As Shumping Lei Ding gripped Huzhang's trouser leg, his voice filled with confusion and sorrow, Haruhide. Why is he constantly bullied by his classmates and ignored by his teachers at school? Even though he hasn't done anything wrong. Why was his kind mother who had raised him with such care killed by a cursed spirit because of Sukuna's finger? Why? Why is it that good people never have a good end? The question remains unanswered. The breath of life ceased along with Shunping's falling hand. Tizi's had a hata. The shrill laughter echoed incessantly in the classroom corridor. Lingering in Itsuji's ears, did he die so easily? It seems my modification methods were a bit too crude. The humanoid cursed spiritite's body covered in stitches stood opposite Tiger's staff, laughing so hard it bent over. An evil cursed spirit that controls the techniques for altering souls. The culprit behind all the misfortune we are facing. Itachi raised his eyes and stared directly at the real man, his eyes burning with a raging tangible fury. This is the first time for Japanese knotweed. For the first time, I felt a deep-seated murderous intent towards a single individual. Boom, the full force punch. imbued with the power of the incantation, landed directly on the smiling face of the real man. Tokyo Vocational High School. The sky was clear and cicadas chirped incessantly. Kyujizaki and Fushiguro, who were in charge of running errands, stood in front of the vending machine and talked quietly. Fuhai Baiju, he didn't. Don't ask, I really don't know. Kyujizaki's carefully considered words were ruthlessly interrupted by Fushiguro. When the topic of white Zetsu came up, their expressions inexplicably darkened. If it weren't for that phone call, if it weren't for Gojo Satoru's orders, how could the two of them do such a thing to white Zetsu and their own companion? Suspicion of companions and distrust of one's savior. Every second they spent next to white Zetsu felt like torture. Especially Kyujizaki for the past 2 weeks of training. I've been putting up with white Zetsu's arrogance and even occasionally chiming in to cooperate. White Zetsu might have thought it was because of the life-saving grace. But it was actually just Kyujizaki's act out of guilt. Let's apologize to senior white Zetsu properly after this is over. Okay. Kyujizaki nodded emphatically. I believe in white Zetsu. He wouldn't be that kind of person. That eye-patch bastard must have been scammed over the phone. When the time comes, we'll tell the truth and then go with white Zetsu to curse that bastard. Hey Maki white Zetsu. Lounging in the sun atop a tree gazes into the distance. She waved excitedly at Maki. I saw my niece Mai. There's a burly man with her, let's go check on her. Baiju eagerly leaped down from the tree. His expression instantly turning gossipy, Maki frowned. Picked up the long stick in her hand and followed. The burly man Baiju was referring to must be Dantang. Panda standing beside Makaside. It's just a meeting between high-level executives. But it just so happens that the two who love to cause trouble are the ones who show up. Maki glanced in the direction white Zetsu had gone and silently quickened her pace. Those two guys. Looks like they're planning to cause trouble for my errand girl. Kombu Dog Roll nodded solemnly, Fukaguro. Right, his upper body was buoyant, his sharply defined. Blocky muscles resembled protruding rocks. Black bun hairstyle. The scars that spread from his forehead to his eyes added to his fierce appearance. Looking at Fu Hai in front of him, Taudu Ai's gaze turned cold and sharp. Let me see if you're even qualified to replace Yagu. The words fell. Dantang dodged and smashed his fist. As big as a casserole dished directly at Fu Hai's head so fast. Before he could even process what was happening, Fu Hai instinctively raised his hand to block, only to be suddenly thrown over by a tremendous force. Toad Fushiguro summoned his Shikigami, forcing him to launch a counterattack. The power of the incantation blesses the legs. The moment Dantang Huang bypassed the Shikigami's interception, he had already shot up behind Fukuro. With arms like iron clamps, Dantang gripped Fu Hai's slender waist and suddenly exerted force with a sinister grin. At least show some enthusiasm, Fu Hai, boom. A back throw sent debris flying. Fu Hai's head slammed heavily onto the ground, his eyes instantly turning red with blood. You can't be that bad, can you? Dantang twisted his neck, looking down at him with disappointment baffling. First she asked him what kind of woman he liked, and then she suddenly launched an attack. The sorcerers in Kyoto are truly eccentric. Fu Hai slowly stood up, anger rising in his eyes. Since you've gone this far, I'll play along. Seeing his opponent assume a hand-seal stance, Taldu grinned a boom. When white Zetsu arrived at the scene, he didn't see any signs of Shinisha's romance. But I did see my apprentice. Megumi Fushiguro is being relentlessly attacked by Mai's rumored boyfriend. From the perspective of white Zetsu, Fuhei was like a frightened little white rabbit being brutally beaten by a muscular baboon. The caterpillar that emerged from the collar opened its mouth, and the white Zetsu raised its hand and fired a shot. The pink beam of magical energy trailing a long tail of flame covered a distance of 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Boom! Seeing the smoke and gunpowder flying up in front of him, Fu Hai, covered in blood, was instantly dumbfounded. They dare to hit Master Ju's disciple. They really have no respect for others. Baiju's arrogant words echoed from a far tread. The figure that stepped out of the smoke and dust had faint burn marks on the bulging muscles of its forearm. If it weren't for Tadu's quick reflexes, he managed to gather his magical power in his hands and block the sudden bullet. Otherwise might have actually been injured. Danteng frowned as he watched Baiju approaching from afar. It is the same as the Sukuna container that Gojo Satoru previously protected. The humanoid cursed spirit before them was also a deformed product of the power and influence of a powerful figure. Banishing the unnecessary thoughts from his mind, Danteng slightly bent over, and the magical power within his body began to surge. Let's ask one more time before we take action. Cursed spirit, the woman you love. What type of curse do you like, depending on the answer? Danteng wouldn't care who was protecting the cursed spirit in front of him. He's not the kind of man who would hold himself back because of his opponent's background. Interesting, even cursed spirits can be friends. He finds them boring and even sorcerers are beneath him. Baiju was slightly taken aback, a strange look appearing in his eyes. The baboon in front of me doesn't seem to be a normal human either. Baiju stood with one hand on his hip and the other fiddling with a pink revolver. Looking thoughtful moment, Baiju slowly spoke. First of all, you need to be at least a kilometer tall. The legs must be thin and short and the one eye must be red. That's right, Baiju raised his voice, emphasizing the description. It also needs 10 long tails. Fu Hai standing to the side watched Baiju's sincere expression, his lips twitching. 1,000 meters tall, short legs, one eye, 10 tails. What exactly is this thing being described? Fuhei glanced at Danteng beside him and was dumbfounded again. His face was streaked with tears, and he wore an expression of utter despair. Danteng sniffed, and the ground beneath his feet began to crack little by little. Wrong. Danteng's words were filled with anger, and the full power of his first-level sorcerer's magic erupted. As expected of a cursed spirit, its aesthetic sense is completely different from that of humans. You actually like guys with short legs. How incredibly boring. Boomed. A collapsed crater remained on the ground, and Danteng's iron fist went straight for Baizetsu's chest. Unable to stop him in time, Fu Hai was horrified. But a thought kept popping into his mind. The focus is actually on the short legs, Danteng's brain. Absolutely sick. Chapter 56, Familiarity, Strangeness. Do not move. Dogrol, who arrived a step later, pulled down his collar, revealing the family curse marks on both sides of his mouth. The power of the incantation is manifest. Danteng, who was speeding along, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Boom! The panda's iron fist fell from the sky and landed hard on Danteng's cheek. There are only a few days left until the exchange meeting. Are you in such a hurry? Standing in front of the white Zetsu and the injured Fukuro, the panda's tone was helpless. Pooh. Having regained his mobility, Danteng spat out a mouthful of phlegm mixed with blood. It's just a minor test of the newborn bone replacing the sacrum. There's no need to get so excited. Hurry. The panda wiggled its bottom, waved its hand shyly and said, if you don't leave, I'll scream for help. If you bring the higher-ups over, be careful. They might disqualify you from the competition. I'm ready to leave even without you saying so. Through a simple probe, Danteng gained a general understanding of the new student before him. Hey, muscle baboons. Watching Danteng's departing figure, not intending to swallow his anger, Baiju's voice turned cold. You think you can just leave after offending Master Ju? If Dogrol and Panda hadn't arrived in time, this baboon would have really been planning to attack. Danteng's lips curled into a cold smile. Then he turned around and was taken aback, looking at the white head peeking out from behind the panda. What? This cowardly yet ruthless attitude left Danteng speechless. Forget about white Zetsu. We'll teach him a lesson at the exchange meeting. The panda whispered a word of advice. If we cause a scene here, we might all be disqualified from the competition. East Hall, white Zetsu. She has a similar appearance to Maki, with short dark green hair and a tall figure, Taodu. Aren't you supposed to be attending Takata-chan's handshake event? With her hair a little messy, Mei handed over the uniform that Taodu had dropped. If we don't go now, we'll be late. Upon hearing this, Danteng jumped up, grabbed the uniform, and rushed out of the school without saying a word. Takata-chan is a super popular idol with a sweet and cute appearance. She is 1.8 meters tall, has black hair and pigtail-long legs, big breasts and a big butt. Danteng is a huge fan of his. Only after Danteng's figure disappeared did Panda breathe a sigh of relief and lower his hand from covering White Zetsu's mouth. If this thing isn't stopped, it could cause a major problem at any time. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have shot that baboon to death with one shot. After glaring fiercely at the panda, White Zetsu immediately changed his expression and pounced on Jenny. My niece Jenny, it's been 2 years since I last saw you. Let Master Ju take a good look at you. Seeing White Zetsu looking like a pervert, Jenny reached out and poked him on the forehead. Don't call me niece. Back then you only managed to fool that stupid woman Maki. Baiju took a step back and grinned. You two are twins. So if I'm her uncle, then I'm your uncle too. You're even getting a good deal. Jenny raised an eyebrow and said sarcastically, if I hadn't reacted quickly just now, that guy Danteng would have definitely beaten you to death. That muscular baboon, Baiju said with a disdainful look. Mayu glanced at the crimson lotus in White Zetsu's hand. My cursed weapon is quite powerful, but Taodu is a first-level sorcerer. If he really attacks you, you won't last more than a few seconds, hee. Even without the cursed artifacts, one of my hidden ultimate moves wouldn't last that baboon a second. Baiju shook his head and sneered, then tossed the red lotus in his hand to Jenny. Seeing Baiju's serious expression, Jenny took the red lotus and asked suspiciously, the ultimate move you mentioned. Take out a cigarette, light it. Baiju turned around, leaving everyone with a lonely silhouette. A wisp of white smoke rose from his mouth as Baiju gazed at the distant scenery and said in a deep voice, Summon future, I knew it. With an expression of utter assent, Jenny lowered her head and began examining the pink revolver in her hand. 2 years after leaving the Zen temple residence, Mai has no contact with Maki, but she occasionally talks to Shiro Zetsu on the phone. This crimson lotus was a gift from future brother. Jenny just hasn't had time to come and pick it up yet. Baiju glanced behind him furtively, his expression turning somber. Not only Jenny, but even the pandas were only concerned about the injured hedgehog boy. And no one paid any attention to him. Okay. While playing with the red lotus, Jenny sighed helplessly. After pretending for so many years, that's enough. When we get back, I'll advise Danteng to try to stay away from him at the exchange meeting as much as possible. Yo Tilda, I'm telling ya, you two-faced woman. You're quite the hypocrite. Kujizaki's mocking tone rang out. He was wearing a white tracksuit with several bullet-sized holes in it. Looking slightly disheveled, Kujizaki approached with a sinister smile. They dislike Itachi because it's a vessel for curses. Yet they care so much about White Zetsu. You really are a crazy woman, huh? A silver revolver in his left hand, and a pink lotus in his right. Maya raised an eyebrow and smiled, then pointed her twin pistols at Kujizaki. Freshman, here's a piece of advice for you. If you still want to be a sorcerer, don't go around provoking sorcerers who are stronger than you. White Zetsu's crimson lotus. Kujizaki frowned as he looked at the cursed artifact in Mai's hand. Then paused, the pandas realizing something was wrong. Quickly came over, dog roll pulled down his collar, ready to stop him at any moment. Don't point such a dangerous thing at my errand girl, Maki. Carrying a long stick walked in from behind, put away Guren. Mai whispering sound, looking at her older sister who was blocking Kujizaki's way. Mai's eyes flashed with anger, get out of the way. You loser of the Zenin family, Maki's gaze remained calm. If we're talking about being at the bottom of the class, aren't you the same? Twin sisters who were inseparable when they were little. Now it feels excessively unfamiliar. The stalemate gradually turned tense. Stop it, Tilda. Baiju stubbed out his cigarette in one swift motion. With a gaping mouth spewing white smoke, he waved his hands and shouted, "Stop fighting." Seeing Baiju's foolish behavior, everyone's lips twitched and their fists clenched tightly. This awful feeling of disgust, Jenny put the gun down. A familiar yet unfamiliar tone rang out, and Mayu subconsciously lowered her hands. His black hair just past his shoulders, and his loose white robe spotless. A familiar face wore an unfamiliar gentle smile. Just like the voice from before, the future brother. Jenny stared blankly at the future behind Baiju, her tones somewhat incredulous. Having lived in the Zen temple for so long, I would describe the future in one sentence. Those who follow me will prosper, and those who go against me will perish. From an arrogant indifference to a gentle and refined smile. I don't know why, looking at the smiling face of the future, Jenny felt a chill run down her spine, Zenka. As the future slowly formed its hand seals, the shadow beneath its feet began to spread, a while. The lightly injured Fushiguro and the disheveled Kujizaki felt a warm sensation all over their bodies. Looking at the enormous Shikigami before him, Fukuro's desire to become stronger intensified. 2 meetings. They were saved from the terrifying cursed spirit at the top of the volcano. The first time was now, using the reversal technique to heal the two of them. Kujizaki and Fushiguro bowed their heads and replied, "Thank you, Murai-sensei," in the original work. The two of them always called Gojo Satoru an idiot or a moron, while the teacher was called that less often in the future. Let's just consider it as the two of them being shy. They didn't notice the hint of guilt that flashed in their eyes when they lowered their heads. "It's okay, don't worry about it." Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since, and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum, focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Thank you for today's 300 donations of love and support. More updates this afternoon, thank you, Shark. Chapter 57, Thrilling Joke Dusk, The Cabin of the Future. The servants of the Zen temple set the prepared meal on the table and then returned directly to the mansion. They are not staff members of the college, and they must leave immediately after delivering the food. In the future, by Zetsu, Maki, and Jenny, the 3 people and 1 spirit sat together again after 2 years. White Zetsu is similar to a picky eater, picking and choosing from the food on the plate with chopsticks. While picking through the items, she complained, "You sisters are really something not honest at all." White Zetsu picked out a piece of fine beef, stuffed it into his mouth hand, smacked his lips, commenting, Maki is too strong-willed, but also a little slow to understand. You care so much about the looks from those idiots in the family, but you completely overlook how much Mai depends on you. Jenny is overly sensitive and suspicious. Just because Maki didn't take you with her when she left, you thought you were abandoned by your sister and joined Kyoto alone. White Zetsu picked out the chili pepper from the dish, tossed it directly into the caterpillar's mouth, and shook his head with a sigh. The 2 sisters clearly care about each other, but they insist on acting like enemies, White Zetsu. Jenny glared at Baiju, her face flushed red. I don't know if it was out of shame or anger. If Murai hadn't been sitting next to her, Makoto probably would have pulled out her guns. Maki frowned, "Just eat your food and don't talk nonsense." Baiju spread his hands and stuffed all his bowl and chopsticks into the caterpillar's mouth. "I'm a curse, why would I eat?" Mai glanced cautiously at Murai's calm expression, then turned to White Zetsu and gritted her teeth, saying, "Knowing you're a cursed spirit, how dare you presume to judge human emotions?" Baiju shrugged and laughed. "I really don't understand human emotions." Jenny, then you. Baiju, but these comments weren't made by me. They were told to me by the future kid, the 2 sisters. With silence, the 2 sisters stared blankly at the future for a moment, then remained silent. White Zetsu's words can be refuted. But if it were future brother who said it, I don't have the courage to refute it. Faced with the truth of their respective assessments, they didn't know how to refute it. Have a meal. He spoke softly, the smile from earlier in the day gone from his face. He wasn't unhappy. He was just letting his guard down at that moment. The two sisters ate with their heads down, but their eyes would occasionally meet for a fleeting moment before quickly looking away. After meal, brother future, I'm going to go train with Panda and the others. Seeing the future nod, Maki glanced at Mai and then left the house. Brother future, I'm leaving now too, Jenny said softly. The school still needs to hold a meeting to discuss the progress of the exchange meeting. Looking at Jenny's retreating figure, Baiju suddenly said something inexplicable. Jenny, why don't you drop out of school and go back to your home in the Zen temple? Upon hearing this, Maki looked at White Zetsu with a surprised expression, then glanced at Murai reading a book on the sofa. Maki cautiously asked, you mean or? Baiju pointed to himself, nerve. Jenny gave a soft scolding, then waved to Baiju, call me if you miss me. Or I'll come see you if you really can't, walk out the door. Jenny breathed a sigh of relief and patted her heaving chest. She was afraid that the words drop out of school meant the future, which would be too difficult for her. Although I joined Kyoto out of spite, but after 2 years, Jenny didn't want to abandon her companions. On the sofa in the small house, Wei Lai glanced at Baiju indifferently. Looks like you care about that girl even more than I do. Can't you? Baiju plopped down on the sofa and crossed his legs. I watched them grow up. Are cursed spirits not allowed to have feelings? Turning the page in the future, Resh said calmly. Get this straight. It should be that they watched you grow up. Baiju grinned. Pretty much they're all the same. As they were talking, Baiju suddenly changed the subject. Why didn't you come earlier today? That baboon almost got killed by me. Glancing at the 6 purple marks under Baiju's eyes, Wei Lai said softly, don't forget your technique. You're not that easy to kill, besides. I had just returned to the vocational college at that time. Baiju was taken aback. You are shut in. Have finally decided to go out in the future. He took out a box the size of a Rubik's Cube from the Kamui space and casually tossed it to White Zetsu. We'll hold an exchange meeting in a few days, and then nail things down when things get chaotic. White Zetsu opened the box and took out a long nail wrapped with a talisman. A commission-style account. This kind of thing is often made at the tanning shop, and White Zetsu recognized it at a glance. Future said softly, there's a barrier inside that brain flower set up beforehand, and your spell power is enough to activate it. I didn't go out today, I just followed the skeleton. Baiju stuffed the long nail into his pocket and said excitedly, shall we make our move at the exchange meeting? Future shook his head, bound by the exchange of interests. Just stay away after you plant it, in the original story. This matter should have been handled by HDB Tannery. But now Tanzo is still busy making ritual implements at the Zen temple residence. The last time the two met at Kamo's house, they... In exchange, a protective barrier will need to be set up at his future exchange meetings. Isn't the exchange meeting monitored? What if we get entangled with the sorcerers at Kyoto High School? And what about the lingering remnants of cursed power left behind? How do you plan to deal with these problems? Baiju said in a deep voice. If no other infiltrators are found, the higher-ups will immediately suspect the students inside the barrier. I might be the first one to suspect him. And then the pink-haired gorilla. Baiju frowned and asked a series of questions. It wasn't that I was afraid, but I felt that this task was a bit too much for my spirit to handle. Future said calmly, when the time comes, a top-tier cursed spirit from Brainflower's side will make a move. Just set up a barrier while things are in chaos. As for the remnants you left behind, I will destroy them before Gojo Satoru enters. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Identical to Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Omega, Chinese letter, 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 in time. There will be plenty of time to deal with the traces left by White Zetsu. Turning the page. A slight smile appeared on Future's lips among the students of the vocational college. There was originally a traitor who colluded with Brain Flower. By the time they find out about you, everything will have already been settled. Upon hearing this, Baiju grinned. So you've already made all the arrangements. Then let's watch the old man's performance. The morning of the exchange meeting was sunny and bright. Golden sunlight filtered through the shadows of the trees and the curtains, casting dappled patterns into the room. Sitting with his back to the sun, Nanami Kento flipped through the newspaper in his hand. Gojo Satoru rested his hands on either side of the sofa, crossed his legs and muttered softly, "Nanami, do you think I should just take down that fake smiley guy?" "How about it?" Nanami Kento paused. "The fake smile you're talking about. Is it the Zen Temple Future where you work at the higher vocational college?" Gojo Satoru raised his hand. "Yeah, tilde." A hint of surprise flashed in Nanami's eyes. "Please don't play such a terrifying joke on me. I've only been back at the vocational college for a short time, and I don't want to face unemployment again so soon." Gojo Satoru lowered his head, his tone slightly serious. "Seriously, I wasn't joking. If I were at the conference, I would kill that guy." "What will happen?" I realized that Gojo Satoru wasn't talking nonsense. Nanami frowned, pondering for a moment the world of sorcery. Great Chaos, Chapter 58, the start of the exchange meeting. Regarding the future of the Zen Temple. My evaluation of Nanami, whom I've only met twice. Mysterious, powerful, cold-blooded, and danger. The first time we met was when Zia Yaoji came to the college to declare war. He said he wanted to cooperate with Zia Yaoji. But in the blink of an eye, he killed a level 1 curse master on the other side. Afterwards, he casually ordered a first-level sorcerer in the family to cut off his own arm. What's terrifying is that the sorcerer acted without any hesitation. Our second meeting took place at the night parade of 100 demons in Tokyo. The image of those sky-covering Shikigami still lingers in Nanami's mind. "I have no doubt that you have the ability to kill him." Nanami looked at Gojo Satoru with a serious expression. "If you only intend to kill him and don't consider the consequences at all, then I have nothing to say. Otherwise, even if you uproot the Zen family again, the world of sorcery will also be thrown into chaos." Nanami adjusted his glasses and analyzed in a deep voice. "The Orthodox Mage Circle will be completely thrown into chaos, with everyone feeling insecure. More than 90% of sorcerers in the world of magic will regard you as a demon. View them as demons-like cursed spirits, who kill without restraint and according to their mood." "I would also think so, Tusk." Gojo Satoru fiddled with the bandage at the corner of his eye, his murderous blue eyes flashing intermittently. "What if that guy teams up with the cursed spirit?" "Evidence," Nanami stated simply and directly, "strong evidence. The head of one of the 3 great families. Such a powerful figure. If you're trying to make a fuss about a cursed spirit like White Zetsu that can be crushed with a flick of the wrist, no sorcerer will believe you. Just like the people you've been protecting. It's not just Itadori-kun who's been the only one." "The strong evidence." Gojo Satoru murmured, "This is really troublesome." A moment of silence. Gojo Satoru changed the subject, saying, "That boy named Yoshino. His mother's accident was because of Sukuna's finger. Did you tell Hisahito?" Nanami picked up the newspaper and opened it again. "No. He probably feels unnecessary guilt." Gojo Satoru put his hands behind his head, looking much more relaxed. "My decision to send you to take care of Yuyujin was truly brilliant." "Then what about Sunu's fingers?" Nanami coldly replied. "It's already been handed over to the higher-ups. If it were given to you, you would probably just give it to him to eat, right?" Mentioning Japanese knotweed, Chihai seemed somewhat concerned about this college student whom he had approved of. "Is it really a good idea to let him participate in the exchange meeting?" The headmaster of Rakugenji Temple in Kyoto is on the conservative side. Isn't he? Now he's letting Itadori-kun show up. Perhaps the higher-ups will take notice of us again. It's okay, Tilda. Gojo Satoru's lips curled up slightly. That old man isn't in the mood to deal with such trivial matters right now. The vocational college. At the entrance of the designated competition venue. Maki Fushiguro, Kyujisaki, and Yumaki Panda. The 4 people and 1 bear gathered here first. Maki glanced at the time on her phone and frowned, saying, "That idiot White Zetsu's he's still sleeping in all day. She's never been on time for training. So it's no wonder Maki was so certain. What should I do? Maybe I should go and call him," the panda spoke. "Oops. Everyone from the Tokyo campus. Did you come here especially to welcome us?" As Mei's provocative voice rang out. All 6 students from Kyoto High School arrived. Didn't Yagu come? Daunting, who had met with them before, looked slightly disappointed. She was about 1.5 meters tall, with 2 golden braids sticking up on her small head. The petite Lolita-like Nishimiya Momo, holding a witch-like flying broom in her arms, sized up the 2 unfamiliar freshmen opposite her. "It's fine if Yagu isn't here. Are they sending 2 first-graders to go easy on us?" The ultimate mechanical pill, whose entire body is made of mechanical components, opened its mouth, with black hair hanging down his temples on both sides of his forehead. Noriyuki Kamo squinted and retorted, "Mechanical mark. Age doesn't represent a sorcerer's strength. Especially Fukuro, who inherited the Zen family's ancestral magic skills. She has long blue hair that reaches past her shoulders, and a Japanese longsword hangs at her waist." Kasumi Miwa was looking around searching for her idol. Satoru Gojo, fellow students. The instructor leading the team in Kyoto Prefecture. A junior first-class magician. The eunuch singer looked around Fronet and asked, "Where's that blindfolded idiot?" Yawn. "Everyone's here, looks like I'm not late after all." Following behind, the future Baiju arrived late. His eyes still heavy with sleep. "Oh, idiot. The game's about to start, get over here and gather around." Maki roared in a low voice at the white Zetsu behind Murray. His face was deathly pale, and he had a faint aura of cursed spirits. As the people of Kyoto Prefecture scrutinized white Zetsu, they couldn't help but frown. Having spent years battling cursed spirits, he's now suddenly forced to become their ally. This is really hard to accept. "Sorry, I'm late." Just as white Zetsu stood still, Gojo Satoru's loud voice rang out from afar, "Hey. Kyujisaki Fushiguro, white Zetsu." Following behind Gojo Satoru, Itadori greeted him with a broad smile. White Zetsu suddenly paused. Stunned pink-haired gorilla, "You hang up." A deep sense of apology appeared on Itajo's face. "I'm sorry, White Zetsu, for keeping this from you for so long." Watching Huzheng talk to Gaojuan and the others quietly, while I frowned slightly, he wasn't surprised that Yurikotika was alive. Kyujisaki and Fushiguro were not surprised. But Itadori's entrance was different. These are all minor issues, which are all normal, but... In the future, Ed turned his head to look at the principal moth. On the steps, standing next to Noctua, is Yoshinobu Rakugenji, the principal of Kyoto Prefectural High School. He leaned on a wooden cane with both hands, and had long white eyebrows and a beard hanging down on both sides. He looked like a frail old man who could pass away at any moment. I saw that Natada was still alive. As a conservative institution, Rakenji Temple is too peaceful, the butterfly effect. Or perhaps, something else happened in secret that you were unaware of. Future remained calm, but silently analyzed the situation in her mind. "Hello." Maki looked at Gojo Satoru and asked, "Since Itadori is still alive, does that mean White Zetsu doesn't need to participate?" Everyone thought Itadori was dead, so adding White Zetsu made it a total of 6 fighters. Now that Itadori is still alive, there's one more person in Tokyo. With his hands in his pockets, Gojo Satoru asked with a smile, "White Zetsu, what do you say?" Upon hearing this, White Zetsu, who was performing a scene of brothers reuniting, immediately turned his head and said with dissatisfaction, "I've been training hard for so long. Canceling it like that, isn't that a slap in the face to me? Oh, Gojo Satoru smiled and looked towards the future, fake smile. What about you, any suggestions, with a gentle smile? She replied softly, anything is fine. As long as it's Gojo-sensei who chooses. Having foreseen the future, he did not force Baiju to participate. There is more than one way to set up a barrier. He wanted to see what Gojo Satoru was up to. Then let White Zetsu participate. Gojo Satoru looked at the songstress and the others. Everyone in Kyoto, I hope you won't have any objections. As a representative of the students, Noriyuki Kamo shook his head. Guizhou Vocational College has sent so many first-year students. So adding one more isn't entirely fair. A level 4 cursed spirit. That can be dealt with a single slap. Nobody in Kyoto Prefecture cared at all. Neither side had any objections. Principal Moth announced a 2-day sister exchange event between Tokyo and Kyoto. Day 1 Team Battle, Cursed Spirit Extermination Tournament. Start Chapter 59. The game begins. Tokyo College of Technology, Kyoto Prefectural. The two groups separated by a kilometer. Gathered in 2 wooden houses. Organized by their respective schools. Before the match officially began, both sides had half an hour to plan their strategies. Higher Vocational College, Combat Command Headquarters. Panda Kaya Baiju and several freshmen from Tiger Cane explained the competition rules to him. The highest level of the Cursed Spirit is level 2. And there will be level 3 Cursed Spirits wandering around at any time during the journey. The team that exorcises the most Cursed Spirits in the designated area before sunset wins. Apart from this, there are no other rules. Senior Panda Itadori raised his hand and asked, if there are no rules, does that mean it's okay to hinder the opponent? The panda nodded, that's right. As long as it's not killing or seriously injuring. Obstructing or attacking an opponent is permitted by the rules. Hui Wild Rose. Maki looked at the two of them suspiciously. What's going on between you two? He looked gloomy and dejected from the moment we gathered. After spending more than half a month together, Maki had come to understand Kujizaki's temperament. Forget about Fushiguro. Kujizaki isn't the type to tolerate provocation. He was mocked by students from Kyoto Prefecture during the previous gathering. But he didn't refute a single word, now. Even when facing his resurrected companions. He is in a distracted state, Maki, sister. I didn't sleep well last night, I had insomnia. Kujizaki looked up, made up a reason, and then pretended to be listening attentively. Faced with Maki's gaze, Fushiguro immediately sat up straight and listened to Panda explain the rules of the competition. Kyoto Prefecture Command Headquarters. None of the students in Kyoto were first-year students, nor were they participating in the competition for the first time. Kamo Kenki skipped the rules explanation and immediately started assigning tasks to each player in the game. East Hall, since you prefer to go it alone. Then just attack the enemy's base at the start of the match. Looking at Higashido AI, who was half naked by the wooden door, Kenji said softly, you are in charge of interfering. We will exorcise all the cursed spirits as quickly as possible. Daunting hands in his pockets. Frowned, don't try to boss me around. Even if you don't say it, I still intend to do it. I have no interest in games that exorcise cursed spirits. What I want is a thrilling battle, Zainji nodded. It doesn't matter. Just go ahead and make a scene as you please. After speaking, Zainji looked at the white-browed old man at the head of the table. Principal. Is there anything else you need? Rakuganji's deep gaze swept over everyone, finally settling on Mei. He spoke calmly, no further instructions. I will await your good news at the control panel. Watching the principal leave the room first, Jenny crossed her arms and said in a deep voice, everyone. I don't care about that brat who swallowed the cursed object. Be careful when you attack that level 4 cursed spirit called White Zetsu. Kasumi Miwaho had a good relationship with Mei. Nodded to Momo. Nishimiyaho was sitting by the door. They both knew about Jenny's past. I also heard about White Zetsu and the future of the Zen temple from Zhenyi. Dantang directly refused. I don't care about his identity. But I don't like that cursed spirit's aesthetic sense. I'm already being polite by not going out of my way to cause him trouble. But if that guy starts trouble, I won't hold back. After finishing his sentence, To-do kicked open the door and headed towards the headquarters of Tokyo College. Right on time, Zhenyi was not surprised by Taodu's rejection. She knew from the beginning that this madman wouldn't listen to her advice. Mechanical Maru Kamo. I didn't let you hold back because I'm on good terms with White Zetsu. Zhenyi looked at the two who hadn't yet spoken and said seriously, If you accidentally kill White Zetsu, you will definitely die. Kamo turned and stared at Mai. Is this a threat, my kun? No, consider this a reminder. Because she understood Dantang, she knew that Dantang would not accept it. But Zhenyi understands the future better. Despite having witnessed the gentle nature of the future a few days ago. But it is clear that how tragic the consequences will be if you offend her brother. Seeing Zhenyi's serious expression, Kamo recalled how Zenin Murai was treated with respect by the old butler during her training at the family a while ago. Kamo remained silent, seemingly acknowledging Mai's reminder, as if harboring something on its mind. The mechanical ball remained unusually quiet throughout. 5 minutes remain until the official start of the match. The control room is like a small private cinema. 3 rows of genuine leather seats, with warm tea placed in front of the table. The large screen displayed more than a dozen moving camera shots, encompassing the movements of all the contestants. The 2 school presidents, Night Moth Masamichi, with Rakugenji Yoshinobu sitting quietly at the back. The Kyoto Prefecture teacher and Geisha Gojo Satoru sat at the front holding a cup of hot tea and making a ruckus. The middle row. In the future, he squinted and scanned both sides. As in the original story, Mingaming used a spell to monitor the arena area, providing everyone with a moving perspective. Turning his head to the left, Nanami Kento sat upright with a solemn expression. Eccentric future with one hand supporting his forehead. Already sensed that something was amiss at this exchange meeting. Vague smile. That top-tier cursed spirit you encountered a while ago. You weren't the one who created it, were you? A highly intelligent cursed spirit like White Zetsu, who has even mastered the technology of expanding a domain. Gojo Satoru tilted his head back and suddenly asked Murai with a smile. You wouldn't be secretly doing some shady experiments, would you? Future looked at Gojo Satoru with indifferent eyes and said calmly, If they are truly cursed spirits under my control, why would I bother to have them appear in front of the high school? Wouldn't it be better to continue growing while avoiding you? This plague, right? Gojo Satoru grinned. A few ants that can be crushed with a flick of the wrist really don't have any creative value. They regard the supergrade cursed spirits that can expand their domains as ants. No one in the room found Gojo Satoru's wild words surprising, because he truly has the ability. 5 points, the match time is up. The songstress whispered a reminder from the side. Without wasting any words, Gojo Satoru picked up the microphone connected to the area loudspeaker and said softly, The sisterhood gathering is officially starting. Putting the microphone aside, Gojo Satoru looked at the back row. Ms. Mingaming, could you please adjust the viewing angle? I'm a little curious about how White Zetsu will show off at the exchange meeting. Mingaming glanced at the impassive future, then parted her red lips slightly. No problem, Tilda. Pink Gorilla. It seems you've grown quite a bit during this time. Baiju patted Hu Zhang's shoulder with a look of satisfaction, putting on the airs of a boss caring for his younger brother. Itadori scratched his head and asked curiously, I haven't even made a move yet though, did you find out? White Zetsu, teaming up with Nanami to fight against the real person. Itajimaro has indeed made significant progress in controlling his curse power. Master Ju, I'm not talking about strength. I'm talking about your mentality. Baiju pointed to Kajiatani's eyes. Things aren't as simple as they used to be. In the words of the future kid, he's lost a kind of clear-eyed stupidity, is it? He Zhang lowered his head and murmured, his mood becoming somewhat heavy. He fought the cursed spirit with the stitched-up face, during which Itadori killed 3 cyborgs. It's not a cursed spirit, it is humans. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since, and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum, focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Thank you to the expert Chinese letter for the master certification. The boss is brilliant. We'll continue with more chapters this afternoon. Tired but happy to stay up all night writing. Praying for more gifts to fall into my lap. Shark would like to thank everyone again for the various gifts and donations. Thank you so much, Chapter 60 Shocking Chain. We sped through the dense forest. White Zetsu's body was pressed close to Maki and Panda Dog Roll. He once again displayed his ruthless yet cowardly nature to the fullest. What the hell? Itachi glanced at the white Zetsu behind him and muttered speechlessly. They say I've grown up. But I'm still hiding behind my seniors, hearing this. Kyujizaki almost stumbled and fell, pink-haired girl. Have you been brainwashed by white Zetsu? Baiju is always by your side and you're still jealous. He Zhang waved his hands repeatedly. No, how could that be? Kyujizaki, don't wrong me. Itachi lowered his voice and sighed. I just think that senior white Zetsu is really nice. He had seen 3 cursed spirits that could communicate and speak. One is a volcano that attacks at night. The other is a stitched-up face that is hated to the core. Like white Zetsu, so harmless. It's just a cursed spirit that occasionally shows off. I genuinely think that Polygonum cuspidatum is very good. Yeah, Kyujizaki's eyes darkened. And he said in a low voice, a mama's boy is indeed not bad. Itachi nodded, then glanced at the white Zetsu behind him and asked the 2 people beside him in a low voice. Kyujizaki Fushiguro. What did Gojo-sensei say to you 2 after I was resurrected that day? Why do you guys seem to be avoiding white Zetsu today? Where? Kyujizaki and Fushiguro said in unison. There's none. Seeing the serious expressions on their faces, Itachi chuckled and said, perhaps that was just my imagination. That day in the operating room after receiving a phone call, Gojo-sensei spoke privately with Fushiguro and Kyujizaki. As for the contents, He Zhang was unaware. The perceptive Itadori noticed that Fushiguro and Kyujizaki seemed to be deliberately avoiding white Zetsu's gaze today. First graders, stop daydreaming. Maki called out in a low voice from behind. Someone's coming from the other side, no need to remind. The noise, like a bulldozer climbing a mountain, immediately attracted everyone's attention. Boom. A large tree suddenly snapped and billowing dust rose up. Yoshi, it's so good that you're all here. The burly figure that emerged from the smoke and dust exuded a powerful aura. Like a tiger descending a mountain, with his upper body completely naked. Taudu grinned and said, come at me all at once, come on. Let's fight to our heart's content. Proceed according to plan with a low shout. The panda instantly split into 3 teams. He Zhang's eyes narrowed, and he charged forward with a vengeance. He leaped up and delivered a powerful kick to Dantang's big head. Maki, Kyujizaki, and Fushiguro form a team of 3. White Zetsu Panda Dog Roll 3, a group. The 2 groups of 3 teams quickly spread out their formations according to the prearranged plan. Tiger Rod single-handedly held off the East Hall, while the other 2 groups exorcised the cursed spirits and scored as quickly as possible. Boom with his hands in front of his head. Dantang easily and steadily withstood Itachi's full-force kick. Not bad, freshman, Dantang let out a sinister laugh. Turned around and threw a punch, the fist as big as a clay pot. Kept growing larger in Itacho's eyes. Boom. It crashed into several large trees in succession. As He Zhang flew backward for more than 10 meters. He felt a faint sense of bone fracture in both forearms. The newborns. Dongteng clenched his fists and approached step by step. Before I beat you unconscious, let me ask you a question first. Dongteng slightly bent down, assuming a punching stance. What is your favorite type of woman? Maki took the cursed tool handed to her by Fushiguro from the shadows and turned to look at Kyujizaki. Wild Rose, are you hiding something from me? Itadori wasn't the only one to notice something amiss. Maki did too. Fuhai's expression is understandable. Since he usually has a grumpy face, Kyujizaki is different. His fiery temper seems to have gone silent today. Maki-nichan I. Kyujizaki took a deep breath and glared at Fushiguro. You can say it now. Didn't that bastard say today was the last day? The competition has already started, so there's no need to hide it anymore. Fushiguro was stunned for a moment by Kyujizaki's roar. Why are you yelling at me? It wasn't my arrangement. Seeing Maki's serious expression, Fushiguro paused. It's about White Zetsu, regardless of the outcome. He and Kyujizaki have completed their mission today. Therefore, Fuhei no longer needs to hide it, actually. After Itadori was resurrected that day, Gojo-sensei assigned me and Kyujizaki a secret mission. The technique used to probe the White Zetsu's body and we will use devices to monitor him. Maki's face darkened. And she stopped in her tracks asking, what do you mean? Fukuro let out a long breath and slowly said that day, when Gojo-sensei was in the operating room. I don't know who sent him the information. After that, I and Kyujizaki were asked to verify the White Zetsus. Technique first, the 6 purple. Diamond-shaped marks on his face are a technique called Miracle. When faced with mortal danger, damage can be mitigated or ignored by consuming marks. Maki stood holding a gun, her eyes turning cold. So during the training camp, you repeatedly consulted White Zetsu's 10 shadow techniques, which was a deliberate act to make him fall into the shadows. Fukuro hung his head and said in a low voice at that time, we were testing the resilience of the miracle spell and verifying the authenticity of the information that the other party passed on to Gojo-sensei. As it turns out, the information that Mr. Gojo received was correct. The information about the White Zetsu's techniques is exactly the same as what the other side said. Maki frowned and asked, and then Kyujizaki stepped forward complaining. I wonder what that white-haired, eye-patch-wearing bastard will do next. After confirming the White Zetsu's technique, a few days later we were asked to install miniature listening devices on the White Zetsu. Upon hearing this, Maki felt a bad premonition. Even if White Zetsu's strength is low, surely he can detect that he's been implanted with a listening device. Right, Fukuro replied softly. The information they provided was very detailed. The spell called Miracle reduces the number of marks on the face, according to the level of danger each time it averts a fatal danger. The method of storing the mark is to accumulate the minor injuries suffered each day. And furthermore, White Zetsu will lose the memory of the damage caused when the marks are stacked. Maki's face darkened and she said coldly, so you were experimenting on White Zetsu's bodies in the early stages. Experiment with the limits of the damage he can withstand. Whether to reduce or increase the mark. What kind of injury could cause his amnesia? And how long would the amnesia last, is it right? Maki-nichan, that's not how it is. Kyujizaki explained anxiously. We never intended to really hurt the mama's boy. That bastard Gojo is 100% certain that this body isn't the real White Zetsu at all. Moreover, both Fukuro and I personally witnessed White Zetsu die in the juvenile academy and then come back to life. Maki's expression showed no surprise. When Shoko dissected the White Zetsu, she already had some suspicions, but if White Zetsu really does have a listening device on him, then it's either Kuzenji or Gojo Satoru is the person they want to investigate White Zetsu or Murai. At this moment, Maki completely forgot about the match at hand, her heart sinking to the bottom of the sea. Why did Brother Future suddenly come to the vocational college? And why did he suddenly change his personality? The ominous premonition in my heart grew deeper and deeper. Boom, as the three remained silent. The vast, writhing tide of trees in the sky. A terrifying sense of oppression instantly swept in all directions. Special Grade Curse Spirit. Chapter 61, The Offset Trajectory, Panda Dog Roll. Seeing their companions being chased by the tree tide, Maki and her two friends immediately set off to provide support. At the same time, the Kyoto Prefectural High School, which was exorcising the cursed spirit, was also thrown into disarray by this sudden turn of events. An unregistered top-tier cursed spirit is catching up with the sorcerer team at Tokyo High School, riding a witch's broom, searching for enemies high in the sky. Nishimiya Momo immediately relayed the message to the squad below. This exchange meeting was really interesting. Looking out at the towering twisted tree, Dante couldn't help but grin and say, "My dear friend, it's time for our performance." A pink head, half of which was stained crimson. Hado nodded mm's white zetsu. The panda and the dog tried their best to avoid the attacks of the layers of trees, their eyes frequently looking back with a worried look. He glanced at the collapsed mansion, where Baiju's figure had not yet escaped. The body is shaped like a human, with twisted tree branches growing around the eyes. The top-tier cursed spirit perched atop the waves of trees, pressed closer, preventing the two from reaching out to rescue them. "Dog rolls," the panda roared. The muscles throughout the body swell and stretch, making the body size double. Realizing the enemy's strength, the panda activated its second form without hesitation. Dog Roll understood immediately, turned around, pulled down his collar, and unleashed a surge of magical power. "Don't move." The incantation established its power, and the top-grade cursed spirit flower froze in place. The panda lunges forward, its arm muscles bulging. The full-force attack imbued with the power of the curse slammed into Huayu's face. Boom. Seeing the unharmed special-grade cursed spirit, Panda's heart sank slightly. Escape. Sensing that the spell was about to expire, Dog Roll shouted a warning. For the first time ever, the panda didn't respond. Instead, the moment Huayu moved, it unleashed another powerful punch. Because the panda has already sensed the arrival of reinforcements, "Arrogant Huayu silently chanted in his heart, clenching his fist with one hand and releasing a surge of incantation power. Crimson blood manipulation technique, 100-fold blood piercing. 3 major cannons, red lotus. Extremely compressed bloodline. A torrent of scorching heat. And bullets shaped like lotus flowers imbued with intense magical power. A triple attack spanning 100 meters. Aimed directly at Huayu's back. Boom. Combined with the panda's powerful punch, a burst of flames erupted into the sky. Kamo Noriyuki, Kaikimaru and Meihu were closest to the scene, were the first to arrive at the battlefield. Before the smoke of battle had cleared suddenly, a pitch-black barrier descended from the sky, enveloping the entire arena area at the same time. Amidst the collapsed ruins, Baiju clapped his hands with a smug expression. "It's done." 3 minutes ago in the control room, Wei Lai squinted at the footage on the monitor, feeling increasingly suspicious. If we hadn't known the development and details of the events beforehand, we might not have noticed anything unusual in the future. After all, Gojo Satoru's eccentricities have always been like this. But the conservative faction at Leian Temple, this old guy's performance is quite different from that in the original animation. Not to mention the calm state of mind I had when I saw the Japanese knotweed. Despite the match having gone on for so long, the students from Kyoto Prefecture showed absolutely no intention of attacking Itadori. Apart from Dongting, everyone else was engrossed in the competition to exorcise curse spirits. Even if Baiju were to make a move, it wouldn't be surprising in the future. But now it is clear that the students in Kyoto Prefecture did not receive any execution order from Rakuganji Temple. It is this unusual calm that makes the future seem suspicious. The next second, boom. A talisman used to monitor the life of the cursed spirits hung on the wall, while deep red flames burned on the big screen. A fleeting glimpse of towering mountains and towering trees kicked up countless specks of dust. Immediately afterwards, All the surveillance cameras located on the field went black. A hint of surprise flashed in Mingaming's eyes as she looked up and said, "The barrier in the arena affected my spell. The college has been hacked." Night Moth Masakado immediately stood up. "I'll go protect Lord Tianyuan. The rest of you go protect the students, Strangeness." Do moths usually react this quickly? And Nanami is here just to watch the game. Watching Moth's retreating figure as it quickly departed. Future frowned slightly. "Fake smile, aren't you going to check on White Zetsu?" Gojo Satoru stood up and looked into the future. A slight smile playing on his lips. There was no response from the future. He glanced indifferently at Gojo Satoru and then stepped into the void. Gojo Satoru let out a cold laugh. Then clasped his hands together and disappeared from the spot. Songstress, come with me, Leian Temple got up. Picked up a black briefcase and strode towards the door. "Miss Mingaming. Then I'll have to trouble you to be in my group." Nanami loosened the tie around his neck and said softly. Learn, Mingaming chuckled softly as she stood up. Saying meaningfully, "It seems this year's exchange mighting, it's unusual. We'll dispose of tricks at a glance. Before any unforeseen events occur, we should proceed according to the original plan." Standing before the black curtain, the future stepped into it without hesitation. First, the residual curse power left behind when the White Zetsu activated the barrier must be removed. Tread without any hindrance. He easily stepped into the barrier in the future. But the moment he entered the barrier, his face turned incredibly grim, Zybang. As he watched the wisps of smoke rising from his hand, a crimson light shone in his future eyes. This is not a barrier to stop Gojo Satoru instead. It was an entrustment-style barrier that forbade the Zen temple from the inside out and prohibited him from entering or leaving. In exchange for everyone's freedom of movement, they forcibly confined him alone. Even sophisticated barrier techniques that can affect space itself. This immortal being who has lived for 1,000 years is truly not to be underestimated. The future murmured softly, a flash of bloodthirsty savagery in its eyes at that time. The sound of the drum was frozen, and the food was difficult to find before it unfolds. The rules hidden within it have indeed not been discovered. Breaking the barrier won't take long, but considering the series of strange phenomena that have occurred today, the higher vocational college was subjected to a series of misconducts, including the lack of education and training. Gojo Satoru and the others from Rakuganji Temple should have known part of the truth beforehand. Interesting, ignoring the barrier. He turned and walked towards the group of students and Huayu. With the gentle smile fading from his face, Wei Lai now seemed to have returned to the atmosphere of the Zen Temple mansion. His indifferent gaze conveyed an air of disdain, as if he didn't care about anyone. In the middle of a vast, dense forest, Huayu revealed his pure black left hand and a blood-red flower bud about to bloom on his left shoulder. Facing the siege of 12 college students, Huayu showed no sign of underestimating them. Meanwhile, the white monster that had been smashed into the ruins earlier had somehow appeared at the very back of the high school team. As the hidden 13th member, Baizetsu was leisurely drinking tea and watching the show. My dear friend, what a pity. Dantang and Hejiang worked together, each punch landing squarely on Huyu's chest. It's a pity that my brother and I can't enjoy this delicious dish all by ourselves. Boom! A splinter suddenly protruded from the ground, nearly piercing Dantang's lower body. Pay attention to the East Hall, Kamo gave a reminder. Then clasped his hands together and aimed at Hanamichi. Red blood manipulation technique, Kari purification. A blade forged from blood shot swiftly toward Huayu's throat. Qiang Kamo's incredibly tough. Top-grade body caused him to fail once again. Huayu, who was also feeling the strain, still held firm to the besieged formation. It's not that we don't understand how to divide the battlefield and defeat them one by one. All of this was done by Huayu on purpose. If it were just these students in front of him, he could simply expand his domain and reap the rewards. Gathering students around him was also simply a matter of survival. According to the information provided by Jian Muping, regardless of whether Gojo Satoru or Zenin Murai enters the barrier first. If Hanako wants to leave alive, she must rely on the students in front of her. Just as Hana was pondering the next second, a figure suddenly appeared before me, and a cold touch came from my throat. The future of the Zen temple when he met those scarlet eyes. Huayu's pupils dilated violently. An unprecedented life-or-death crisis has triggered alarm bells. Have you figured out how to die? Chapter 62, The Death of Huayu. Have you figured out how to die in the future? He gripped Huayu's neck with one hand, his eyes gleaming with crimson. The window was damaged by the shogunate, and the ship was destroyed. The original plan also needs to be adjusted slightly. White Zetsu, check your belongings. On the way here, I've considered the future. It would be impossible for Gojo Satoru or the higher-ups to do this based on just a few words. Especially that old man from Leian Temple, who didn't hesitate to let this opportunity to deal with Tiger Staff and White Zetsu go. So it turns out they were waiting for me, the big fish. What's on his body? Baiju, who had been watching the show from the back, was slightly taken aback. The power of the spell surged throughout his body, and there was nothing unusual about it. Given his perception, there's no reason he wouldn't be aware of his own problems. Baiju frowned, took out his phone, and suddenly exerted force with his right hand, crack. Looking at the scattered parts, a black instrument the size of a rice grain caught my eye. I recall the 2 weeks of training, those scattered. Lost memories must have been the opportunity for the group to make their move. Hayase. White Zetsu suddenly looked up at Fukuro and Kyujizaki. His face Ashinan said self-deprecatingly, I never expected that I, Master Ju, would be taught a lesson by humans first. Kyujizaki Fushiguro, the two met Baiju's gaze, opened their mouths and didn't know how to answer. Glancing at the listening device on the ground, which contained not a trace of magical power, Future sensed the presence of the demonic energy. It was he who reminded the fish back then. And that's how he ended up with the fish. I didn't expect to be proven wrong so quickly. Some people are being arrogant, treating the millennial Black Hand as a simple-minded villain from a typical novel. They place too much faith in the plot's development and in the White Zetsu's sensory abilities. I thought about my conversations with White Zetsu in the house over the past few days. A lot of information was leaked, but none of it was particularly important, okay? There's still time to adjust. White Zetsu let Operation Number 1 begin. Baiju's smile faded and he replied softly, understood. After saying that, Baiju's already pale face became even weaker. As if from excessive indulgence, his eyes were sunken. A series of unexpected events occurred, leaving the students who remained in place completely bewildered. But looking at the special-grade cursed spirit, who was captured by the future with one hand and didn't even dare to resist, they felt an indescribable sense of oppression. It felt like a heavy boulder had been placed on my heart. Brother Future, what exactly happened? Maki, holding the top-grade spell artifact Yuyan, slowly stepped forward and asked, Future brother. Seeing that Future had regained her original aura, Jenny also forced herself to step forward despite her fear. Huayu, who kept trying to escape, only felt that the space around her was incredibly heavy and viscous. Even moving just a few centimeters consumes terrifying amounts of magical energy. The Zen Temple's future appearance was too sudden. Hana was completely unprepared, the students before me, their last hope for escape. His entire body surged with magical power, and the vibrant flower on his left shoulder slightly opened its single blood-red eye. Domain expansion, enjoy the light. Virtual expansion, fall. A fleeting burst of boundless magical power flickered in the distorted space before my eyes, as if playing a jigsaw puzzle in an invisible space. Hana's head would suddenly appear at the bottom of his feet. His thick arms flashed up to his own neck. They besieged the supergrade cursed spirit for a long time, but failed to inflict fatal damage at this moment. It was like a toy being casually manipulated, silently swallowed up by space little by little. The students were utterly horrified by the horrifying scene before them. After absorbing all of the curse power scattered by Hua Yui, a hint of satisfaction flashed in Wei Lai's eyes. He glanced briefly at the Maki and my sisters. The body from the future slowly floated into the sky. After venting, I felt relieved and content. Wow. Is that the older brother you were talking about, Jenny? That was absolutely terrifying, Nishimiya Moma. Holding a broom patted her flat chest with lingering fear. Yes, I feel a little breathless. Kasumi Miwa also looked terrified. A pale face rising on her cheeks. The future of the Zen temple, Kamo Noriyuki Taudu Ai. Kaikamaru and Panda watched the future take off. Different thoughts. Danteng Kui looked grave, sensing something was wrong. The attitude towards the future. And the secret communication with the spirit called White Zetsu. Perhaps this is not the end of the story. A red glint flashed in Mechanical Maru's eyes. His thoughts becoming even more complicated. According to intelligence from last year's college, Zia Yaoji was clearly killed by this person. How? He recently saw Zia Yaoji alive and revealed information about the high school to him. The miniature listening device that Gojo Satoru asked me to make a while ago was actually used for this purpose. Were his communication with Zia Yaoji intercepted? Has his betrayal of the high school union's cursed spirit been exposed? The Pandaho knew some of the inside information. Leaned towards White Zetsu and asked, "Does Zen Temple have any other plans for the future? Are you planning to interrogate me now?" Baiju retorted with a cold laugh. The moment the monitor fells, Baiju knew that the school was no longer a viable option. There's no need to worry about Safety at most. You'll just have to switch maps and restart. I'm not interrogating you. The panda crouched down to help White Zetsu up and slowly said, "Although I don't know what Gojo Satoru heard from you, I believe you are not an evil spirit. We all genuinely consider you a comrade. And now we just want you to explain things clearly. To avoid misunderstandings and stirring up conflict between the college and future teachers." With a sincere expression, Dogroll Thorn agreed. "Prince Ming, White Zetsu, what on earth is going on? Maki who knows the future best about his personality. And my approach one after the other. Eavesdropping on White Zetsu and her future teacher. What exactly is going on now?" Pupil, completely bewildered, also came over. In an instant, the weakened White Zetsu was surrounded by students from 2 vocational colleges. Baiju grinned at everyone and said weakly, "Pink-haired Apa, grow up quickly. You're still too weak right now, Panda Dogroll. I'll have the future kid let you off this time. As for the delinquent girl, there's also the black hedgehog." Baizetsu looked at the 2 who were still apologetic and slowly said, "After thinking about it, I realized that you were forced into this situation by that bastard Gojo. This isn't entirely your fault. I'll help you out sometime in the future." Baiju finally looked at the Genie sisters and shook his head. "You know the future boy's personality. Unless the college submits now, its collapse is inevitable." "What nonsense are you spouting, Maki?" Sounding slightly uneasy, asked loudly Murina. "What exactly is he plotting?" Baiju suddenly turned his head to look at the edge of the barrier. "No need to explain, you'll understand soon enough. That kid from the future probably wants to vent his frustrations right now." Everyone followed White Zetsu's gaze and looked into the distance. The dense green grass and trees blocked most of the view. But a terrifying curse was rising from the distance. The purple glow shimmering in the sky grew ever deeper and brighter. Chapter 63, Illusory Forms, Spell Tools. At the entrance of the barrier, the bandages wrapped around his eyes fell away, and his pale blue pupils reflected the figure floating in the air. As Nanami said, given the future status of the Zen temple, simply recording and extracting audio clips may not be useful. After all, those old guys at the top don't really trust him. Fake recordings imitating voices. A single wiretap document cannot convict someone of a future crime. Therefore, Gojo Satoru went to Kyoto Prefectural High School in advance to communicate with Rakuganji Temple. Let him witness firsthand the authenticity of the eavesdropping content. The barrier left behind when the white Zetsu disappeared. The special grade. That appeared at the exchange meeting, old man. This is enough to warrant accusations against that guy. Gojo Satoru asked without turning his head, Lei Temple. Standing beside the songstress, looked up at the trembling barrier and said in a deep voice, "Don't kill them." Wu Tio Wu crossed his 10 fingers to form a hand seal. And a crazy smile appeared on his lips. I also have many things I want to ask clearly. Itadori's past White Zetsu's plans regarding the academy. What? There's also the recording of Brain Flower forming a clique with the top-tier gang. Gojo Satoru is very interested in these things. The technique turns to Kang, spell reversal he. The blue and red spheres intertwined at their fingertips. Compressed and condensed by endless magical power. Gradually merged together, the purple light shimmered. And the immense power contained within seemed to tear space apart. To break through the future's ethereal nature. Besides the guaranteed hit effect of the domain and special magical artifacts, one would need a move powerful enough to cause spatial tremors can also be effective. Sushi Chinese letter lightning crackled. The brilliance that burst forth from Gojo Satoru's hands was like a purple sun shooting from the ground into the sky. The torn and distorted space rapidly spread upwards across the surface. At this moment, the entire sky was filled with purple light. It boomed the moment the barrier shattered. The sky had just begun to lighten when it was filled with a terrifying purple light again. In the future, his gaze is cold and condescending. As he reaches one hand into the void, Gojo Satoru. At the very moment his future was about to be predicted. Suddenly, it veered off course and returned to the ground along the same route. In the future, held a black and white fan as tall as a person. His eyes filled with utter indifference. Under the changing rules of the world, the cursed artifact that was born alongside the Outer Path demon statue in the Kamui space revealed its true power for the first time. Flame Fan. It consists of 2 pairs of gourd-shaped fans with 6 designs. And the handles are attached with long chains. Its indestructible nature comes with the effect of reflecting magical spells. Oops. They watched as that terrifying beam of purple light plummeted downwards. 7 Seas Darkness Songstress Joyful Temple. The 4 people beside Gojo Satoru were instantly terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. If Gojo Satoru hadn't been standing right in front of them, they would have run away long ago. It's not that easy after all. Gojo Satoru chuckled softly and began chanting a spell. Although he had enough time to move, the 4 people around him would definitely die. Phase Twilight Eye of Wisdom. The void form is a fusion attack of Ao and Kaku, containing the curse power of Gojo Satoru himself. As Gojo Satoru chanted, the incoming projectile was deflected from its trajectory by the immense gravitational pull. In a hurry, Gojo Satoru couldn't control the exact direction in time, so he could only send it into the air and explode. Boom. The purple light was dazzling, and the clouds in the sky were churned to pieces. The next second, before everyone could recover from the shock, Gojo Satoru had already appeared high in the sky, the fist, imbued with surging magical power, slammed straight towards the future of the Zen temple. A pale blue flame of magical energy enveloped his knuckles, revealing a profile that seemed to be drawing ever closer to the future. With a calm look in his eyes, he tilted his head slightly and delivered a side kick to Gojo Satoru's waist. Like Gojo Satoru, Future's whip kick was also covered with a layer of light blue cursed power. A simple domain. The 3 rosy clouds below looked up and exclaimed in surprise. This is almost identical to the Shinkajiryu style she has studied for most of her life. White Zetsu, what happened? Maki clenched her fist and asked the same question for the 3rd time. You eyepatch bastard, why did you attack Future bro? Maki's tone at this moment still carried a hint of panic. The battle in the sky, and that terrifying purple light from before. This is not a simple exchange of skills, but a life-or-death struggle. Helping vocational colleges. How to deal with the only brother in the family who has been kind to her for over 10 years. Helping the future. how to deal with the various entanglements she formed at the academy over the past 2 years. Panic confusion for the first time. Maki, who is always strong-willed, had the thought that she couldn't make a move. This is not the same top-tier cursed spirit as before. The battle at high altitudes has far surpassed their level. The students were completely unqualified to participate. Aside from watching it all happen, they even had to be constantly careful to avoid the aftershocks of the 2-on-1 fight. Faced with the astonished and uncertain expressions of the crowd, Baiju grinned dejectedly and said, "Blame your idiot teachers. If it weren't for that bastard tampering with our conversations and listening in on us. How did things get so chaotic now? Cough cough. The exposure of the secretly planned schemes is ignored. Instead, all the problems lie with the higher vocational colleges." Daunting AI stepped forward, her cold gaze sweeping over by Zetsu. "That's quite a neutral statement, isn't it?" White Zetsu, who was a bit slow to react, grinned and said, "Of course I've always been neutral." "Then let's exorcise you first." Kamo Kenki drew his bow and aimed it at White Zetsu, saying in a deep voice, "Your master is enough for the interrogation. You. This cursed spiritaire no longer necessary, etc." My, who was close, quickly spoke up, and Guren's spear pressed down on Kamo's bow. Not only Geni Itadori Kujizaki and the other students from Tokyo High School instinctively stepped in front of the White Zetsu. Kamo frowned and snapped, "Haven't you figured out what's going on yet? It's obvious that the current cursed spirit and the Zen Temple's future secret plans were discovered by the high school, which is why they took action first. You can't protect him. Once Gojo Satoru resolves the future of the Zen Temple, he'll be next." The people at Tokyo High School did not refute it. They also acknowledged the facts Kamo stated. But he still didn't move aside. "We'll decide what to do with the White Zetsu after those 5 bastards finish their fight. Even if White Zetsu is guilty, it's not your place to judge her as a student from Kyoto." Maki and Kujizaki, armed with weapons, stood their ground. "Okay, everyone, please stop arguing." Miwa Kasumi forced a smile. "Forget about Kamo. That guy is already so weak. Let Gojo Satoru-sensei handle it after the battle is over." "Madness." Kamo cursed under his breath and slowly put away the arrows. "Solve a deal with. You guys don't really think that Gojo Satoru is the strongest, do you?" White Zetsu leaned against the panda's thick arm and gave everyone a mocking smile. No one knows the future strength better than White Zetsu. Whenever there is a breakthrough or transformation in the future, he would immerse himself in the divine might space for training and experiments. The heretical demon statue standing amidst divine power. The White Zetsu's true form could clearly sense that terrifying power that transcended dimensions. Daunting stared intently at the expression on Baiju's face. There was disdain for the words of the crowd, and confidence in the future of the Zen monastery. "The only thing I didn't fear was being captured alive by the Zen temple in the future and being executed by the high school. In the world of sorcery, who doesn't know the name of Gojo Satoru? Moreover, he had infiltrated the cursed spirits at the vocational high school for nearly a year and had been in close contact with Gojo Satoru so many times." A faint unease welled up in Dantang's heart as he looked up and carefully watched the battle they believed was sure to win. That makes the cursed spirit before him so certain. The future strength of that Zen monastery. Chapter 64. Exciting, the fox's tail is showing so quickly. I thought you could hide for much longer. Gojo Satoru threw punches with all his might. Taunting as he fought, boom, another clash ensued. And the magical flames emanating from their fists intertwined and distorted. The white shockwaves spread outwards, and the roar continued. Tusk, your blurring effect is really troublesome. Gaju withdrew his fist and scoffed. Your lack of moral boundaries is also quite troublesome. The future will be met with a lukewarm response. A simple domain. A secret technique to neutralize the affinity of incantations and disrupt the operation of spells. Unlike Miwa Kasumi and the sorcerers from the high school who have family traditions, The curse power that Mura used in his close combat with Gojo Satoru was a secret technique passed down only by the three starter families. Known as falling flower sentiment, it is more powerful and more effective than a regular simple field. Similarly, the consumption of magical power has increased exponentially. The background of Itachi, a top-tier cursed spirit who formed a clique, and the spies you mentioned lurking among the students. Gojo Satoru clenched his fists and said with a smile, "Can you honestly explain these issues? If I accidentally kill you, it will take time to investigate, and my lovely student will probably resent me." "You mean Maki?" Future twisted her neck and whispered in response, "Don't worry, you want to kill me, but you can't." "Yeah." A maniacal grin flashed across Gojo Satoru's face before he vanished in an instant. Red and black waves churned, a dazzling black light, brimming with immense magical power, slammed straight into Future's abdomen with Gojo Satoru's fist. Its scarlet pupils flash, demonstrating exceptional dynamic capture and motion prediction capabilities. Even with Gojo Satoru's teleportation ability, he couldn't escape the kaleidoscope's light. He raised his knee to block, then slammed his right fist into Gojo Satoru's brain. Two distinct bolts of black lightning bloomed beneath the white clouds. Booms, a deafening roars. Two figures in the air were swept up by a tremendous force and crashed to the ground one after the other. Like a falling meteor, the earth cracked open, sending debris and dust flying everywhere. At the entrance to the arena, Nanami and the other three stared in disbelief at the crashing Gojo Satoru. The wound on his forehead healed the instant he hit the ground, but the 2 or 3 drops of blood that slid down their cheeks made the 4 of them realize something. He is recognized by the world of sorcery as the strongest sorcerer. That Gojo Satoru, who could effortlessly annihilate a top-tier cursed spirit with a smile. Injured, interesting, really interesting. Gojo Satoru's maniacal grin intensified. He ignored the people around him. Gojo Satoru bent down and took a running start. And suddenly the ground exploded, creating a sizable crater. The next gust of wind swept through, ruffling the hems of the 4 people's clothes and their long hair. The group looked at each other, their eyes still wide with shock. Gojo Satoru flashed across the competition venue, his brain's CPU working at lightning speed. Ordinary, azure, and radiant cannot break through the illusion of the fake smile without the blessing of incantations. Zai's preparation time is too long, and it will be reflected by the special cursed tool of the fake smiley face. That's why he chose to open a simplified area and engage in close combat. But why hasn't Fake Smile used the 10 Shadows technique? Even if the Shikigami cannot break through the defense with no bottom line, it can also block the line of sight and prevent attacks from taking place in advance. And that top-tier cursed spirit, shouldn't it be in cahoots with the fake smiley face? Why did the fake smiley face then kill that top-tier monster? With a sense of doubt, Gojo Satoru is rapidly approaching. As he fell into the dense forest, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Why not summon a Shikigami to absorb the damage for him? Why insist on close quarters combat? Crack. A crisp sound emanated from the shadows. The roulette wheel of the strongest Shikigami was slowly spinning. It's not that we've abandoned the 10 Shadows technique. On the contrary, I've always been using it, originally. Makuro adapted to Gojo Satoru's boundless void. Today's fistfights. The unyielding adaptability without any limits has effectively cut off the last escape route for Wu Tiro Wu. The location where it will fall will be not far from the students. At this moment, the students gazed at the future with immense awe. A clash with the strongest in the sky. Seemingly an evenly matched battle. Even if Gojo Satoru didn't use his full strength. The future of the Zen temple before them. He didn't use any magic either, the future, brother. The complex emotions on the faces of the Maki and my sisters. Students at Kyoto Prefectural High School are on high alert. There was no time to respond. The raging winds were drawing ever closer. The power of the spell surged and gathered, causing his black hair to dance wildly even without wind. The crimson glint in his future eyes revealed his murderous intent. For a moment, boom, black flash, two fists, crackling with red and black lightnings, collided violently. The aftershocks of the massive air surge swept outwards in all directions in an instant. The panda cradled the white Zetsu in its arms, turning to use its sturdy fur to shield itself from the aftershocks. Before the students could even gasp in surprise, they all fled far away, carried by the immense force that had struck them. Regardless of one's stance, a collision as catastrophic as nature itself, anyone who gets involved will only face certain death. Fake smile, where's your 10 shadows technique? Staring intently into those blood-red pupils, Gojo Satoru asked with a smile. The power of the spell surged, and the pale blue flames on his fist intensified. Looking at the azure-white mist in Liu's eyes, Wei Lai chuckled lightly without responding. Boom. A deep crater exploded in front of the two, and they stood facing each other again. It's been a long time since I've had such a satisfying battle. You're quite strong, kid. Gojo Satoru extended his greetings to the future in the manner of an elder. He was indeed 6 or 7 years older than he would be in the future. Future's gaze turned cold as she retorted sarcastically. You're nothing but a fool being used. What are you so smug about? Two dogs fight play off. The conservative faction of the higher vocational college and Gojo Satoru were merely members of the Tartar clique. I am confident that I can kill Gojo Satoru here in the future. But displaying too much power scared them. That would be a real problem if that guy abandoned the plan and fled overseas. Thinking of this, the bloodlust in Wei Lai's eyes intensified. A vocational college, a secret entrance to a shrine. 4 sorcerer guards, dressed in advanced professional uniforms, collapsed in pools of blood. A real person with stitches all over their face, carrying a gray cloth bag in their hand. The man who stepped out of the gate looked ahead and complained. You're already here, why don't you go in? There are many good things in the storehouse, but I was afraid of wasting time, so I only took the few items needed for the mission. A figure emerges from a dark corner, Xia Yaoji, dressed in a cassias mold with narrowed eyes, and said, Sorry, real person, if I enter the Hongsing Palace, I might get noticed by that guy Tianyuan. Before Gojo Satoru is sealed, it's best not to let the people from the high school see my face. Genren covered his mouth and yawned. Then I'll just come with Rima, since you didn't even lift a finger. With his back to the hidden door, another young face was reflected in the pool of blood. She was wearing a black and white robe in the style of a monk, and had a bob haircut. Rima narrowed her eyes and did not respond, but simply stared at Sukuna's fingers in the real person's hand. After all, the information has already been revealed to Gojo Satoru, so the entrance to the Ryosei Palace will definitely receive increased support. The bones were soaked with sweat, and the young man's body was covered in grime. He was like a fish out of water, his body trembling with fear. He was like a bird in flight, its wings gleaming in the evening breeze. Looking up, I saw a frozen, trembling figure, like a phoenix biting at its prey, its body seemingly domineering. The scene was one of utter bewilderment. Let's go back and wait for good news. Stealthily moving through the shadows, the three evaded all the high-level surveillance, returned to the location of the cursed spirits. Chapter 65, The Absolute Strongest Will Teach You. The charm of the common frog. In a secluded corner of the shrine, where no one was paying attention, another figure stepped out, stepping over the pool of blood at the entrance. The newcomer silently entered the Palace of Death. Are you all okay? Songstress Mingaming Nanami lay in temple. The 4 people who stepped onto the field joined the other students, faced with the songstress's worried gaze. The students from Kyoto Prefecture shook their heads. When the two clashed, they seemed to be intentionally controlling the direction of the aftershocks. That's why there were no casualties and everyone was safe and sound. The injury refers to the students of the vocational college, and the death refers to the listless curse in the panda's arms. Curse spirit, quickly confess everything you know. Layan Temple straightened his frail, aged body and cast a cold gaze at Baiju. Hey, white eyebrows and bald heads. Nestled in the panda's arms, white Zetsu declared defiantly. Your grandpa Zetsu is a man of steel. You old codger, you think you can get me to confess. You're dreaming in broad daylight. Baiju struggled to his feet and lit a cigarette. Look at your eyebrows, they're like eels. What? A mudfish that's gotten a little seawater on its skin actually thinks it's seafood. A cloud of white mist rose from his mouth, and Baiju glared disdainfully at Layan Temple. What kind of trash are you talking to your master like that? White Zetsu hasn't forgotten the persecution he suffered at the juvenile detention center. Upon experiencing the power of White Zetsu's chatter for the first time, Rakanji trembled and an unusual flush rose on his face. Silently unzipped the black box, and magical power surged forth. Yo. You may be old, but you're young at heart. You're quite the character, old man's. Looking at Layan Temple holding a red and black electric guitar, Baiju suppressed a laugh and said sarcastically, planning to dedicate a song to your master Ju. White Zetsu stopped talking, looking at Layan Temple's murderous gaze. The panda thought to himself that this was troublesome. If they really decide to fight, the pandas won't be able to stop them. In particular, students from Kyoto Prefecture were also present. So Rakanji was not alone. I should have covered that gossipy mouths. Looking at the group of students from the high school who were blocking Baiju's way, especially Itadori, a strange look flashed in Layan Temple's eyes. Not only White Zetsu, while Gojo Satoru is trapped, it seems that Sukuna's container can also be dealt with at the same time. Just as Layan Temple lightly flicked his fingers, preparing to launch an attack, a pale blue ray of magical energy whistled past from about a meter above. Boom, the beam of the torii gate overhead exploded, sending rubble and wood chips flying everywhere. Old man, don't move around. If you miss, your bald head is going to explode. Gojo Satoru's warning words came from afar. 5 points understanding. Layan Temple cursed under his breath, his face turning red with anger again. I almost forgot. That guy's mouth isn't exactly clean either. Looks like you don't really like that old guy either. Gojo Satoru retracted his palm to his chest and said to Murai with a faint smile, having just been distracted by the attack aimed at Rakuganji, Gojo Satoru was already prepared to take the punch head-on. It's not worth it for such a small gain, the future, expressed in a nonchalant tone, exudes absolute confidence. What's more, that old fellow from Layan Temple is also thinking of taking action against Hujang. At present, the value of Japanese knotweed has not yet been fully realized. Pure combat without any additional techniques. In just a few exchanges of hands and feet, the two were surrounded by ruins. Gojo Satoru's expression appeared relaxed, but a hint of seriousness rose deep within his azure pupils. The 10 Shadows technique, an unknown top-tier cursed spirit, and a spatial technique extending from the blood eye. What exactly is that fake smile up to? The longer the battle lasted, the stronger the strange feeling that lingered in his heart became. The students were out of danger, and Gojo Satoru immediately stopped holding back. Hold one hand in front of your chest, with your ring and little fingers bent and your middle finger wrapped around your index finger. As the surging power of the incantation rose, Gojo Satoru once again revealed his villainous face. At the same time in the future, complex handprints appeared on the drooping arm, and the power of the spell surged. Field expansion, infinite space. Domain expansion, final scenery, glazed moon, boom. Suspended above the dense forest, the enormous circular barrier enveloped the two figures in the blink of an eye. At the entrance to the stadium, everyone who saw the enormous sphere couldn't help but swallow hard. Layan Temple also lost the will to argue with the curse. Apart from White Zetsu, none of the casters present had expected the Zen Academy to become so powerful in the future. Not only is he on par with that monster Gojo Satoru in physical combat, but now even his domains. The black outer shell of the domain concealed the scene inside. But the sphere continued to tremble, and specks of magical energy were dissipating. The seemingly evenly matched battle sent chills down everyone's spines. Tokyo College of Technology, Kyoto Prefectural. Both sides simultaneously entertained an absurd idea. The strongest will we lose. An endless expanse of starry sky, where the ultimate white and black intertwine and blend. Inside the boundless void, a dazzling, crystal-clear full moon emitted a terrifying blood-red light. Sharp silver light, viscous blood color. Two completely different magical powers coexist in the same starry sky, devouring and driving each other away. Above the starry sky, Gojo Satoru stands facing the future. The magical power continued to rise, and the two of them were repeating the same actions. Firstly, it generates domains in a loop, using massive amounts of magical power to repair the damaged edges of each domain. Secondly, at the cost of eliminating the guaranteed hit effect of the domain, the domain is made more solid and robust. The boundless emptiness of Gojo's enlightenment. The final vision of the future rays crystal. What they have in common is that both of them possess non-physical instant kill techniques. Even if the guaranteed hit effect of the area is removed, the enemy will still be hit as long as they are within the area's range. Therefore, in fields with similar characteristics, the one that collapses first will undoubtedly suffer the most severe damage first. Comparing only the closed domains, both of them have already reached the highest level of domain expansion. Deep in the starry sky, Gojo Satoru grinned wildly. From birth to the present, close friends, mentors, companions, juniors, including Zia Yu, with whom I briefly traveled, Goju remained in his heart, always separated from them by a clear boundary, because he firmly believed in his heart that he was the strongest. Therefore, he enjoyed being with his friends, yet he yearns for an opponent who will allow him to unleash his full power. You're really great. Gojo Satoru let out an excited roar, fully unleashing his power to sublimate his curse. You're not bad either, stepping atop the blood moon. A genuine smile appeared on Wei Lai's indifferent face, despite the fact that many cards are still hidden. But it is the existence that allows the future to fight here and make its mark here. Not even a handful in return for Gojo Satoru's excitement. He will repay him with even greater strength in the future. A brilliant silver light shone forth, and blood-red light filled the sky now. The two have reached the pinnacle of their competition in their respective fields. A buzz. The outer shell of the barrier enveloping the two people trembled violently. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, crack. The outer shell of the sphere suddenly cracked open with several long vertical cracks. The cracks began to spread and twist until it collapses. Boom! A deafening roar echoed across the sky. The two returned to reality. Thank you so much to the amazing ancient martial emperor for the king of gifts. Your awesome boss voice cracks. 2 extra chapters will be added this afternoon. I'll be updating intensively for the next 3 days. Thank you for your support at the same time. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to everyone who sent various gifts and contributed their love and support. Shark thanks you all. Chapter 66 Defeat. The destruction of a domain means the cessation of a spell. Gojo Satoru's inner thoughts. Unable to use limitless abilities. The future virtualization feature is also rendered useless. Whoever restores and expands their domain first will be the winner of this battle. So what needs to be done now is, boom. Red and black lightning bolts rolled in my palm. The moment both domains collapsed simultaneously. That was the so-called strongest. With 5 fists clenched tightly, he strikes first. During the recovery period after surgery, the one who was injured first is at a disadvantage. A strong wind swept across their faces, causing their future jet black hair to dance wildly in the air. Gazing at the ever-approaching Gojo Satoru, Murai's lips curled into a faint enigmatic smile, shock. Gojo Satoru's smile froze as a sense of horror washed over him. Boom! The tremblings. Distorted ripples of the void spread from the dense forest to the entrance of the arena in the blink of an eye. The buildings and greenery crumbled inch by inch, and the earth was riddled with deep and unfathomable ravines. Gojo-sensei and Gojo Satoru Gojo. Amidst the shattered dust, Gojo Satoru's figure horrified everyone. Tick. The bloodstains on the severed arm are visibly healing. But it cannot be denied that, the moment the domain shattered, the one at a disadvantage in the battle is none other than the strongest in everyone's eyes. Gojo Satoru stared blankly at his arm, which had been restored. Why can a fake smile still perform magic? Why wasn't he affected by the spell's fusion when the domain was shattered? Reversal of surgical technique. Surgical technique malfunction. As soon as the idea popped into Gojo's head, he immediately started experimenting in his mind. The strongest. The indifferent words from above were clearly heard by everyone. The body in the future slowly floated into the sky, its blood-red pupils fixed on one person. The so-called strongest is nothing more than this. Keep up the good work, Gojo Satoru. I look forward to seeing more of your growth. These remarks are a perfect response to Gojo Satoru's mockery over the past few days. Kamikaze, the crows circling in the sky, their beaks sharp as swords pierce the chest of the future. Call out. The crow flew straight through the void and then exploded into a cloud of blood mist. As expected, faced with the future of restoration techniques, the mysterious blackbird manipulation is utterly ineffective. His gaze shifted to Mingaming, and a hint of surprise flashed in Wei Lai's eyes. When she met Mingaming's meaningful gaze, Wei Lai quickly composed herself at this moment. He finally understood why Nanami had appeared and why he had teamed up with Mingaming. He has received generous rewards from the Zen Temple on multiple occasions, and he has also been mysteriously helped to complete top-level subjugation missions abroad. Choosing to attack at the moment when one's own spell is recovering is simply to prove one's position to the experts. The signal conveyed in their eyes didn't seem like they were trying to distance themselves. Trying to have your cake and eat it too. That really suits her greedy nature, huh? Are you planning to run away? That fake smile. A terrifying surge of magical power erupted. Having recovered from the spell's meltdown, Gojo Satoru exclaimed excitedly. The second round has only just begun. I felt my strength grow once again, and I got closer to the core of the curse power once more. At this moment, Gojo Satoru seemed to be back in the scene of his duel with Jin. That wonderful feeling of transcending life and death, of reaching the ultimate sublimation. He wants to experience it again. Mirai frowned slightly as she looked at the unrestrained madness on Gojo Satoru's face. Fighting to the death now would be a losing proposition. You'll get nothing. You'll just be letting the enemy profit for nothing, here. We resolve 5 key issues, including the removal of certain items, the processing of certain items, and the application of these principles. This will do nothing but harm the development of the final plan. Revealing some of their strength was simply to prevent the college from constantly thinking about them. Even after leaving the college, he had no intention of hiding like a sewer rat. Similarly, I don't want to become Gojo Satoru's sparring partner during this period in the future. Just as Gojo Satoru was about to leap up and fight again, the power of the curse spreading down from the sky swept across the world like a raging ocean. Before the spell was even cast, the void began to ripple with layers of wrinkles, returning to the past amidst a flurry of flowers. Between life and death, virtual expansion fall. The spell-infused attacks rained down, leaving everyone with a cold look. He turned and left decisively. Damn it. Gojo Satoru was determined to pursue. But this large-scale attack would encompass everyone on the ground. The technique turns to Kang. A pale blue dot appeared before the collapsing void. Boom. Unleashing an endless suction force. The entire high-rise building within a radius of 100 meters was thrown into the air by Gojo Satoru, preemptively sealing it off in the space where it would fall and become misaligned. It's not a blockade, it's more like feeding them. The torn spatial rift was like the gaping maw of a gluttonous beast, relentlessly devouring everything. Gojo Satoru pushed the technique to its limit, performing it over hundreds of meters and thousands of meters. Halcyon tree strings and Torii gates rise from the ground. Click-clack, the terrifying void rift, after devouring countless buildings, gradually began to calm and stabilize, huff huff. Gojo Satoru was panting heavily, his body slightly hunched over, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He could have left calmly, but he couldn't bear to let his students die. Looking up at the void, where is there any trace of the future? Everyone felt a mix of emotions as they watched Gojo Satoru's slightly disheveled figure disappear into the distance. In today's battle, their presence is undoubtedly a burden. Enjoyables. Where has your arrogance gone? Where has your pride gone? Itadori's wide grin emanated a constant barrage of sarcastic remarks. Consider yourself the strongest. If that kid hadn't deliberately held back, you would have been dead long ago. Hahaha, what a ridiculously strong one, Tsunuo. What nonsense are you spouting? Itadori slapped himself across the face, his expression full of anger. He's clearly the future old man. Itadori paused for a moment, then immediately changed his addressing. It was clearly Zenin Murai who was scared away by Gojo sense. Okay, kid, if you don't believe me, go ask your best teacher. Tsunuo killed him by destroying his spirit, and mocked him wantonly when his domain was shattered before. Others only use spell attacks to cut off his arm. Being able to use a technique of that scale proves that he can directly expand his domain a second time. And so close. Sukuna turned his sinister gaze to Gojo Satoru. You really did escape with your life by a hair's breadth. The strongest tilde, hahahas enjoyable. After mocking Gojo Satoru, who had embarrassed him, Sukuna, who had returned to the realm of life, reaffirmed his determination to revive. This era is truly fascinating. Seated high on a throne made of bones, Tsunuo stroked his chin and grinned. Outsiders and students at the college all stared at Gojo Satoru's retreating figure with disbelief. Especially Lei Temple to the old man. Gojo Satoru's existence could only be described as a mischievous child. Faced with Sukuna's mockery, Gojo Satoru didn't even refute it. The silence speaks volumes about the battle that took place earlier. Gojo Satoru lost, Chapter 67, Theft and Mystery. After the war at dusk, the conference room of the higher education institution. Woo, don't take it too seriously, Moth Masakazu said in a deep voice. If it weren't for you, everyone in Kyoto Prefecture, the students, might already be dead. The geisha, who had always disliked Gojo Satoru, unusually spoke up. Yeah, Gojo. Sukuna is definitely talking nonsense. Looking so dejected, that's not like you at all, you bastard. Disheartened, leaning against the door, Gojo Satoru raised his hand and chuckled. It's rare to see someone this strong. I'm overjoyed. How could I possibly be discouraged? I thought I had no rivals in the world of sorcery. Unrestricted development led to a bottleneck in the growth of capabilities. Recalling the brief exchange this morning, and the technique of melting the healing spell that I stole from the future, Gojo Satoru grinned. I didn't expect that fake smile guy to be so well hidden. This is really something to look forward to. When will the next major war take place? Nanami, who was sitting to the side, pushed up her glasses and kept complaining to herself. Work is a pile of crap. Sorcerers are a bunch of rubbish too. The world of sorcerers is already troublesome enough with Gojo Satoru. That madman, and now there's another one, Zenji Murai. Nanami questioned her initial decision. Is returning to a vocational college the right thing to do? I have a feeling that the world of magic in the future will not be as peaceful as it was before. Noticing the scrutinizing gaze from Lei Temple across from her, Mingaming brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and chuckled as she agreed. Oh yes, I never expected the head of the Zen family to be so powerful. The old man doesn't need to look anymore. Gojo Satoru spoke up to Rakuganji. Miss Mingaming shouldn't be part of the fake smile group. Right, a white Zetsu. In the corner of the conference room, a weak white Zetsu grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. That's right. That's right. Mingaming and Future Boy just like each other. They are definitely not with us. Mingaming smiled and calmly replied. I do indeed like the reward sent by the head of the Zen temple. Well, the head of the Zen temple is quite satisfied with my work in collecting cursed spirits. White Zetsu, what you said is actually true. They had promised not to reveal the details of the mission. But Mingaming didn't want to be wanted by the college. She doesn't have the same strength as Zen Temple Future. It is powerful enough to disregard even the high school and Gojo Satoru. White Zetsu. That fake smiling guy must be hiding quite a bit more, right? Upon hearing Gojo Satoru's words, everyone in the room was once again startled. Even excluding the burden of students, Zenji's performance in the daytime battles is enough to show that he is a monster of the same scale as Gojo Satoru. Is it still reserved? Everyone's gaze turned to Baiju. Their expressions grave, quite perceptive, Mr. Gojo. Baiju stretched out his palm and counted on his fingers one by one. Saying is the 10 shadow technique 1, unknown. Special grade cursed spirits also count as one type. Even the extreme fan technique wasn't used, main. Even my trump card Master Ju hasn't been used yet. And there's more. Baiju counted for a while until all 5 fingers were pressed down. Tusk tusk tusk, Baiju shook his head and laughed. To be honest, that kid does have quite a few hidden cards up his sleeve. White Zetsu could easily obtain even trivial information. The true trump card that White Zetsu had kept hidden was not mentioned at all. Glancing at the shocked faces of the crowd, Baiju smacked his lips and continued, to be honest. These are the words the future kid said before he left. He genuinely wants you to become stronger. Oh. You think I'm too weak? Gojo Satoru rubbed his forehead with one hand, chuckling to himself. The mentality of being treated like a nobody. That's really absurd. Just tell me directly, Ikiji. Gojo Satoru turned his head to the side and said, White Zetsu might know more about what happened at the Red Star Palace than we do. Upon hearing this, Ikiji glanced at Shiro with a complicated expression. He then stood up and reported, Let me first report on the casualties. 5 level 2 sorcerers, 3 near level 1 sorcerers, and 1 level 1 sorcerer. 7 people assist in the supervision, and 2 guards guard the vault after Ms. Glass's inspection and analysis of the residue left at the scene. Ikai glanced at Nanami. It's basically certain that the perpetrators include the stitched face cursed spirit that Mr. Nanami encountered before. The body also tested positive for the power of freezing elements, which should be the spell of another murderer. As for whether there have been any other intrusions, we cannot be sure at this time. Moth took over the conversation with a serious expression. The murderer acted very quickly, almost instantly killing even a level 1 mage. When I arrived, the other side had already retreated completely. Not only that, Ijichi glanced fearfully at the night moth, turned a page in his notebook and continued. A top-grade cursed artifact. The 6 fingers of the two-faced Sukuna that were preserved by the high school have been stolen. Also a top-grade cursed artifact. The 9 phases of the cursed embryo diagram. Numbers 1 through 9 have all been stolen, Masaka. Leian Temple's white eyebrows twitched, and he asked in confusion, Didn't Lord Tianyuan detect the intrusion? It's one thing for sorcerers, but why can even cursed spirits pass through the barrier? Gojo Satoru fiddled with the bandage at the corner of his eye and said calmly, It should be that special grade cursed spirit that was crushed to death by the fake smile. Right in the end, Lord Tianyuan's barrier is not for protection, but for concealment. The special grade monster that the fake smile crushed had an aura like that of an elf or a plant. Perhaps it's the manipulation of its spells, using its aura to infiltrate the barrier. So can you tell me this little bit of information? Gojo Satoru looked at White Zetsu. Or do you need to ask for permission before you can even talk about something as simple as this? There's no need to goad me. It doesn't matter if I tell you this little thing. Baiju spoke directly. It's the Sunuo finger that you brought back last time. Someone has placed a positioning barrier on the ceiling talisman. As they were talking, White Zetsu looked at Moth and said, Next time, don't just leave those dangerous things in the Forbidden City. It's much safer to keep them here with me. Whispering sound. It seems there's a very powerful barrier master in your group. Baiju smiled but did not answer. Speak up, Tilda. Since you think fake smile is so powerful, you wouldn't mind betraying a little information about him. Right? Seeing Gojo Satoru's funny expression and tone, everyone twitched their lips in silence. It seems there's no need to worry. He won't be discouraged by his previous defeat. Gojo Satoru is still that unreliable idiot. Master Ju, I'll answer one of your questions first. White Zetsu looked at Gojo Satoru and asked, "Why don't you tell me first? Who gave you the idea to eavesdrop?" Suspecting their own students, they turned on their own colleagues in the vocational college. This doesn't seem like your idea. 5 points, teacher Tilda, without a moment's hesitation. Gojo Satoru replied without thinking. The head of the Kamo family. Chapter 68, Explosive Intelligence. The head of the Kamo family, Tokyo Shinjuku. Pangsing Sect branch, home of the Star Children. In the future. He sat in the first seat and nodded slightly as he listened to the report from White Zetsu beside him. Liao Feng Huan Hui Xing Zhang Yuan Luo Jin. But the Kamo clan that he threw out must have been abandoned by him. Kamo, one of the 3 imperial families. Although it has declined considerably, it has given up thousands of years of accumulated resources so easily. Enough. The future, it's unbelievable that the skull is waving obliquely. And the sound of ding is so strong. It's like a bird being cast into a trap. So we're just going to leave it at that. Baiju muttered unhappily. Not to mention that number 9528 is useless at the vocational college. What will happen to my poor caterpillar in the future? She said calmly, I haven't blamed you for the phone issue yet. So stop complaining, and the body of the college student. With such a fatal flaw as short-term amnesia, we can just abandon that body. It's all that old monster's fault. A murderous glint flashed in Baiju's eyes. I really want to kill that cunning bastard right now. That guy can't move yet, Future glanced at White Zetsu. If you want to vent, then take Toshiro and Naibai to the Kamo family. Bring back the cursed artifacts and intelligence. Leave no survivors, he originally planned to go by himself. Or let Baiju vent his resentment upon hearing this. White Zetsu rolled up his sleeves, showing off his well-defined biceps. Don't worry. I won't make a mistake this time. With number 1 on the team, there's no chance of failure. Future nodded. With this body, there's no reason for White Zetsu to fail. White Zetsu rolled up his sleeves and changed the subject, speaking of which. Gojo Satoru isn't that strong. So why did you value him so much before? Gojo Satoru isn't as weak as you think. Looking at Baiju in the future, Resh said softly. He just underestimated me too much, or rather. He was too arrogant. If he had regarded me as an opponent of Sukuna's caliber, he wouldn't have lost so quickly. He wasn't serious enough from the start of the battle. And he lacked that sense of tension when facing the enemy. Otherwise, at the moment the domain shattered. That guy should have tried to use the reverse technique to heal his own technique meltdown. In the manga, Gojo Satoru's move was something he learned without a teacher. It was clearly Sukuna who put enough pressure on Gojo Satoru, prompting him to make thorough preparations before the battle. As predicted in the future, Gojo Satoru's swift defeat today was largely due to underestimating his opponent. Otherwise, at least it can force out one more trump card for the future. Seeing Baiju deep in thought, Future also let out a long sigh. He wasn't saying these things to White Zetsu because he wanted to praise Gojo Satoru's strength. In the future, I'm just afraid that White Zetsu, that fool, will use number 1 to provoke me because he looks down on Gojo Satoru. He was confident he could suppress Gojo Satoru. But White Zetsu, no one was not enough. By the way, how's the mission going? Baiju was taken aback, then took out a medical instrument about 1 finger long and 2 fingers wide from his pocket. The vessel was completely obscured by talismans, but the life force contained within it could still be clearly sensed in the future. With number 1 on the case, there's no chance of anything going wrong. Look, the cursed fetuses number 4 through 9. Activity room for college students. The students from both colleges sat silently to one side, especially the sisters Maki and Mai. The oppressive atmosphere surrounding the two of them practically screamed, "Don't come near me." One is the future of becoming a teacher, and the other is the white Zetsu as a companion. The betrayal of this person in spirit truly caused Itadori, Kujisaki and the others great distress. "Hey, everyone's here, white Zetsu." The white Zetsu were astonished to see that the group was unharmed and following Gojo Satoru, although it is unknown what messages the college intercepted. But for Gojo Satoru to take action directly, it can't be something trivial, right? It's just a minor matter of destroying the world. "What's the big deal?" Baiju plopped down next to Hu Zhang and said nonchalantly, "Destroy the world." Looking at the seemingly unaffected white Zetsu, Itadori exclaimed in disbelief. The much-anticipated white Zetsu grinned, kidding. Fushiguro looked at Gojo and asked puzzled Gojo-sense. This, Gojo Satoru spread his hands and chuckled. "There's nothing we can do, this isn't the real white Zetsu. So killing it won't make a difference. If you want to extract a confession, this guy's soul can leave his body directly." "That's right," Baiju stretched his neck, his face full of arrogance. "A mere college graduate can't do anything to your master Ju. That's just the way it is," Wutiro Wukeo, a student, explained anyway. "You can easily kill a level 4 cursed spirit, so it's fine to keep it by your side as a mascot." Baiju selectively ignored this statement, his expression remaining arrogant. "Oh right, white Zetsu." Gojo Satoru looked at the spirit who was striking a pose. "Yujin is your little brother. Aren't you going to talk about his background in that wiretapped file?" The fake smiley face and the white zealot discussed the issue of Katsuragi, but only in a very brief manner, life experience. I looked left at the 5 stars and right at the white Zetsu, with a completely bewildered expression. Itachi pointed to himself, tusk. White Zetsu stroked his chin, frowning as he pondered, while seemingly considering it. His mind had already flown to the future. After a moment, white Zetsu looked up at Itadori and Gojo. "How about exchanging this information for my caterpillar?" Gojo Satoru nodded readily. He had already checked the stored spirit before. Aside from a bunch of useless magical artifacts, there's nothing else. Having received a satisfactory answer, white Zetsu grinned, patting Itachi on the shoulder. White Zetsu's words were explosive. The pink-haired gorilla's mother is the leader of that group of top-tier cursed spirits. Whether it was the volcano that attacked that night, the special-grade cursed spirit that infiltrated the venue, or the stitched-up face you and Nanami encountered, they are all pawns prepared by your mother, by the way. The group that entered the Star Palace to kill and plunder was also led by the pink-haired gorilla's mother. Gojo Satoru's gaze sharpened and he said in a serious voice, "Are you serious?" Baiju raised both hands and shrugged. "I'm not as cunning as you humans. My intelligence is absolutely true, in any case." News about the Itadori family had long been suppressed by the authorities. Aside from the name and some bits of history, there was nothing of value left. Having secured the future's approval, white Zetsu simply traded it for the caterpillar. "My mother," Itachi stared blankly at Shiro, his whole body trembling slightly. Raised by his grandfather Yasuhito Itadori from a young age, Hisahito Itadori has a deep affection for his parents. Aside from some vague impressions of his father, Dr. Hujing has no memory of his mother at all, white Zetsu. "You're here, what are you talking about?" Ayla Hachiman asked with a complicated expression. The onlookers held their breaths, speechless with astonishment. "Blast, that is the truth." White Zetsu looked at Gojo. "If you don't believe me, you can form a bond with me," he said. "What I said. Remember to have someone bring me the caterpillars later. I'd rather be bound as proof." Upon hearing this, Gojo Satoru had no choice but to believe it. "Yujin, who exactly is your mother?" Looking at Gojo-sensei's serious face, Itadori's thoughts drifted, a vague memory, buried deep within, seemed to flash through my mind. Afternoon wooden cabin, grandpa's gloomy face. A father's doting gaze, as well as a woman with a suture coil on her forehead. Chapter 69, The Night of the Extermination, Xia Yaoji. Golden sunshine on the beach. The warm sun reflecting on the earth. The water clock stared intently at the figure before it, its magical power constantly rising. The clenched knuckles and the boiling flames above his head spoke of the water clock's extreme rage. The sparkling sea, the dolphin, with half of its octopus head exposed, stared intently at someone on the beach with its large, round eyes. Aren't you going to say anything about Hua Yu's death? Summer oiled Tilda with his hands behind his head. The real person leaning back in the beach chair appeared nonchalant. But in reality, he was secretly mobilizing the soul magic power within his body. The salty sea breeze hit her face, making Xia Yu's long hair dance wildly. Accursed friendship. The text appears to be a jumbled collection of characters and symbols, possibly from a corrupted or incomplete source. A direct translation is not possible without further context or clarification. Hana Yu's death was just an accident. I underestimated the future strength of the Zen temple. The bloodshot veins in his one eye were extremely ferocious. Laohu stepped forward and grabbed the collar of the fake Xia Yaoji. You think you can just let it go like this because of an accident? While sitting on a beach chair, the fish. He reached out and fanned himself against the approaching scorching heat. Trying to cool himself down, he felt a chill run through him. Bagya dear. The text appears to be a jumbled collection of characters and symbols, possibly from different sources. A direct translation isn't meaningful without further context or clarification. Alright, water clock, now is not the time for infighting. Having calmed down, the real person analyzed softly. Whether it's the Gokumentaro used to seal Gojo Satoru, or the King of Curses awakening Itadori Yuyujin's body. Right now we still need Xia Yu's help to come up with ideas. What the real person said is correct. I want cursed spirits to walk openly and honestly in the world as new humans. The text appears to be a jumbled collection of characters and symbols, possibly from a corrupted or incomplete document. A direct translation isn't meaningful without further context or clarification. Suppressed anger churned and burned in his chest. Hua Yu's death felt like a long needle embedded deep in his heart. A clash between emotion and reason. Laohu slowly loosened Xia Yu's collar. His expression gloomy, yes. They wanted to curse the human being who stood proudly in the world. Gojo Satoru and the future of the Zen temple are two insurmountable mountains. He sealed away Gojo Satoru and released Sukuna to kill Zenji Murai. These plans would not have been possible without Xia Yaoji's help. Flower Royal Sorry Night Starry. The two people and one spirit officially arrived at 9 p.m. After crossing from Tokyo to Kyoto, one of the three founding families. The residents of the Kamo family. Shu, old man, you two stay at the door and keep watch. Baiju, dressed in a red robe and black robes, with a short sword slung across his waist, spoke confidently. Master Ju will wipe out all the sorcerers inside by himself. You just need to deal with the ones who slipped through the net. A hint of doubt flashed in the eyes of the Neiabai. Although the Kamo family has declined, it still has quite a few near first-level mages. Not to mention the privately maintained armed forces. Even the Neiabai people weren't confident about venturing alone. So how could the White Zetsu really do it alone? Zenji no Judo no Jiki hesitated as much and immediately obeyed the order to act. Clang! A curtain bearing the inscription of instructions was nailed to the entrance of the residence. And the monk Shu of the Zen temple made a mudra with one arm. Born from darkness, darkest in darkness. All filth and impurities shall be cleansed away. The already gloomy sky was once again shrouded in a thick, inky black. This area is protected, in exchange for allowing people inside to come and go. Outside sorcerers are prevented from entering and investigating. The only exit is the gate guarded by the Jigsaw Monastery's chieftain. Yuzen. The Jiabaku looked up at the curtain beneath his blindfold, his thoughts racing. Who in the Zen temple doesn't know about his future temperament over the past 10 years? The break with the high school or Gojo Satoru was already in Nayabai's plans. He just didn't expect it to happen so suddenly. The Nayabai people had no objection to the extermination of the Kamo clan. He was just a little worried that White Zetsu would mess things up again. White the moment the Nagato lowered his head. His eyes widened in shock. I was just about to speak up and go into the barrier to help when he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Wrong, he had only shifted his gaze for a moment. The power of the curse was activated the instant the barrier was deployed. As the Jibai people looked around, Tamakazu took out his phone and sent a text message he had prepared. In the future Refar away in Shinjuku. You put away your phone and step into the void. Using White Zetsu as a reference point, the future instantly arrives in Kyoto. I'm confident in the capabilities of number 1 for the future. I came here only to prevent the dice from threatening the health of the tree. I just finished experiencing the betrayal by the college. In the future, they also showed a certain degree of respect for that 1,000-year-old tortoise. The reason for not telling him beforehand was to avoid hurting Baiju's pitiful pride. As at 9 o'clock in the evenings, the huge mansion was still lit by a dim candlelight. The sudden appearance of darkness attracted the attention of many sorcerers in the mansion. Master's attic. The hunched-over old butler hurried toward the master's room, intending to report this sudden and shocking change. Without realizing it, the butler glanced at the other end of the corridor, the moment he finished speaking, a blood-stained black blade pierced straight through his throat. There was no time for shock, no time for astonishment. The butler Shina looked up and met those cold eyes. Eyes that seemed to look down on an insect. A cursed spirit without any magical power. Warm blood splattered all over his black robe. White Zetsu sheathed his sword turned and disappeared into the darkness. Who is it? The wooden door suddenly swung open, revealing the 24th head of the Kamo family. Kamo Doran stared at the butler lying in a pool of blood, his pupils trembling. Crimson blood manipulation technique, bind Kyang. The bloodstains scattered on the ground formed a tough web, barely withstanding the deadly attack from behind. Cold sweat trickled down Dalan's forehead, and he immediately turned around to look back in fear. Only those who awaken the crimson blood manipulation technique can become the head of the family. Therefore, Dalan is very sensitive to the smell of blood. That's why they were able to detect the attack from behind. It wasn't because of the power of the curse, but because of the approaching smell of blood. Whispering sound, you've got a few moves, human. White Zetsu followed Dalan's gaze downwards, grinned with a sinister smile, and then ripped the crimson-stained black robe apart. Naked half-body. Beneath his pale skin was a body of well-developed, bulging muscles, however. The crescent-shaped suture scar on his left upper arm and chest looked even more terrifying in the dim light. The characteristics of a cursed spirit can be discerned from its appearance. But Kamo Doran stared at the White Zetsu strain, indescribable feeling welling up inside him. I can't detect the curse power and I can't sense the level. The visitor seems ill-intentioned. There's no need to ask further questions. Dalan's body slumped, and his face instantly became covered with blood-red lines. Red blood manipulation technique, Kari purification. The butler's remaining blood floated in the air at his feet, and the blood transformed into crimson nails, scattering like exploding fireworks. Hundreds and thousands of blood-red blades shot towards the entire mansion without any blind spots. Boom as the smoke and dust dissipated. Staring into the empty corridor, Kamo Doran's sense of crisis kept rising. There were no corpses and no unfamiliar smell of blood. There was not a trace of residual magical power. A curse from heaven. Kamo Doran suddenly remembered 10 years ago. That freak named Shinji from the Zenin family. You're daydreaming, master, boom. Splinters of wood exploded underfoot and flew everywhere. The cold glint of the blade and the wicked smile on White Zetsu's face were growing ever larger. Boom, the main house, located in the very center of the Kamo estate, collapsed completely at this moment. The assembled mage force looked up in disbelief. In the dim candlelight, the Kamo family patriarch, covered in bloodshot into the sky from the ruins. The black blade inserted into the heart was even more glaring. Chapter 70 Heaven and the Tyrant, ah la la la. Looks like we've been exposed. The dilapidated attic door revealed a playful gaze from White Zetsu sweeping over the group of sorcerers. But if I kill you all, then I shouldn't be considered exposed. Right, who Kamo the mage roared in anger. The weapon was just drawn a second ago, and the head exploded the next second. The academy is raising useless people. Taking the katana from the corpse, White Zetsu exclaimed. I almost forgot I'm actually quite strong. Meeting the horrified gazes of the crowd, Baiju grinned. Revealing a malicious smile, stepped lightly. When the main force came to their senses, another mage collapsed in a pool of blood. Its inhuman speed meant that the opponent's movements were completely out of the viewer's control. He ducked and slid, the light blades flashing at his waist. He cut a person in half at the waist, then swept the blade around in one go. Pale skin dotted with thick blood vessels, the White Zetsu, now transformed into the Crimson Curse, truly reveals the terror unique to cursed spirits. The bloody art of murder will be unveiled tonight at the Kamo headquarters. 1,000 meters above the ground, the future's scarlet pupils seemed to pierce through the barrier. They took in the entire performance of White Zetsu. No doubt, the body that White Zetsu is currently controlling is that of Zenji, who died at the hands of Gojo Satoru 10 years ago. The old woman in the comic who casts the descent spell can produce information about even the most mutilated physical bodies. This is enough to show that even Gojo Satoru did not completely destroy the body. In order to find Shenner's body, the future also spent a lot of effort after finding it. The remains of Shenner will be soaked in the third layer of the Zen Temple's forbidden storehouse. First, they used the body of the first White Zetsu on the divine tree to repair its missing parts. The purification process, which involved the blood of tens of thousands of cursed spirits, lasted for several years. As for Shenner's body failing to regain control of the White Zetsu, that might be because the quality of White Zetsu's soul surpasses that of Shen's physical body. Heaven and the Tyrant are indeed powerful, but they are no match for the divine tree, which is capable of devouring the world. Still, it's slightly inferior. The barrier dissipated, revealing a crimson landscape. The moonlight shone down again, and the courtyard was filled with corpses. As Naibai watched the White Zetsu approach step by step, he was momentarily dazed. There were indeed reflections of people in his eyes, but he did not sense any trace of magical power. What is that? What are you saying, old man? White Zetsu glanced at Naokiji with annoyance. The cursed artifacts that kid in the future wanted, as well as the information are now yours. No need, I'll do it myself. The shattered barrier instantly devoured the escaping magical power. Baiju looked to his side speechlessly and complained. I didn't put in any efforts, and you've taken all the benefits, be so talkative. In the future, he responded calmly, it's already quite good that you can even move around in this body. If that old fox finds out, who knows what might happen next. I'm not afraid of other future possibilities, but I'm worried about the future. That future will truly drive me crazy. Having traversed a bloody path, the future precisely retrieves its belongings from the ruins. Intelligence, magical artifacts better than nothing. Jibai people, long life. Future turned to look at the two, notify the Zen Temple's sorcerers to assemble at the new base. The original location can be abandoned. Baiju grinned. The Panxing sect in Shinjuku is so powerful that even the hundreds of thousands of human experts on the surface wouldn't dare to make a move against them. Even if Gojo Satoru is a madman, he wouldn't risk such a big fuss to bother us. Great location choice, Future Star. Future glanced at the smug White Zetsu and said calmly, Number 1 shouldn't show himself for now. You can stay at the college and play with them. They didn't give White Zetsu a chance to refuse. The void beside Future's shoulder twisted and swallowed it whole. Inside the Kamui dimension, White Zetsu rubbed his buttocks with a disgruntled expression. He used me and then threw me away, what a scumbag. looking up at the trunk of the divine tree that connected heaven and earth. White Zetsu grinned again. You've grown a little taller, that's great, woo-woo. Baiju looked down at the sorcerer, who was firmly imprisoned at the foot of the divine tree. Hey, it's been a long time. The next day, noon. The individual competition at the exchange meeting was changed to baseball scoring because of Gojo Satoru's capriciousness. The artists from the two colleges also got to know each other quite well through this competition. The hostility and misunderstandings between them have dissipated to some extent. The low spirits that gripped everyone yesterday are gradually lifting and warming up. Just as the competition ended, the songstress brought everyone some new bad news. Standing in front of a group of students, the songstress hesitated unsure how to begin. His gaze swept over Kenki Kamo in particular, looking at her student whom she had taught for 3 years. The songstress's expression was quite complicated. Teacher, please tell me directly what exactly is going on. Zainji asked in a deep voice. Last night the Kamo family, one of the 3 imperial families, all personnel confirmed dead. The suspect is likely from the Zen temple in the future. Zainji stood frozen in place as if struck by lightning, staring blankly at his teacher. I wondered several times if there was something wrong with my ears. I'm just here for a 2-day competition, home gone. Kamo, Nishimiya, Momo, Miwa, Kasumi, and their classmates all stepped forward, their faces full of worry, thump, 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 thump. Without even having time to change his clothes, Zainji, dressed in a baseball uniform, strode towards the sidelines. Was it that guy who did it? Staring angrily at the comfortable white Zetsu on the lounge chair, Zainji questioned loudly with a ferocious expression. As the son of a concubine, he was publicly declared the legitimate son because he inherited family techniques that the legitimate son did not possess. Because of her lowly status, her mother, who was an ordinary human, was expelled from the family when he was 6 years old. Kenji wanted to become the head of the Kamo family and to rightfully welcome his mother back. I've worked hard, felt frustrated, and endured this until now it's all gone. The songstress beside him was also staring intently at Baiju. She had come here to confirm this matter as well. Someone capable of slaughtering one of the 3 starter families in a single night. Aside from Gojo Satoru, the only other one I'd guess is that monster from yesterday, since no traces of cursed power were found at the Kamo base. The high school used the word suspected. What are you yelling about? Baiju picked at his ear, looking completely uninterested. I finally got to have some fun, but my account was banned instantly. He hasn't gotten over his emotions yet. Isn't it just genocide? It wasn't done by that kid from the future. It was done by your grandpa Ju alone. Upon hearing this, blood-red lines appeared on Zainji's ferocious face, and his cursed power began to boil. It really was that guy. Why did that guy go to the Kamo family's house? Baiju stared at Xianjai in disbelief. Master Ju said it was me who did it, not the future kid. I soloed it. White Zetsu looked at Kamo Kenki, who was being blocked by the students of the high school, and the songstress who was making a phone call to report to Yi. He looked sullen. These days, nobody believes the truth. Not just vocational colleges. Kamo, one of the 3 starter families, was exterminated by Zenin Murai, the cursed spirits on one side. As for the real culprit, he was only a level 4 white Zetsu. They were completely ignored. Chapter 71, Multiple Realms. Higher Vocational College Conference Room. All students on campus were present also. Maya and Kenki from Kyoto Prefecture were left at Tokyo High School by the geisha. He is from the Shinai Zenin family and is Kamo's only son. To prevent the conservatives from harming Mei, they feared that someone might completely silence Kamo. After Zenji demonstrated his godlike abilities, Kyoto Prefecture was not even qualified to protect the 2 of them. The songstress has already secretly set out to investigate the mole within the high school, so she entrusted the 2 students to Gojo scum. White Zetsu, let's talk. Moth crossed her arms over her chest, her expression serious. What exactly is that kid's purpose? The three main families were wiped out. He betrayed the college and committed such a shocking act on the very day he left. In just one day, the world of sorcery was in an uproar, and everyone was on edge. This is the result of the high school trying its best to block Gojo Satoru and the battle with the future. Just as Nanami had predicted, the peace in the world of sorcery has begun to shift. Leaning against the panda's thick skin, White Zetsu shrugged. Don't ask anymore. I really don't know anything about that thing. Didn't we already tell you where the future kid's new base is? If you really want to know, go ask him yourself. Moth frowned and remained silent for a long while. He wouldn't have bothered asking around from gossips if he hadn't been completely desperate. In Shinjuku Ward, the Pangsing sect branch is known for its practitioners who, when they come to your doors, are essentially delivering food, i.e., offering free meals, not to mention seeing the future. The Zen master at the entrance alone prevents one from entering. Gojo Satoru has the ability, but the consequences of unleashing his full potential. It is estimated that all ordinary people in the Shinjuku district will die from the aftermath of their battle. The idea of quietly evacuating hundreds of thousands of people is an unrealistic fantasy. I'll go. The two sisters from the Zen temple stood up in unison. The plan for the higher vocational college, and the tragedy that occurred in Kamo and then in the future. Before leaving, he launched a destructive attack that disregarded the lives of the two sisters. They also had too many questions that needed to be clarified. As she swept past the hesitant moths, Shoko exhaled a puff of smoke. Let them go, that's the best option. Nocturne nodded, then looked at Hisahito Itadori. In the eavesdropping, he mentioned an important pawn in the future. Polygonum cuspidatum. Fushiguro and Kyujizaki nudged the pink-haired girl who was in a daze. Don't overthink it. Senior Ajichi has already gone to investigate. You'll get the results in a few days, don't push yourself. Fushiguro Kyujizaki. With a bewildered look in his eyes, Itajimaru asked the two. What's the date today? Has the volcano head curse spirit appeared? Are we still in the realm of future teachers? These past few days must have been an illusion, right? Making friends smoothly but accidentally killing a human. The culprit is the mother's pawn. After receiving the news from Baiju, memories of his infancy occasionally flashed through his mind. Making him feel even more disoriented, Kyujizaki kicked him, saying sarcastically, it's been so long. What nonsense are you spouting? Fushiguro glanced at Kyujizaki, who was stubborn but soft-hearted, and said nothing more. The dappled sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows allowed Hujing to gaze directly at the blinding orb above the dome. Yes, that blood-red moon is not here, clap, clap, clap. Having faced reality, Yuruga was jolted awake and slapped his own face hard. This is reality, there's no time for me to be confused. Whether it's killing a real person or uncovering the truth about the mother. Without strength, everything is just empty talk. Itadori's determination to become stronger has been rekindled. A hallucination, a blood moon. Looking at Kajiatsu's slightly swollen face, Panda asked in confusion, isn't the future domain of the Zen temple the giant ancient tree? Well, Panda still clearly remembers what Maki said when Gojo Satoru made his move against the future 6 months ago. The panda wasn't the only one puzzled. A hint of surprise also flashed in the eyes of the Maki sisters. The terrifying scene that occurred at the Zen temple mansion many years ago. The overwhelming grandeur of which remained vivid in the memories of the two sisters. The second-year students, who returned after the night of the water clock attack, were hearing about the future realm of life for the first time. During the competition at the exchange event, the black shells also blocked their vision. A realm conceived with boundless magical power could not possibly deviate so greatly from its iconic design. Blood Moon Ancient Tree, sensing something was wrong. The moth silently recounted the confession that Ikai had told her that night. The bewildered crowd turned their gazes to a certain Ling, who looked completely relaxed, meeting everyone's gaze. Baiju's lips curled into a playful smile, who says, can there only be one domain, Dusk? The afterglow of the setting sun, a stunning evening glow. Passing through rows of pure white torii gates. The My Sisters along with the caterpillar arrived at the Panseikai branch in Shinjuku. There were no armed forces blocking the way. Only a white-bearded Nagasi man and a woman in a kimono stood at the entrance. "Leave your things here, you can go back now." The woman raised her eyes and said expressionlessly, "Unless you leave the academy, the head of the family will not see you, mother." The two sisters looked at the woman blocking the doorway with complicated expressions. "The head of the family is receiving guests. You will not be able to see him." The Naibai man took a swig of strong sake. His breath reeking of alcohol and said, "Either leave the high school or leave Japan. Although I don't know what the patriarch plans. That kid won't stop his plans because of you." The Panxing sect deep within the corridor. A stylishly dressed figure slowly lifted the hood that covered his entire face. Across the tea table, Wei Lai spoke calmly, "I didn't expect you to dare to come to my door." The forehead was covered with sutures. "I didn't expect you to be able to block Gojo Satoru head-on." In the future, Reh looked up at the loach. His gaze fixed on the ravine. The cold wind rustling through the trees. And the swaying branches of the phoenix. He sighed, "A foolish heart is breaking. Spare me, my old friend." The text appears to be a jumbled mess of characters and symbols. Possibly a corrupted or garbled message. It doesn't form coherent sentences or paragraphs. A direct translation wouldn't be meaningful. "If I successfully seal the 6 ice, what if Yaomi, old friend? Just kill me instead, wouldn't I be at a huge loss?" In the future. She picked up her hot tea and took a sip. "You've thought about quite a lot." Seeing that there were no plans to make a move in the future. The text abruptly ends here. Likely due to an incomplete sentence or a formatting error. What? Taking such a big risk to visit them was partly to test the waters and partly to verify their intentions. To test one's importance in one's future mindset. To verify his guess about the ultimate goal in the future. We can't afford to underestimate this. It's rare to come up with such an interesting plan. I've been preparing for this for 1,000 years. And I don't want someone to steal my thunder. Future paused slightly, "So what did you come here to say?" The skull was fierce and the Pan family was fierce. The falcon was hurried and the Suin family was fierce. My old friend should know that 1,000 years ago, I formed bonds with famous sorcerers from various regions of Japan. Right, Murai nodded, "I have indeed heard of it. The stone drift dragon of the Mutsu region is one of them." Isn't it? The manga I read back then featured a uniquely styled pompadour hairstyle that left a deep impression on me. The text appears to be a jumbled collection of characters and symbols. Possibly from a corrupted or incomplete document. It's impossible to translate meaningfully without understanding the intended meaning. Before we return to the golden age of sorcery, let's stop cursing each other, shall we? Future coldly replied, "Let's set a time. Just in case you disappear like that." The goal is achievable, the bearded, beautiful female parrot with a spear, its body resembling a skeleton, was depicted as a mother perch, then in the future. He changed the subject. "The time to help you deal with Gojo Satoru is almost up. Halloween is on October 31st. Old friends must attend." Chapter 72, Heaven and Curse, 2018, April 10. The 3 first-year students, having received their latest mission, have assembled. Urakami Kyujizaki Fushiguro. Following the incident at the 88 bridges in the canyon last month, all 3 have experienced varying degrees of improvement in their strength. Kyujizaki and Itadori are facing the special-grade Cursed Artifact, Cursed Embryo 9 Phases Diagram, and are being subjected to special-grade flesh-based attacks. In a life-or-death crisis, both of them simultaneously unleashed their Black Flash. They successfully killed the 2 special-class monsters, Badface and Bloodstained. As for Fuhei, he faced alone the special-grade Cursed Spirit that had devoured Su Nuo's fingers. In a life-or-death situation, he fought with all his might to create a half-finished domain, sacrificing serious injury to exorcise the Cursed Spirit. His finger was later swallowed by the Japanese knotweed. The number of fingers inside the body has increased to 4. The location for this mission is Kyoto. Supervisory personnel leading the team. A teacher at the Kyoto Prefectural School. And a castrated geisha in the original recording. Zenji Murai mentioned the traitors among the students. After checking for a month and ruling out all students as suspects, the songstress sets her sights on the mechanical Maru itself and on Kikichi. After all, she was a student he had taught diligently for 2 years. And the songstress's expression was somewhat somber. As they passed through the dimly lit tunnel, the songstress spoke in a low voice, explaining her special relationship with Kikichi to the three of them. The technique of the mechanical Maru is puppet manipulation, and with the blessing of heavenly curse, its scope is sufficient to cover the entirety of Japan. Heavenly curse, unlike the bonds formed with others. Rather, it is the physical restraints forcibly imposed upon one's body at birth. It involves sacrificing certain conditions in exchange for superhuman power. Take the Zen temple as an example. Even though she was stripped of all her magical power at birth, she was given an exceptionally strong physical body instead. Mechanical balls and even balls represent two extremes. He lost his right hand and the flesh below his knees at birth. She has no feeling below the waist, and her body is so fragile that the moonlight can burn her skin. It needs to be immersed in a special liquid for 24 hours and cannot walk outside. The sacrifice of the body is exchanged for the mechanical pill's extraordinary magical abilities. And its spell power output is terrifying. After listening to the songstress's introduction, the trio held their breath and slowly approached the hidden door that concealed the mechanical pellet's true form. Boom, stepping over the broken door frame. The dilapidated basement was deserted. Now we can confirm it, the mole among the students is the real machine gun. Kyujizaki, with one hand on his hip, solemnly pronounced the verdict, yes. If it wasn't an inside job, why would they have moved it ahead of time? The songstress looked at the dilapidated room. Her eyes filled with melancholy. Tokyo, Shinjuku. I received a phone call from the old fox informing me that I would be stepping into the void in the next step. Back then I helped the person, unclear text. And unclear text, unclear text, unclear text. Somewhere in Kyoto in an unnamed valley. The phone call was taken back. Step into the dark room in the valley. A dense array of blood packs suspended in midair, crisscrossing mechanical lines, converge behind a figure whose body is wrapped in bandages, lying on his back in a container soaked in a special liquid. He spoke coldly to Kikichi, "Heal me quickly, you bastard." The man fiddled with a strand of hair by his ear. His eyes suddenly turning cold. "Why don't we just kill him? Ziyu, that guy has a bad temper. If he breaks the contract, we might be the ones who suffer." The text appears to be a jumbled collection of characters and symbols, possibly from different sources. A direct translation isn't meaningful without further context or clarification. Let's heal him first, real person. Otherwise, the ruthless guy who comes to collect the goods later will be dissatisfied again. Hi tilde, I thought I could enjoy it first. The real person lowered his head listlessly and slowly stepped forward. He gently stroked Kikichi's forehead as he lay supine in the container. He glanced at the mangled body. His eyes filled with the utter indifference of someone looking at an insect. "Thank me, you piece of trash." A deep purple flame of magical power rose from his palm. Inaction transforms. A special modification to the soul spell. The deep purple curse power slowly spread downwards, covering Yukichi's entire body. The right arm, which was missing from the body below the knee, is visibly recovering inch by inch. Not only that, stepping out of the container and removing the bandages binding his entire body, Yukichi desperately suppressed his excitement. Since its birth, it has experienced inhuman torment every single day. 61 days later. This was the first time Kikichi had ever felt the warmth of light. But the crisis is not over yet. The next second, countless mechanical puppets emerged from behind Yukichi. The real man grinned, just about to launch a reasonable counterattack, when he was suddenly interrupted by the Stop, real man, the person picking up the goods is here. Liao Taoya brother's sword and Gyu Kaio Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter. Just as he was about to launch an attack, Yukichi suddenly stopped in his tracks. The dense, oppressive space was still manageable, but the figure was right next to me, with trembling pupils fixed on the suddenly appearing Zenji Murai. Kokichi was instantly covered in cold sweat, just standing right in front of him. The terrifying sense of oppression constantly squeezed his heart and even his breath. Really, with eyes blazing with fury, Yu Zenji gritted his teeth and said, "You, who personally killed Xia Yaoji back then, are the real mastermind behind it all." Future looked at Yukichi with indifferent eyes, her face calm. He had no desire to argue or talk to a dying person. If it weren't for ensuring the integrity of this body and guaranteeing that the real person would willingly undergo treatment. In the future, there will be no more exchanges or discussions about winning the lottery. How is it? Are there any problems with the goods? The voice of the fake Xia Yu came from behind. Kindness. Turning around in the futurette calmly replied, "Contract 1 completed. The moment I openly admit it in the future." He played with the dumplings and then. The sentence is incomplete and lacks context. This is proof that both parties have completed their binding process. Beside him, the real person looked at the murderer who killed Hana and suddenly grinned. A flickering purple flame suddenly erupted from his right palm. The real man clenched his fists tightly, and his enlarged fist slammed into the future of the Zen temple. Boring, disgusting, meeting those blood-red pupils. The smile on Genrin's lips gradually froze. Boom. The real person felt a sudden darkness before his eyes, and the excruciating pain that seemed to tear his soul apart instantly spread throughout his body. This is a cursed spirit with extremely high potential, and its growth rate is also quite fast. He saw through the unfolding of the realm between life and death, and learned the Black Flash skill without a teacher. If it has 1,000 years to mature, it might actually grow into an existence like Sunuo. But now, with the casualness of swatting a fly, Future looked down coldly at the real person lying at his feet. "Take him and get out of here, while I'm still in a pretty good mood." Without the transformative power of a true person, the transformation becomes futile and ineffective. Regardless of the fish, it is still a clever and foolish thing, at least. Neither of them wanted the real person to die at this moment. Don't get so angry, the kid just doesn't know any better. The text appears to be a jumbled collection of characters and symbols, possibly from different sources. A direct translation isn't meaningful without further context or clarification. "See you in 10 days." In the instant he turned around, he saw the husky and the cunning girl, her face contorted with rage. The real person disobeyed and acted without authorization. This is a point of contention regarding the Skull Wasteland water spirit system, knowing full well that the Zen temple will be a formidable place in the future. They still act rashly because of such base emotions. Madness, Chapter 73, Shibuya Eve You Monster. In a desperate heart-wrenching struggle, Mechanical Pill mobilizes all the stored magical power within his body. 17 years, 5 months, and 6 days, a blue tide formed from the power of the curses surged behind him. He also wants to return to his companions with this intact body. He also wanted to continue to quietly watch over Miwa Kasumi's growth. Nuyen Flow Simplified Domain. Breaking through the illusion of the future effectively harms the soul of the real person. The prepared mechanical ball is now unleashing its full potential. That extremely ferocious face was filled with a desire to live. Looking back on the future with a calm demeanor. "There is neither sorrow nor joy in my eyes." The unrequited love that Machine Maru had ended without a trace was something she regretted even in her past life. But in this lifetime, Future slightly turned her body, casually dodging Kokichi's final outburst. Boom. The ethereal hand passed through the chest covered in cursed power. Then he crushed the heart. The law of the world, the strong prey on the weak. The strong take all, the losers eat dust. This is the truth of the world. Warm blood spilled from his mouth, and the light in Kokichi's pupils slowly dimmed. Shinjuku Pangsing Sect Branch. The second basement level was covered with the remains of cursed spirits. The mechanical pellet itself immersed in the thick syrup showed no external damage. The fist-sized hole in his chest was filled with a pure white flower. The trembling flowers seemed to be composed of countless fine plant roots, or like the veins of the human body. Despite being a symbol of purity, white exudes an eerie aura at all times. If you can't fully control this body, you shouldn't participate in the big show in 10 days. A black throne formed from shadows in the future. He rested his forehead on one hand and said coldly, "The enhancement this body provides to you will be no less than that of number 1. It should be said that it is stronger, really." Stepping to the edge of the baths, White Zetsu's greedy gaze swept over the cold, lifeless body. The flawless heaven and curse are truly a vessel tailor-made for me. Master Jiu. Kakichi still needs time to accumulate his magical power. But White Zetsu, the void at the future shoulder opening, the near-endless curse power of the Outer Path demon statue, using flowers woven from the branches of the divine tree as a medium. Water is continuously poured into the container, as the future has been predicted. Without that divine artifact that could forcibly dispel spells, the heavenly reversal blade, even though the physical body could exert its strength, it was indeed inferior to the container before it. After all, this world, even if it's a cursed spirit, it can also expand into other areas. 2018, April 10. Shibuya, Tokyo, 7:00 p.m. The steel skyscrapers reflected dazzling neon lights, and the streets were filled with crowds of people dressed in all sorts of costumes. Intoxicating alcohol-ringing music and a bustling, noisy scene. Halloween, a night of revelry. It was also the day of upheaval in the world of sorcery. Centered on the busiest shopping mall, a curtain with a radius of about 400 meters quietly fell. Boom, hey, you're such a loser. Seeing his companion fall to the ground, the man holding the wine glass laughed loudly. "You're drunk after drinking so little. You little piece of trash." Extra A stood up in a daze, looking completely bewildered. He reached out and pushed against the air in front of him, and once again felt the resistance of an invisible wall. 8:20 p.m. Unaware of the truth, a large number of police officers, following instructions from their superiors, set up long cordons at the relevant locations. A highly skilled assistant supervisor, capable of seeing through the outer shell of the barrier, provides support from the sidelines, with the lives of tens of thousands of people at stake. All the surgeons from the college were mobilized. The group consists of Maki Kujizaki and Fushiguro, who has just been promoted to the first rank. The panda and dog rolled by the second-year leader. Kusakabe, the first-level sorcerer Mingaming, led the team of Yaoyu, an unofficial member of the advanced vocational school. And Hezheng. They launched separate operations from different points within the barrier. Outside the super-large barrier holding the report, Ikaji analyzed the situation in a deep voice to the people in front of him. Entering and exiting the barrier does not exclude sorcerers, but it restricts the movement of ordinary humans. The trapped people kept calling out Mr. Gojo's name. Nanami's gaze fell on the inky black outer shell of the barrier. Ordinary people wouldn't know Gojo Satoru's name. "It's the enemy conveying this message to us," as she spoke. Nanami turned her head to look at Kujizaki and Maki beside her. "What about the White Zetsu? Have you gotten any information out of them?" The White Zetsu, who was under house arrest at the high school, was still in Haruta's body. Because it is not the original entity, threats of forced confessions or even exorcism have no effect. Besides preventing White Zetsu from escaping, the high school will also try to get information out of White Zetsu. Maki shook her head. "About 10 days ago, the body of White Zetsu fell into a deep sleep and has not yet awakened. Since the day she was blocked in front of the Pangsing sect, Maki has never seen the future again. Similarly, she did not leave the ranks of higher vocational colleges. Will the Zen temple do this in the future?" Kujizaki spoke in a deep voice. "I have a feeling that even a big shot of that level wouldn't resort to such despicable methods." "Right. Perhaps they simply thought that important people disdained using schemes. Or perhaps Kyujizaki truly doesn't want to be involved with Zen and Murai. And then there are the white Zetsu who have become enemies. Just as the assistant supervisor was explaining the barrier information to each group, Gojo Satoru has already stepped into the first layer of the barrier. Shibuya subway station platform 5th basement level. The people trapped on the platform were unaware of the impending danger. They chatted idly while waiting for official rescue. Natsume, that guy could hold off 5 Satoru all by himself. Right. A hint of confusion flickered in the water clock's single eye, although I hate to admit it. Isn't it redundant for me to stay here with Zhang? With that time, Laohu felt he could go to the upper levels and slaughter more human sorcerers. Leaning against the side of the platform, Jiozayu tucked his hands into his sleeves and said, "We plan to prepare 2 sets. We can't skimp on the necessary precautions," as he spoke. Fake Natsume's cold gaze swept across the crowd on the platform. If Gojo Satoru is held back by these monkeys, then what about the future of the Zen Temple? Although I don't think he's the kind of soft-hearted monster, it's good to test him out. After all, hearing is believing, seeing is believing. Fake Ziryu squinted at the 2 people beside him and chuckled. In case we end up losing to each other, we'll seal one person and then join forces to kill the other. Wouldn't that be better? The water clock seemed somewhat tempted. If only it could remove 2 mountains at once. That era of dominance by cursed spirits will no longer be just a fantasy. Zhang Xiang, standing to the side, frowned and asked, "If we seal away Gojo Satoru and the Zen Temple still has resources left, what should we do?" That guy's attitude towards the curse doesn't seem very friendly. The Zen family has been capturing cursed spirits alive for 10 years. And the top-grade Flower Lord was casually crushed to death at the exchange meeting. Pulled back to reality by Zhang Xiang's words, a barely perceptible look of fear flashed in the eyes of the water clock. Yes, Summer Oil. That guy's eyes definitely don't look like the type that can be restrained by ordinary humans. We're so close, what if that guy attacks us? Don't worry, it's a water clock. Jiozayu smiled gently and said, "I have signed a contract with the Zen Temple in the future. He won't kill us until Sunyo takes control of our bodies." Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. FRAME men. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since, and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum, focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. P.S. I still owe Ancient Kang Martial Emperor 1 chapter. I'll add more tomorrow, thank you to the 2 great authors. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter for the generous update. There will be more updates over the next 3 days. Shark once again expresses its sincere gratitude to all the generous donors who have contributed their love and support. Keep hitting me, thank you, Tilda. Chapter 74, The Shibuya Incident. 13th Sister Maki's niece. The mosquito-sized mechanical creation flew to the group the instant Nanami led his team into the barrier. White Zetsu, a familiar nickname. Everyone immediately recognized the owner who was controlling the flying insects. Tusk, although it's pretty useless. But I'll still say it once, Master Ju. The mechanical flying insect flapped its delicate wings and slowly landed on Maki's shoulder. You should all go back, this city will soon become hell. This is not a war you can participate in. Not just Shibuya, I suggest you leave Japan, really. Nanami adjusted his glasses. His expression solemn, the Zen Temple future is also a participant in this event. The appearance of White Zetsu and the warning completely extinguished the last glimmer of hope in their hearts. Mama's boy. Kyujizaki slowly rolled up his sleeves and grabbed the flying insect in his hand. You dare to get involved, you newbies. How much do you think you are? facing Kujizaki's angry glare. The voice from the flying insect became more serious. Master Zetsu is sincere. Ahead lies hell. Stop talking, White Zetsu. I'm not going to just slink away with my tail between my legs like this. Maki said resolutely, even if I'm facing Murai-san. I'm sorry, I appreciate your kind offer, but I cannot accept it, feeling the pressure. Nanami loosened his tie and his eyes were resolute. There is no grand reason for insisting on participating in the battle at hand. It also failed to fulfill its grand ambition of saving innocent lives and maintaining national stability. Nanami was simply following her heart and choosing what suited her. Besides, when the moment comes that the college demonstrates its strength in the future, it will not be completely unprepared. All right, I knew you would make this choice. As Bai Ju's regretful sigh faded, the light in Fei Chang's eyes dimmed completely. On the rooftop of the steel building, a fierce wind raged in the late afternoon, a secret affair, or a perverse sense of humor. Looking down at the writhing crowd below, Wei Lai spoke softly. Although curses are all born from negative human emotions, I Master Ju am an exception. It's normal for emotions to lean towards those of ordinary humans. Baiju teased the caterpillar on his shoulder and replied with a smile. After all these years, what I've absorbed is just pure curse power. Those negative emotions that were stripped away, weren't they all absorbed by you? Wrong, to be precise. It should be said that it was absorbed by your eyes. There was no response from the future. It simply vanished from the spot right on time. But those scarlet pupils under the moonlight faintly shimmered with rings of milky white ripples. White Zetsu swept across the empty rooftop and pulled out hundreds of mechanical flying insects from the caterpillar's mouth. After tanning for so long, it must have some effect. The heavenly inverse blade cannot be copied, but sophisticated mechanical artifacts can be prepared years in advance. With a single move, the heavenly maiden scattering flowers sent tiny flying insects, no bigger than a thumb, flying across the barrier in 10 days. White Zetsu completely took control of the mechanical pill's body. Through the infusion of power from the Jido Maza, White Zetsu's current total curse power data shows 5,000 years. 5 underground floors. The crowded people were as small and dense as an anthill. Suspended in midair, Gojo Satoru looked down at the void below and slowly descended. Pushing aside the crowd without any restraint, Gojo Satoru, with his hands in his pockets, walked against the flow of people towards the stands. How? You two are just small fry. Gojo Satoru looked at the volcano head special grade cursed spirit and the 9-phase diagram special grade suffering body in front of him. His tone somewhat disappointed. Feeling the pressure emanating from Gojo Satoru, a hint of tension surfaced in Laohu's single eye. Damn Guido summer oil, damn the future of the Zen temple. They kept assuring me that there would be no problem. But even after we arrived at the target location, that guy still hadn't shown up. Boom, with a single finger. Laohu pointed at 2 or 3 people on one side of the platform, causing them to burst into flames. Don't even think about escaping, Gojo Satoru. If we leave, all the humans here will die. A thick stream of magical power rose from his palm. While uttering harsh words, Laohu fled cowardly into the crowd. In any case, we need to stall Gojo Satoru first. Tusk trouble. Gojo Satoru leaned slightly forward and suddenly crashed into the crowd. The subway passage deep inside the platform. Hidden in the shadows, aren't they being too cautious? Insisting on waiting for Laohu and the others to make the first move. A crimson glint flashed in the darkness, and Wei Lai spoke softly. Making a move a little later doesn't necessarily mean violating the constraints, does it? Let's treat this as an appetizer and help Laohu get another top-tier match record. The skull was fierce and rebellious, and the real bones were broken and the dark back of the ankle were broken. The boat was covered with mud and if Hua Yu hadn't died, there would have been no need for him to intervene today. The text appears to be a jumbled collection of characters and symbols, possibly from a corrupted or incomplete document. A direct translation isn't meaningful without further context or clarification. Thinking too much can cause brain atrophy. When the exchange meeting was mentioned, Wei Lai's tone turned somewhat cold. Is that so? Then consider it me being nosy. The source of the thigh was so fierce that it dared to plot against the enemy. The skillful servant of the master was utterly exhausted. The two chatted casually while watching the action blockbuster on the platform. Much like moviegoers on PFFT, Lao Hu stared in horror at his right arm, which had been easily torn off by Gojo Satoru. As for the action film that the two people in the shadows were looking at, in Lao Hu's opinion, this is a real horror movie. Crimson blood manipulation technique blood piercing. A crimson line of blood moving at supersonic speed pierced through the heads of 2 or 3 humans before heading towards Gojo Satoru. Zizazi. The shooting blood trails resembled impacts against a transparent steel plate. The unassailable, limitless technique completely ignores the bleeding caused by the swelling. The Kamo family's ancestral techniques. Although the attack was ineffective, the swelling technique did attract some of Gojo Satoru's attention. Boom, the clepsydra seized the opportunity, and a raging fire instantly erupted from the crowd in the distance. Unable to see the cursed spirit's body, they could only desperately try to stay away from the crowd of spontaneously combusting flames, crowding towards Gojo Satoru like headless flies. Extension of the field. Having broken free from the suction force between the 5 fingers of Wuzhengwu, the sweat-drenched Laoju embarks on his escape journey once again. What? The panicked crowd was tossed into the air one by Gojo Satoru, and then gently landed. He can accept the cursed spirits killing ordinary humans right before his eyes, but he cannot do it himself. The dense crowd was like countless stumbling blocks at our feet. Time and again, it helped the leaky pot escape a deadly hunt. It wasn't just the crowd that was afraid. I had briefly experienced the formidable power of Gojo Satoru. The water clock, which dared not stop for a moment, was even more terrified. The fewer humans there are as expendable resources, the wider the scope for Gojo Satoru's actions. In order to seal Gojo Satoru's domain technique, Laoju also needs to ensure that the humans on the platform don't all die so quickly. A glance swept over the approaching white-haired figure. They are not here yet. The premonition of death grew ever deeper, and the water clock roared out with all its might. At the same time, Gojo Satoru ripped off the bandage from the corner of his eye and suddenly looked behind him. You're here, Chapter 75, Battle escalates. Special grade re-enters. I just said they were 2 pieces of trash. Where did they get their confidence from? Keep a close eye on the approaching future. Gojo Satoru's smile was unrestrained, but a hint of seriousness appeared in his azure eyes. The bloated figure and the fleeing water clock also converged behind Gojo Satoru at this moment. So close, he felt that if he had been a second later, he would have been torn to pieces by Gojo Satoru. The water clock having survived the ordeal gasped for breath. How? The child swept his gaze across the crowd on both sides and uttered another sarcastic remark. Afraid of losing this time, they prepared so many life-saving charms in advance. Faced with Gojo Satoru's arrogant face, Murai smiled faintly. I don't have the energy to prepare so much. After all, you're just a defeated opponent. Thick, blood-like curse power surged, and the void that opened up on the side of his shoulder burst forth with boundless suction. The crowd's fear, anger, confusion, and hatred, not only emotions, but also the people near the future, were sucked into the Kamui space. The crowded platform suddenly became much more spacious. Of the thousands of people, only 200 or 300 remained far away from this place. Madmans. The terror in Laohu's eyes as he looked into the future was even greater than when he faced Gojo Satoru. Ziryu also said he wanted to test this guy to see if he would be held back by his own kind. Result: they were even more ruthless than those cursed spirits. The water clock lowered its head slightly, not daring to meet those bloodshot eyes, facing the true culprit who killed Hanako in the past. At this moment, the water clock did not have the slightest thought of revenge. The hell? Future raised his hand and pointed at Gojo Satoru. if I help you clear a few more obstacles. You can't say I won unfairly, can you, Island Nation? Killing a few hundred should be considered a good deed. Right? Ah, that's definitely much easier. Gojo Satoru stretched his body and responded with a smile. For those who have died, Gojo Satoru could only say it in his heart, sorry, in return. I will personally take down the culprit right in front of me. Hehe, Gojo Satoru, you can't escape this time. A sinister laugh came from behind. Remembering his previous embarrassment, the water clock did not let this rare opportunity pass him by. The words fell in an instant, escape. You piece of trash who barely survived. Do you even dare to mock me, in his terrified single eye? Gojo Satoru's slightly gloomy profile was reflected, like a thunderclap exploding in his ears. The water clock was stunned into place by a terrifying aura and dared not move. As the future suggests, the limitation of the population is lacking. Gojo Satoru dodged in a flash, and even the water clock didn't have time to react. Suddenly coming to his senses, just as Laohu was about to retreat, his body was momentarily held back by the gravitational pull of Gojo Satoru's fist. Red and black waves churned, and the fist in the single eye continued to grow larger. In a daze, the water clock seemed to see the shadow of Hua-Yu. The moment Gojo Satoru's fist slammed down, a slight ripple appeared in the space beside him. Boom. The shattered spatial fracture point unleashed a terrifying gust of air. The water clock, half of which had been blown apart, was violently thrown away by the airflow. At the crucial moment, Wei Lai gently saved Hu Bao. The fate of the water clock was irrelevant, but Sun Yuo's 10 fingers seemed to still be on his body. Gojo Satoru did not chase after his prey instead. At the instant the void erupted, it suddenly twisted and attacked the future. A brilliant azure light shone forthand the fist, enhanced by the simple domain, moved with incredible speed. A loose white robe from which a scarlet cursed power rose. It resembles armor attached to the body, stained with the blood of countless enemies. Mirai caught Gojo Satoru's sudden punch with her open palm. The shockwaves from the aftershocks churned and whipped the future's black hair into a wild dance. The opportunity was well seized, but unfortunately, its impact was somewhat weak, Future spoke calmly, his scarlet pupils flashing with terrifying pressure. Boom, without the slightest carelessness. Gojo Satoru ducked to avoid the explosion and delivered a side kick to Murai's abdomen. He could easily take a step back in the future, his expression extremely relaxed. Show me your trump card, looking down at Gojo Satoru. The future figure uttered a cryptic statement, gathering all his magical power to restore his damaged body. Laohu hid in the subway tunnel, panting heavily. I almost ended up keeping company with Hua-Yu. Soaked in cold sweat, the water clock leaned against the cold stone wall, its face filled with lingering fear. A water clock tilde who? A soft cry nearly startled the water clock so much that it began to flee. Summer oil. The water clock looked at the figure in the shadows and was about to burst into curses, but suddenly stopped. Isn't it enough that guy has been holding off Gojo Satoru for a while? I think I'll go hunt down those highly skilled sorcerers in the upper levels instead. Laohu sincerely expressed that he only wanted to get away from the floor where those two grim reapers were located. The new reading of the skull is often accompanied by the sound of the right-handed madman. The text is fragmented and nonsensical, making a coherent translation impossible. It appears to be a collection of characters and phrases related to a story or a novel. The original plan was to send you up to hunt down those sorcerers. The text appears to be a jumbled collection of characters and symbols, possibly from different sources. A direct translation isn't meaningful without further context or clarification. But it seems there's been a new development, and we'll have to trouble you to continue playing with the water clock. Just as the water clock was about to open, the barrier enveloping the 5th underground level suddenly shattered. Click, click, the rapidly decreasing icy temperature spread down from the 4th floor rhyme. Her face pale, and the figure that fell with her crashed onto the battlefield. Domain expansion, silent slaughter of the gamblers. The figure with a passionate smile on his lips had just fallen here when he dragged Rhyme back into the domain. Here it comes, the water clock. The text appears to be a jumbled collection of characters and symbols, possibly from different sources. A direct translation isn't meaningful without further context or clarification. In that instant, the water clock sensed the surging killing intent rushing towards him. Wearing a white uniform, holding a sharp samurai sword, standing at the edge of the broken barrier. The figure's mere presence of magical power caused the cracks in the barrier to widen continuously. It's about to start, Rico. She spoke softly to the ring on her ring finger. A figure imbued with terrifying magical power suddenly rushed towards the water clock. People coming. The 5th rank special grade in the world of sorcery. Yuta Atsuku, a sense of horror washed over me again. He cursed Xia Yaoji's leaky pot in his heart as he skillfully escaped into the few remaining people. The 2 newly added battles on the 5th underground level are tacitly far from the locations of Gojo Satoru and Zenji Murai. It seems your arrogance has improved considerably. He casually deflected Gojo Satoru's punch, and then spoke calmly in the future. You even knew to find help in advance. You're not as stupid as I thought. The future expression was no surprise in the face of this sudden change. The first thing White Zetsu did after taking control of the mechanical pill was to bring the entire Shibuya area under surveillance. Even before Gojo Satoru entered the barrier, Murai already knew about the surprise weapon he had hidden beforehand. Yeah, the azure flames of magical energy surged. And Gojo Satoru grinned in response. Knowing that you have helpers, it's not unreasonable for me to bring 2 students along. Boom, 2 fists empowered by the simplified domain collided violently like a typhoon sweeping through. The shockwaves generated by their fists filled the entire floor. After the exchange meeting, Gojo Satoru, having investigated the Kamo family matter, did not appear at the academy again, even though I knew I would be settling down in Shinjuku in the future. I had no urge to go there after that battle. The pressure from the future of the Zen temple was even greater for Gojo Satoru than for Sukuna. After all, Gojo Satoru was confident that he could exorcise Sukuna, who had 20 fingers attached to his body all by himself. He disappeared for almost 2 months. Gojo Satoru first went overseas to find the Atatsu, which was being used in his training, and then secretly brought it back to Japan. Then they found Kinji Hai, who had clashed with the conservative faction at the top and was forced to withdraw from the college. Gojo Satoru originally planned to take the 2 of them and launch a surprise attack on the Panksing sect in Shinjuku. But then tonight's unexpected situation just right. Chapter 76 Trump Card, Don't Choose a Way Out. The water clock, fleeing through the crowd, grabbed the people around it and threw them behind it like shields. The terror of being targeted by a hunter clung tightly to my heart. First, Gojo Satoru broke his arms one after another. Then Murai delivered a gentle rescue. Today, the water clock retains only 70% of its former power. He glanced at the ghostly white figure behind him. Its oppressive aura almost equal to that of Gojo Satoru. The water clock, drenched in cold sweat, knew in its heart that even at its peak, I doubt they'd be a match for the sorcerer before me. He bent down and weaved through the crowd as Yig pursued. He used the back of his blade to roughly push the crowd to both sides. As the number of people around the water clock dwindled, Yigu's gaze grew increasingly cold. A month ago, Gojo Satoru personally came to Africa to meet with Ido. The unexpected turn of events at the exchange meeting, and the betrayal by the future teacher and White Zetsu. Although it's hard to accept, but in the end, Yig chose to stand on the same side as Gojo Satoru Gaijin. Maki panned other companions, Kiang. Having avoided the last person, Yig's longsword drew ever closer to Laohu's neck. I'm going to die, the Laohu with its single terrified eye had seen Hua Yu's figure countless times, Guan knew. He dodged a powerful punch from Gojo Satoru, and the shadow spreading from Murai's feet surged. The Shikigama, entirely black, unleashed an immense surge of energy in milliseconds and crashed violently into its target. Yigu suddenly turned around. gripping his knife with both hands to desperately withstand the sudden surge of immense force behind him. Boom, stone chips and dust flew everywhere, and the Yagu, carried by gravity, slammed into the stone wall on one side of the platform, creating a human-shaped gap. Having narrowly escaped death once again, the water clock froze for a moment before immediately turning around and fleeing to the fourth floor. The 5-layered barrier used to trap Gojo Satoru has now been broken by some unknown means. But it just so happens to be a water clock. The best escape route, because there are even more humans trapped on the fourth floor, hidden under rubble and debris. Yagu tightened his grip on the sharp blade in his hand. "You're really strong, future teacher," Yagu murmured softly, and a massive amount of magical power roared forth. He didn't utter any sarcastic remarks, nor did he get angry because he was distracted by helping the leaky pot during their battle. Seeing the smile on Gojo Satoru's lips, Murai's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. Boom. The speed at which Yig plunged from the pile of rubble was in no way inferior to the previous speed of Guan Niu. Without pursuing the escaped Laohu on the fourth floor, Yig's gaze towards the future was filled with determination. Once you've chosen the path you want to take, then go for it without hesitation. It wasn't the sharp blade in his hand that was severed, but the iron fist wrapped in black rope at the same time. Gojo Satoru grinned as he canceled the simplified field, and his fist carrying terrifying gravity slammed straight into the heart of the future. That's it. A blood-red glint flashed in Wei Lai's eyes, and the space around him rippled slightly. The crimson vines that opened up the void transformed into a sturdy shield, blocking Gojo Satoru's fist. In the future, he'll sidestep and face his fist with an even more ferocious stance. It directly confronted Yagu's full-force attack. Boom. A deafening roar resounded, and the platform where the three were located suddenly cracked open with countless spiderweb-like fissures. The 5 articles of enlightenment cancel the simplified domain, and the skeletal bone has no use for domain extension. Looking at the wisps of smoke rising from his fist, Wei Lai immediately understood their scheme. The fallen branch of the divine tree was smashed to pieces by Gojo Satoru. In the instant of the unleashed gravity without limits, Future appeared at the edge of the platform. Black hair danced wildly without wind, sweeping across the black ropes that were still burning on Yagu's fist. Future's tone was calm. "Is this your trump card?" The moment the fist made contact with the Yig fist, the Future felt a brief disruption of the cursed power. The effects of the ethereal spell were directly negated, forcibly dragging it from the void into reality. The tennis reversing rope used by Miguel in the original work, which is the same black rope used by Miguel in the Night Parade of 100 Demons. These top-tier cursed artifacts, capable of breaking through any limits, should have been destroyed by Gojo Satoru long ago. Moreover, judging from the thick layer on the Yi bone fist, it's impossible for it to be woven in just 1 year. "I knew you had ill intentions." Gojo Satoru grinned and said, "The head of the 3 great families has come to the college to be a teacher. With such a fake smile, how can I not be wary of you?" As Gojo Satoru spoke, a blue-green ripple of magical energy emanated from his entire body. Without the blessing of the simplified field, the unlimited, repulsive, and attractive forces can be further exerted. When he was about to join the vocational high school, Gojo Satoru shook hands with him as a way of testing the waters. Then came Xia Yaoji's Night Parade of 100 Demons. The black rope in the African sorcerer's hand was used when he sent Yagu overseas to cultivate. Instead of destroying it, Gojo Satoru ordered Atsuko to collect all the black ropes. If it can interfere with and counteract his boundless inviolability, then it will inevitably play a role in blurring the fake smile. It was precisely the conscious preventative measures taken last year that gave Yagu another useful trump card. Whatever, come on, it's just 1 against 2. We still have the confidence to face the future. The words spoken in an instant can preemptively shape the future. Like a swift gust of wind, it covered a distance of 100 meters in the blink of an eye. In the future, he will sweep a kick at Gojo Satoru and punch straight at Ekibone. 5 underground levels. The darkness deep within the subway tunnel. As the spell was unleashed, a deep rift appeared suspended in the void. He concealed his own aura completely. The beard was covered with pine branches, which were the source of the hope. But the frozen and broken cloth was still there. No wonder the barriers set up on the 4th and 5th floors, which prohibited other sorcerers from entering, were destroyed so suddenly. If it weren't for the prior arrangement of Lai Mei guarding the 4th floor, Xia Yaoji's physical body would have been exposed. The black rope in Yagu's hand contains extremely rare magical power. It can disrupt the operation of all spells. Not only does Wudo have no bottom lines, but the future of Zen monasteries is becoming increasingly illusory, even extending to the Tadar Sakura. Even the seal of the prison gate can be broken. The text appears to be a jumbled collection of characters and symbols, possibly from different sources. A direct translation isn't meaningful without further context or clarification. This thing must be completely destroyed when Gojo Satoru seals it. After all, the back door of the prison gate is still in Tianyuan's hands. The epiphyseal palpitation descended and served the goo, the stupid onion and the timid the living. The black rope in Yagu's hand must not be kept. The blood-red waterfall tumbled in the void, and hundreds and thousands of blood-red root-like giant tails shot towards Gojo Satoru. In the future Ruhan he turns and throws a punch. His aim is not to kill Yagu instead. He forced Yig to fight back with the black rope in his hand. Whether it's a shikigami or a demonic statue, Atsukatsu can be blocked with a sword or curse power. To consume the black rope you must have a future enhanced ethereal fist at the same time. We must conceal our combat strength as much as possible. At the very least one should give way to the sacrum, and be prepared to accept the judgment of the small. That's quite a challenge. A slight smile appeared on his lips as he slammed his fist down. Sizzle bang. The black rope in his hand suddenly burst into flames, and Yagu was once again smashed into the ruins. He dodged and turned in midair, his elbow falling with the force of the fall. Boom. His elbow was enveloped in crimson cursed power, which met Gojo Satoru's fist, which was imbued with cursed power, surgery in sequence. Spell expansion in the future. Gojo Satoru spoke in unison, and 2 completely different surging magical powers suddenly exploded. Booms. Chapter 77 shattered in a second, boundless emptiness. Shibuya, Tokyo, the massive barrier, with a radius of approximately 400 meters, only restricts ordinary humans at its outermost layer. Sorcerers and highly skilled assistant supervisors can come and go freely. Near the platform, the second layer of protection is a protective veil that forbids sorcerers from entering. This barrier was erected by the group of curse masters that Rhyme found after Gojo Satoru and the others entered. 3 more layers inside had been completely destroyed by the black rope carried by the bone, distributed around the perimeter of the barrier. These are highly specialized groups led by first-level sorcerers. 10 minutes after Gojo Satoru entered the 5th underground level, he began to move from the 4 directions of Shibuya, east, southwest, and north. Launch an attack on the final barrier that prevents mages from entering. In 5 underground floors, the dilapidated subway platform has long since been reduced to ruins. The ground was riddled with cracks, and piles of rubble were scattered everywhere. At the top of the ceiling, only a few lights flickered on and off, creating a depressing atmosphere. The remaining 200 or 300 ordinary humans. Fortunately, it was swept away by the aftershocks of the 3-person battle. Unfortunately, they escaped to the next level. What greeted them was welcome. The real person grinned and bowed gracefully in greeting. Only a very small number of people in the crowd can see the real person who is the curse. But standing next to real people, there was a whole carriage full of cyborgs. Monster, a surge of malice rushed towards us thick. Blood-red liquid splashed wantonly onto the smooth ground. Even without close inspection, a person standing on the 4th floor can clearly sense the terror erupting from underground. The plan was not followed. and a carriage converted into people was not put into the fifth floor. After all, the real person had spied on his previous actions from the fourth floor. Such a piece of trash would probably be instantly killed if thrown into the water. Sufficient inventory has been prepared. Unable to intervene in the battles below his natural enemy, the real man stepped over the sprays of blood at his feet, a malicious smile spreading across his face. Eugen Itadori, I've arrived, the Jido Mazo. In its initial form along with the 10 shadows, restrained Gojo Satoru's actions in the future. The original body countered with fists, attacking Yagu with pure physical skills. Boom. The rolling black and red waves instantly blasted half of Rika's body apart, who was being controlled by the Otsuku technique. The downward kick accompanied by a boundless shockwave slammed straight into Yagu's head. Zizizi. Yagu gritted his teeth and parried with a fist, the black rope on his fist bone already half burned. As for Ekaku's weapon, the sharp samurai sword had already broken in two and lay scattered to the side. Bone 2, realizing that there were no living humans left on the fifth underground level, Gojo Satoru suddenly clasped his hands together. In an instant, a gust of wind swept through teleportation with no lower limit. The azure blue magical power flickered faintly the moment the 5 words of enlightenment were uttered. His body had already flashed to Yagu's side. Boom. An earthquake-like tremor shook the area as Gojo Satoru withstood the punch that was about to rain down from the future. He turned and unleashed a dark flash kick as a counterattack. Yig understood and charged towards the 2 Shikigami on the side, as well as the terrifying cursed spirit that resembled a withered tree. Eureka! With a roar, the ring on Yagu's ring finger gleamed silver. A year ago, Yagu successfully lifted the curse at the vocational college. At that time, the top-tier vengeful spirit Komodo Rika had already attained Buddhahood. The special class beside Yig now is merely a lingering remnant left behind when Rika attained Buddhahood. In addition, after Yig returned to the top rank in just 4 months, he was condensed into a Shikigami using a massive amount of curse power. Roar with the technique unlocked, Rika's body swelled up dramatically, with a single eye blazing with overwhelming killing intent. Rika suddenly lunged at the Shikigami she would control in the future. Meanwhile, Akiko kept a distance, keeping a close eye on the future battle between Gojo Satoru. He gripped the black rope tightly, his knuckles cracking. What are you up to now? Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at the poised and ready Yagu behind her and asked softly in the future, without the black rope of the skeletal bone as an aid. Gojo Satoru once again deployed the simple domain the instant he took over the position. There was no response to questions about the future. With 2 fingers pressed together in front of his chest, Gojo Satoru let out a wild maniacal laugh. Round 2 begin. Looking at the hand seals formed by Gojo Satoru, plus the distance between the 2 bones, a sense of understanding flashed through his mind. And then he smiled faintly. Field expansion, infinite space. A massive amount of magical power poured out, and the black domain shell instantly enveloped the 2 of them. Boom! The outer shell violently cracked the stone walls on both sides. The earthquake trembled for a moment, leaving behind only a huge circular crater. The position where Yagu was bent over was exactly at the edge of the domain's outer shell. But looking at the shell in front of him, Yagu's expression was full of surprise. Within the domains, the ultimate black and white complementing each other, Gojo Satoru's expression was as blank as a bone, filled with bewilderment at that moment. Originally, the plan of the teacher and student was for Ito to accumulate strength and wait for the next opportunity when they competed with Gojo Satoru in the field. The moment the barrier shatters in the future, we will need to use the reversal technique to fill the fractional second gap between the healing and dissolving techniques. Yagu needs to seize that fleeting opportunity and use the black rope to disrupt the future spell. Let Gojo Satoru heal the meltdown first, and then resolve the future in the second unfolding of the boundless void. This was originally a plan that the 3 of them, master and disciples, had discussed when they intended to attack the Panxing sect. Kinji's role was to use his invincible body, enhanced by his domain, to hold back all the Zen temple sorcerers. The plan that was discussed was interrupted, but it can still be applied here. This is why the master and apprentice could achieve such perfect teamwork, even without exchanging words during battle. The timing of the expansion of the domain was when the 5 underground levels were largely cleared out. The distance to the boundless void was just right so that it wouldn't cover the upper layer or affect the battlefield of Jinji in the distance. Everything was planned well, even perfectly, but the fact that no domain-based confrontation occurred in the future surprised Gojo Satoru and Ito. There's no time to figure out the reason. Gojo Satoru maintained the domain hand seal with his left hand, while his right fist churned up red and black waves. With a swift movement, Gojo Satoru's eyes flashed with terrifying killing intent. Just freeze for 1 second. A fake smile isn't a cursed spirit. Gojo Satoru only needs 1 second to blast the future's head apart. Even if you master the reversal technique in the future, you will still die. Crack, booms, a tearing. Sharp pains shot through my right arm, but it was nothing serious besides the splattered blood. His azure pupils also held a deep sense of astonishment. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the edge of the broken barrier. The enormous Shikigami with a magic circle above its head was slowly sinking into the shadows. This is as one of the 3 starter families. Gojo Satoru immediately recognized the Shikigami's original form. The strongest Shikigami of the 10 Shadows technique, the 8-handed sword. The divine general demon void. What was surprising was that the future exorcised the Shikigami that the successive heads of the Zen temple had never been able to control. Having already tested the waters several times and clashed with Gojo Satoru once, he was mentally prepared for the strongest Shikigami to appear. Gojo Satoru was surprised. Why did Mozuluo shatter his domain without giving him any time to adapt? Boom! In less than a second, the entire domain of the boundless void exploded. Just as Yagu was about to charge forward, he suddenly stopped. Blood-stained white hair, blood streaks on his face, especially the right arm that was torn off. The invincible Gojo-sensei as recognized by Yig. A brutal scene that overturns conventional wisdom. It pierced deeply into Yagu's eyelids. Chapter 78, The Prison Gate. Close the gate. The reaction is not equal to that of the septal bone. In the future, he will shatter the stone slab beneath his feet and burst forth. Boom! Their fists collided, and only a third of the black rope remained in their hands. Just as Yagu was exhausted and struggling to defend himself, another unexpected event occurred. After the spell was unleashed, Rika was repeatedly and severely injured by the withered, tree-like cursed spirit. Bloodshot eyes swept across the depths of the platform. With a single thought, the condition of the initially unsealed demonic statue deteriorated rapidly. The level of spell power output is just equivalent to that of the 2 Shikigami. The 3-against-1 situation barely maintained a balance. The reversal technique was pushed to its limit, and the destroyed right hand was rapidly restored. Casting aside all distracting thoughts, Gojo Satoru rose and prepared to charge into the battlefield. Bang! A dull thud came from behind me as something heavy fell to the ground. Gojo Satoru subconsciously looked at the cube covered in cursed runes that had rolled to his feet. Prison gate opened. The familiar tone that reached his ears made Gojo Satoru pause. The cube beneath their feet began its final countdown the moment Gojo Satoru stared at it. Zai zai. The cracking sound emanating from the gaps in the runes gradually amplified. Then it suddenly unfolded its body, transforming into a 2-meter-tall behemoth wrapped in flesh and fascia. It resembles a blood-red starfish with its legs spread wide and arms outstretched. The single, exposed eye in the center continuously oozes scarlet liquid. Gojo Satoru stared blankly at the blood-red eyeball, a strange sense of absurdity and unease welling up inside him. Just as I was about to leave the range of the one-eyed projection, that familiar tone of voice rang out again. Long time no see, Satoru. Gojo Satoru stopped in his tracks as he retreated. his gaze involuntarily fixed on the one-eyed figure behind him. Looking at the face he knew best in his life. Gojo Satoru's azure eyes churned with extremely complex emotions. A year ago, the Zen Temple personally resolved Xia Yaoji's problem. After confirming the information that White Zetsu could possess people, Gojo Satoru shocked the others. It had long been suspected that Xia Yaoji's corpse would be a hidden trump card for the future. Back at the academy, Gojo Satoru used his 6 eyes to identify the body that White Zetsu had replaced. So he was already somewhat prepared. Even Gojo Satoru's first reaction upon seeing Natsume was that this was a White Zetsu impersonating him. But at this moment, 6 eyes relayed the information to Gojo Satoru. The person before me is definitely not Baiju in disguise. Apart from the stitch scar on his forehead, whether it's magical power or the physical body, that's Xia Yaoji himself, this moment. Wu Tiaowu's mind kept replaying the 3 years he had lived with Xia Yaoji at the vocational high school. Together they exorcised cursed spirits. Together they defied the night moths. Together they flirted with songstresses. Together they complained about the corruption of those in power. So many times together, so many memories. 3 years of youth, 3 years of close friendship. In a split second, 3 years' worth of information rushed into my mind. Special cursed item, prison gate. 1,000 years, or perhaps an even more distant period. A sorcerer named Genshin awakened a barrier technique. Throughout his life, he sealed countless curses within his body. And after his death, his physical body transformed into the gate of hell. A special creation powerful enough to imprison even the strongest sorcerer. An absolute prison for Gojo Satoru, it has 3 functions. Cursed power sealed, time disordered, absolutely solid. A sorcerer imprisoned by the gates of prison. Unable to use spells to escape. And unable to perceive the passage of time in the outside world. Hundreds of years, thousands of years. Tens of thousands of years, as time endlessly passed. The sorcerer was trapped in a confined space. Aside from suicide, the only option is to passively wait for others to lift the lockdown. It has an incredibly powerful effect, but the activation conditions are extremely strict. The target must remain within 4 meters of prison gate's main body and stay in place for 1 minute. 1 minute does not refer to physical time, but rather the time it takes for a memory to flash through the target's mind. And Gojo Satoru, in that instant of looking back, 3 years flashed through my mind. Woos, how can you let your mind wander during battle? The text appears to be a jumbled collection of characters and symbols, possibly from different sources. A direct translation isn't meaningful without further context or clarification. When he came to his senses, layers upon layers of muscles bound him firmly to the spot. Can't sense the curse power. Gojo Satoru, who was half squatting, frowned deeply, seeing the disgusting smile on his former best friend's face. Gojo Satoru, after a brief moment of shock, angrily demanded, "Who are you? Have you forgotten me so quickly?" Fake Natsume clasped his hands together in his sleeves, looking down at Gojo Satoru with a playful gaze. "I'm your best friend, Xia Yaoji." Gojo Satoru stared intently at Xia Yaoji's body. "The feedback I received from 6 eyes all indicates that you are Xia Yaoji himself. But my soul is denying this answer." Gojo Gasu exerted his strength, stretching the muscles binding him to their limit. "Tell me right now, who are you, teacher Gojo?" Xia Yaoji's sudden appearance and Gojo Satoru's sudden restriction. Forced far back to the platform, Yig tried countless ways to break through to the future. However, they returned empty-handed one after another. Boom, as the black rope in his hand was about to burn out. Yigu's expression grew increasingly impatient. Why? With an extreme burst of massive magical power, Yigu punched the heart of the future. "I don't expect to kill the enemy. As long as we can help him avoid attacks in the future, we can give him a chance to get close to teacher Gojo." Yigu was able to use the last black rope in his hand to help Wu Chi escape from his predicament. Boom, in the future with a casual gesture. He firmly stopped Yigu's fist in place. "Why did you betray the vocational college? Looking down at the enraged Yagu, the future figure spoke calmly. I'd also like to ask why. Why can't you just obediently follow the orders of the strong and stop your futile resistance? Several months ago at the exchange meeting, the future plot had already begun to deviate significantly. This includes Kinji Shirai, who appeared in Shibuya with Gojo Satoru and Atsukoshi. This led to repeated revisions to the plans for achieving the final goal in the future. Now he can only maintain the overall direction of operations, ensuring the smooth progress of the project, and preventing any disruptions to the overall situation. Virtual expansion shock with a powerful kick. He swept across Yig's side, and Future's crimson eyes focused on the deep darkness. The void rippled with tremors, and the tearing was visible to the naked eye. Rhyme and Kinji, who had just emerged from the shattered domain, hadn't even had time to see the situation before them. A sudden, magnified sense of horror welled up inside me. Boom, the space was torn apart, and violent air currents swept through. The two had just regained their footing when they were suddenly blasted away again. The eyebrow is blurred, the eyebrow is distorted. An impatient tone drifted across the platform as the body slowly rose into the air. Kaleidoscope confirmed that the black rope in Yagu's hand was completely destroyed. As for whether there are any other supplies hidden elsewhere, only Baiju can confirm that. Hi tilde. The nightmare was thrown, the rice was weak. The old man was terrified, and the bottle was filled with the smell of guns. The road was filled with the smell of sparse smoke. Let's talk again next time. That guy has a bad temper. The skull awakened. The leech appeared. The cliff was broken. The bones were exhausted and the body was exhausted. The only thing that remained was the inlaid charm of the handsome man. 100 years or 1,000 years, ha ha ha. As the future slowly drew near, the text abruptly ends here. Likely due to an incomplete sentence or a formatting error. Goodbye to the new world, Gojo Satoru. They didn't give Gojo Satoru time to refute them. He plans to leave in the future, with Atsuki and Kenji added together. Even one rhyme wouldn't be able to stop them. Prison gate. Close the door. Chapter 79, Sealing and Planning. Click-clack, click-clack. In the dim and cramped space, countless white skeletal skulls trembled incessantly. He lay supine on the ground, piled with bones. Gojo Satoru fiddled with the bandage around his eye, scanning the interior of the unique prison with his 6 eyes. The fact that physical time doesn't pass is really troublesome. The skull that surrounds it is formed from countless rare curses. Now, Gojo Satoru is like someone living in a closed world that operates 24 hours a day. Or rather, it is enveloped by a living barrier. Oh no, we'll have to leave these problems to them. Never mind, things will work themselves out. Get some sleep first. His tone seemed relaxed, but his occasionally visible deep blue eyes were filled with solemnity. 2144. Shibuya Meiji Jingumi Station. The subway entrance leading to the 5th underground level. Mingaming's Yaoyu and Hojang suddenly stopped in their tracks. Can you hear me? Hisahito Itadori suddenly. An unfamiliar voice came through the earpiece used to communicate with the assistant supervisor. Itadori was stunned for a moment, then took off his headphones and slammed them hard onto the floor. Clang, surprisingly good quality. The earphones bounced off the ground intact. Wait. The mechanical voice coming from the headphones urged him to speak urgently. I am not an enemy, I am Kyoto Prefectural Mechanical Maru. Mechanical pellets. With a wistful murmur of recollection, Itachi loosened his grip on the earphones slightly. There's no time to explain in detail. Just listen carefully this time. Gojo Satoru has been sealed away. Hearing the devastating news through his headphones, Itadori stood there bewildered and stunned. A hint of surprise flashed across Mingaming's face. Then she said in a deep voice, "What's your basis for the intelligence you mentioned?" Sorry, not at all. On Itajo's outstretched palm, Machine Maru spoke calmly. If I had to give a reason, my ability to communicate with you now is proof of that. Only when my true form dies and Gojo Satoru is sealed away. Only when these two conditions are met will my triple insurance policy outside the outside world be activated. About 10 days ago, cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Itadori said incredulously so. The cursed artifact that sealed Gojo-sensei. Did it fall into either the future of the Zen temple or the fake Zia Yaoji? One of the two, Mechanical Maru. That's right. It's uncertain who ultimately took away the prison gate. But Gojo Satoru was indeed sealed inside. The terrifying battle that took place on the 5th underground level. The safety mechanism left by the mechanical pill was quite lucky to last, until Gojo Satoru was sealed away before being destroyed by the aftershocks. After hearing the brief explanation from the machine-made pill, the three of them, including Itadori, temporarily chose to believe it. Itadori, you must convey the fact that Gojo Satoru has been sealed to the sorcerers outside the barrier as soon as possible. Make sure the college is prepared to call for more support. A senior Mingaming, please try to probe using crows if possible. Who exactly took away the prison gate? Based on the available intelligence, Mechanical Maru spoke in a deep voice about the safest method. Although Ito and that gambler are also in Shibuya, it's far from enough to address the future of the Zen temple. The mysterious black bird manipulation technique can be visually shared. It's better to send the crow to check on the whereabouts of the prison gate than to send the sorcerer to get close to those two. Please, for the future of the Jutsu world. Please, both of you, risk your lives. He took the giant axe from Yaoyu and gently placed it on his shoulder. I can help. He glanced casually at the earphones on Itsuji's palm. His tone slightly heated, but Mechanical Mar. Your bank account shouldn't have been frozen yet, right? It's a broken 5th underground level. The entrance to the subway passage. Stepping over piles of rubble reaches a small, winding path. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. There was no time to wait in the future, so it was taken into the void and briefly followed the demon. My old friend's strength is truly unfathomable. Taking over the prison gate that had been dealt with, the future awakened the skull-shaped mirror. He was able to withstand the combined attacks of Gojo Satoru and Atsukoshi, two special-grade fighters with ease. Despite the fact that the terrain and the presence of ordinary humans caused the two to restrain themselves. But it's still terrifyingly strong. The order was given to the guards. What exactly happened in the domain that Gojo Satoru shattered in that 1 second? The instant the barrier shattered, the primordial chaos erupted, leaving only a trail of death. A glance out of the corner of his eye swept over the indifferent expression on Wei Lai's face. And he looked at her with a knowing look. If it were that easy to extract someone's cards, a master strategist with a 1,000-year history wouldn't need to be at the mercy of others. According to the text, the following is a list of seemingly unrelated characters and phrases. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. His strength is roughly equivalent to Sukuna in his prime. 0.5050 open, so the situation is still under control. What? The text appears to be a jumbled collection of characters and symbols, possibly from a corrupted or incomplete source. A direct translation is not possible without further context or clarification. It seems to be Mingaming, the senior student you had a rumored relationship with, who was in a vocational college. The skull awakened. The clever razor clam was full of gluttony, and the hairpin was tattered. The target was broken. The aluminum hydroxyl was brittle, and the pan was covered in chaff. The feet were like nails. Do whatever you liked. His indifferent expression remained unchanged, and his blood-red pupils were still icy. The scene was chaotic and desolate, with a sense of loss and disarray. The characters on the screen were fragmented and unclear, making a coherent translation impossible really. It was the right decision not to use the prison gate to deal with this old monster. After the Zen temple demonstrated some of its strength at the exchange meeting, the text abruptly ends here, likely due to an incomplete sentence or a formatting error. Not mentioning the future of the Zen temple is a way of being wary of oneself. The stringent prerequisites required for sealing are incredibly difficult to meet. The text appears to be a jumbled collection of characters and symbols, possibly from different sources. A direct translation isn't meaningful without further context or clarification. The future was swept away, the nightmare was thrown. The skill was scratched, and the color before the egg was prayed. Unless the brain-devouring Ultraman. 10,000 years of Genin, Straw Hat Boy. Death God elementary school student. There is only a 1% chance that one can seal oneself away. With Otoko Yuta and Shiro Kinji here, you must be having a hard time getting things done. Future said calmly, I'll leave this place to you for now. I'll handle those too. The text appears to be a jumbled collection of characters and phrases, possibly from different sources, and lacks coherent sentences. A direct translation isn't meaningful without further context or clarification. At this stage, the two of them will not be allowed to disrupt the balance of the battlefield in the future. Real people need to evolve like Dolce Vita. The same is true with One Step into the Void. His future body vanished on the spot. In a void of divine powers, the future silently replays the previous battles. The unexpected has already happened, and the plot is now unpredictable nowadays. We can't just consider the development of the original series. We also need more independent judgment and planning. The mechanical pellet was left on the 5th basement level for surveillance purposes. Liao Yanqingxian took the crab frame 11. But with the future possessing the kaleidoscope Sharingan, and the white Zetsu already controlling the physical form of the machine gun. The anomaly hidden in the ceiling was discovered early in the morning. It was only through several secret interventions in the future that it was able to witness Gojo Satoru being sealed away. Not just insurance for mechanical pills. He urged the man to remove the saddle cloth. Stop Gojo so in advance and awaken Xia Yaoji's remnant soul. Same, do it on purpose. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since, and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum, focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. P.S. Thanks to the great Chinese letter for the 2 explosive update celebrations. Thank you to Daesungi for the explosive update. There will be even more updates for the next 3 days. Shark would like to express his sincere gratitude once again to all the generous gifts and to everyone who contributed their love and support. Love Chapter 80, Zero Chance of Victory. A full moon hangs high in the sky. The soft moonlight spilled onto the earth, and an invisible night wind stirred up gusts of wind. High in the sky, a loose white robe fluttered in the wind. He agreed to handle the future of Atsuki and Kinji, taking a step from Shibuya to Tokyo College in the air. The body of the white Zetsu, which was under house arrest in the academy, became an excellent coordinate in the void in the future. He coldly surveyed the massive complex of buildings 1,000 meters below. A terrifying crimson curse surged forth, and the void beneath Future's feet visibly writhed and deformed. The divine space unfolded beside him, and the rudimentary form of the Outer Path demon statue extended a giant blood-red tail. The giant tail also surged with terrifying magical energy. Return to the source, flowers in disarray. The boundary of life and deaths between life and deaths. As the last word of the incantation fell, a dazzling crimson light burst forth in the future's pupils. Virtual unlocking trap, boom. A deafening roar like a nuclear explosion in the future. The void beneath their feet was suddenly torn open, creating a gaping abyss nearly 100 meters wide. Deep within the cracked void lies an ultimate darkness, more profound than the night itself. The giant maw slowly spread downwards, and countless void rifts each several meters wide opened up one after another's. A terrifying suction force like a black hole. Countless cracks were just approaching when the buildings on the ground began to collapse and rise. The roar continued unabated, and an apocalyptic scene was unfolding at the vocational high school. Boom! A crimson beam of light, imbued with a massive amount of magical power, erupted from the giant tail of the Outer Path demon statue. Like a world-ending beam of light from a science fiction world. Or like a volcanic eruption erupting after countless years of silence. Instead of targeting the high school, the attack from the Outer Path statue flew diagonally past. A fleeting crimson light disappeared into the night sky, trailing a long tail of flame, Shibuya front. The enormous barrier imprisoned tens of thousands of people, besides the large number of modified humans thrown out by the real people. The curse masters hidden in the shadows are also eager to make their move. It wasn't just ordinary humans who lost their lives or were injured. A large number of highly skilled sorcerers who had already entered the barrier also perished. The moth that serves as the principal of the college, and the glass that serves as the medical staff. He arrived at the front line a step later than Gojo Satoru. Itadori and the others. In the makeshift open-air medical room in addition to Shoka. Several assistant supervisors were helping out. Ring rings, ring ring. Tilda Moth frowned and took out her phone. Looking at the specially marked number, a sense of foreboding welled up inside me. Hey. As the voice on the other end of the phone spoke in a terrified tone, Moth's already subdued face became even more somber. The number marked by the Moth is the guardian of the Divine Star Palace, which is protected by the high school year-round. Just as I hung up the phone, a clear ringtone sounded again. Director's office. The latest orders reached Moth in a harsh tone from the higher-ups. One is a vocational college, and the other is a director's office located far apart. The two locations are precisely where the attack was launched before the future. Shibuya has 3 underground levels. Unlike the ruins on the 5th underground level, the 3-story corridor was brightly lit, and occasionally groups of 2 or 3 people would dart out. Beneath the enormous pit lies endless darkness. Edge of the hole pushing aside the pile of rubble beside him. Kinji shook his dazed head and splash. He got up and dusted off the rubble from his upper body. Kinji's memory was still stuck on fighting that androgynous girl with the bob haircut. Then he was blasted away by a spatial tearing attack from the Zen Temple future, and was sent all the way down to the 3rd underground level. Apart from feeling a little dizzy, there were no obvious injuries on the naked upper body of the scale. Thanks to the realm of births, the strange effects brought by the sitting and killing combat apprentice, his nearly 4-minute period of invincibility allowed his entire body to maintain the automatic healing of the reversal technique. The moment an injury is sustained, the curse can be activated to automatically heal the wound. Pooh spitting up saliva mixed with blood. Scale's gaze darkened as he looked at the pit at his feet, that monster underground. The odds of winning are pitifully low, even without witnessing the scene of Gojo Satoru being sealed away. The bottom of the pit is now quiet, with the disappearance of Gojo Satoru's immense cursed power. Scale had already analyzed the outcome of the battle. The strongest participant was not among them. Scale hesitated, wondering whether to leave the barrier now, Senior Scale. Yagu's slightly weak voice came from behind, and Cheng turned around abruptly. Scared me. I almost thought you brought that monster up with you. With lingering fear, Cheng patted his chest and then strode towards the exit. He didn't want to get involved in a bet he couldn't win. Senior Libra, please help me out. A line of blood hung from the corner of his mouth, and his pure white uniform was stained red with blood. Yagu looked at the Scale's back, his gaze resolute yet tinged with a hint of pleading. Without the help of a Scale, Yagu's idea of reclaiming the prison gate was completely hopeless. The Scale stopped in its tracks. My whole life has been passionate about gambling and a fervor for the sport. He brushed his disheveled hair back with both hands, and Cheng's deep voice rang out. I wouldn't mind risking my entire life to gamble on a game with almost no chance of winning. But what kind of bargaining chips can you offer, also? I was expelled from the vocational college a long time ago. So don't call me senior anymore without turning around. Cheng finished speaking and stepped onto the upper stairs. Yig, go back. That monster is not something you can handle with a final, well-intentioned word of advice. Scale disappeared into the third basement level. The 5 principles that could effectively guarantee the legality of casinos have failed. Libra doesn't want to risk his life to participate in a gamble that yields no profit. Yigu stared blankly at the disappearing figure of the scale, opening his mouth but unable to utter a word. Leaning against the cold wall, Yigu's expression instantly darkened. Yes. Senior Libra already disliked the college's higher-ups and had been expelled from the college a year ago. Let him risk his life to fight for the college that ruined his life. Yigu couldn't bring himself to force him, and he didn't want to put Cheng on the brink of danger again. Yigu was acutely aware of the brief battle that had taken place underground. The future of Zen Temple is another kind of invincible force, no less powerful than Gojo Satoru, Dingling Bell Tilde. Slightly bewildered, Yigu blankly pulled out his phone from his pocket. Akichi Senpai. Signals from the outside cannot reach the inside of the barrier, so Moth needs to stay behind to protect Shoko and the others. Meanwhile, Ajichi entered the barrier and was responsible for conveying the message to Ito. Yig, the latest order from higher-ups. The academy was extensively destroyed, and the area around the headquarters was also subjected to terrorist attacks. The higher-ups want you to return to the academy immediately to ensure Lord Tianyuan's safety. Yig's expression changed, but what about Gojo Satoru-sensei? Ajichi, Itadori-kun has already delivered the information. Principal Yagami wants you to go and protect Lord Tenjin first. A protective barrier for the entire high school, and even a barrier that covers the whole of Japan. Lord Tianyuan's safety must be the top priority now. Ajichi's cold and unapproachable voice conveyed the words from the Moth. Besides, if possible, send Henjinji to the director's office to protect the senior management. Despite it not being Ajichi's request, it was an outrageous act to have an expelled student protect himself. Ikaji's guilty voice sounded as if he felt ashamed for the higher-ups. Crack. Yigu nearly crushed the phone in his hand. For the first time, Yigu, who was always gentle and kind, uttered a low curse-like shout, damn it. Chapter 81 Chaotic Battle. The wind rises, puff puff. The ugly cursed spirit witch looked just like a moth. Picked up the nearly unconscious Raimai from the pile of rubble. 5 underground levels, a subway passage. The trio led by Mingaming split up and began to act based on the information from the mechanical pill. Hejiang went to the outer perimeter to deliver a message and call for more support. And yet there is still sorrow in the unseen realm. The axe, as tall as a person, was stained with drops of blood. Mingaming treads on the pool of blood, squinting as he senses the gaze of the crow in sync. Blackbird technique, its essence lies in the divine wind strike. Remove the crow's weak magical power restrictions and manipulate it to launch a suicide attack. Its single-shot power far surpasses that of Crimson Lotus. It is enough to pose a fatal threat to level 1 enemies. And it also has a wounding effect on special-level enemies. In addition, Mingaming can also share the crow's vision. The 2 braids sewn in front of the other are also meant to prevent the viewer from being distracted by reality when they open their eyes and synchronize their vision. I saw that Mechanical Maru had mentioned the prison gates. In the hands of fake Ziyu. Sensing the crow's instantaneous death, Mingaming murmured to himself, ignoring the Curse Master's corpse split in 2 at her feet. Yaoyu clapped her hands with an expression of adoration. Sister is amazing. She can find out information about a top-level mage so easily. Don't be careless or worried. Mingaming took out his phone and sent the information about the prison gates being in Zia Yaoji's hands to the sorcerer group within the college. Even if those outside the barrier cannot receive the data, there is always auxiliary monitoring from inside the barrier. If it weren't for Gojo Satoru being sealed away, and the fact that he had to call for more support from the high school, it would have been too shocking. There's no need for Dr. Hejiang to personally come forward to verify this. After all, signal transmission can also become a link that can be stolen or disguised by the enemy. At this point, Shibuya had only 2 layers of barriers remaining. The remaining 3 layers were destroyed by the black rope in Atsuko's hand. The transmission of intelligence was much more convenient than in the original work. The message was sent and his deep, unfathomable gaze turned toward the darkness ahead. The enemy is here, Night 2159. A high-speed train bound for Shibuya is about to arrive at the station. The spacious carriage number 4 was empty, with only the lone tricycle driver Zaya remaining. She wore a black college uniform and had long smooth, sky-blue hair, clutching the mechanical creation in her hands. Miwa was already in tears. Mechanical Maru left behind 3 insurance policies before his death. One is on the 5th basement level of Shibuya, and the other is in Itadori's hands. The last one was reserved for the girl he had secretly loved for many years, in order for all his comrades to survive this battle. Before his death, Mechanical Maru deliberately changed the exorcism location assigned by the Academy, causing them to move away from Shibuya, and he succeeded. This allowed everyone except the strongest Tauru to avoid the terrible storm in Shibuya. Sorry, tricycle. I died a little over 10 days ago, in the hands of a cursed spirit named Genren. Mechanical Maru's words at this moment were the same as what he had said to Itadori and the others before. The reason for not revealing the name of the Zen temple in the future is to better protect the safety of the tricycle. The future of the Zen temple is fake Zia Yaoji, and the real persons. They insist on making their comrades resentful and fighting. Choosing the weakest option is the mechanical ball's protection of its comrades. The belated last words from the cold machinery were the final tenderness left behind by the machine. Go back, tricycle. The battle at Shibuya is nearing its end. Why? A suppressed sob suddenly rang out from the 3 wheels. Why did you never mention this to me? Why won't you discuss this with everyone, and why? To die without permission. Hot tears slid down the tip of her nose. The broken and suppressed voice of Misaki echoed throughout the carriage. Is it because I'm too weak? The cold, mechanical creation gradually quieted down. I have someone I love very much. No matter how the world changes, I ask for nothing more than for her to live a peaceful life, even if the night she longs for isn't me. As the last word of the mechanical ball fell, the flashing lights went out completely. Don't want. Miwa Kasumi gripped the mechanical disc tightly in her hand, her voice hoarse and strained at this point. Her unrequited love for Kokichi ended without fruition, and she never spoke of it until her death. Edge of carriage number 4 outside the door. Mai returns to the academy. Kamo retains her bloodline. Momo Nishimiya has a cute appearance, and the gloomy-faced songstress. The 4 people outside the door listened to the suppressed and devastating sobs inside, and remained silent. Nishimiya Momo slowly gripped the broom, a murderous intent rising from her lovely face. How dare you make my lovely junior cry? That bastard, kill him without mercy. The second group of the Advanced Technical College who attacked the barrier, led by Nanami, the team officially entered the 3rd underground level. And many more. Nanami waved to stop Maki, Kyujizaki, and Fushiguro. A wary gaze was fixed on the figure hidden behind the pillar. Big round eyes. Its upper body resembles that of a deep-sea octopus, and it also has a pair of short arms in human form. Its exposed, milky white lower body resembled an earthworm magnified several times. Boom! Before the cursed spirit could react, Maki, wielding a large sword, decisively made her move. With lightning speed, he delivered a powerful blow to Chuijin's softworm abdomen. Tears welled up in his eyes, and before the slashed beast could even hit the ground, it was struck again. 10-stroke incantation Waluo Waluo. The area in which Maki had previously slashed was once again struck by Nanami's critical strike. Boom! The dragon, which had crashed to the ground, was tearful and its body was writhing as if it were about to vomit. Nanami solemnly stopped the group that was about to attack. The previous critical hit hadn't seriously injured it. The cursed spirit before it. Undoubtedly a top-grade product if they approach rashly. Kyujizaki and Maki are extremely vulnerable to injury or even death. As the leader of the group, Nanami has a duty to ensure the safety of the students. Raising the short sword wrapped in layers of bandages, Nanami spoke in a deep voice, 7-3. My technique can divide the target's body into a 7-3 ratio. That 7-3 ratio will be forcibly identified as a weakness. A dense layer of magical energy rose from the short sword. Nanami revealed the technique while keeping a close watch on the target's actions. Head, abdomen, arms, thighs, any part of the body, including non-biological structures, can be the target of a spell. Reveal your spell techniques by displaying information about your spell techniques. You can obtain a significant increase in the power of your spell techniques. Intelligence can be hidden, but it must be the truth. This is an equivalent exchange of self-imposed constraints in exchange for another kind of blessing. Simply put, Jujutsu, double down on open bets, boom. The flames of magical power surged, unleashing the full force of the 7 C's technique. It slammed down hard on Chuojin's head, vomit. Purple blood splattered. The blasted-away monstrous creature suddenly spat out countless human bones onto the ground. At the same time, the power fluctuations of the curse on Chuojin's body suddenly surged. Shedding its delicate appearance, the Chuojin, bursting through its old body, unleashed the terrifying pressure of a top-tier cursed spirit. The staircase located on the second basement level. White Zetsu trying his best to conceal his magical aura. Watch the battle below with great interest, Domain. Expand Chapter 82 Domain unfolding. The real person Lakey Coral. His head had a deep gaping wound. The drake writhed on the floor piled high with white bones. Tears streaming down its face, Yu, muttering about his companions who died at the hands of humans. The cursed body of the dragon erupted completely, boom. How dare you kill Yu, the soft. Sweet voice suddenly became Horsine the Chuojin, whose body had burst from the cursed embryo. Revealed its complete form. A humanoid cursed spirit with 2 feet arms. And bulging muscles, it also has a pair of blood-red wings. Each half a meter long on its lower back, floating in midair. The transformed Chuojin looked down at the 4 people below. His killing intent palpable, oh no. Nanami ripped off his gray suit jacket, his body tense. Fushiguro Kyujizaki, cover me, Maki, attack with me. Take advantage of this guy just molting and don't give him time to adjust. Kyujizaki reacted with lightning speed, responding with an attack, clang, several iron nails, glowing with azure magical power, shot towards the top-tier cursed spirit in the air. The shadow spread instantly and the jade dog Hun, powerful enough to break through the defense of a top-tier cursed spirit, leaped from the ground into the sky as the main attacker. Nanami Makihu has considerable close combat skills. Leaped into the air, facing the attack of 4 sorcerers. Chuojin's eyes turned cold as he clenched his fists. The speed is average, he silently made his assessment. Then placed his hands horizontally in front of his chest, with his knuckles facing each other. The powerful magical energy formed a closed domain that instantly enveloped everyone. The field expands and the horizon is revealed. Blue sky, white clouds, warm sunshine, and sandy beach. A gentle sea breeze and an endless expanse of azure sea. The realm created by the immense power of the mantra of Chuojin. It is a place that holds the memories of playing with real people. Water clocks and flower makers. The 4 members of Nanami walked on the soft golden sand. Their expressions extremely solemn. Not only does his magical power reach the top level, but he also possesses the divine skill of expanding his domain. Nanami gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. His brows furrowed deeply. Betting 1% chance of success. A multiple-choice question with no other options. Surrounded by azure flames of magical energy, Chihai charged toward the terrifying cursed spirit on the sea. Nanami-senpai with their shoulders thigh-waist, and abdomen already injured. Maki and Takeshi Kyujizaki were under even more pressure. But she couldn't help turning her head to look at Nanami's back. Her heart clenching tightly, madness. Chuojin coldly commented. And the giant shark Shikigami formed from his cursed power suddenly burst out of the sea. Once he breaks free from that unfinished state, Chuojin's every move will be a sure hit. The moment he stepped out of the dark domain, he felt the tearing sensation from the serrated teeth on his waist. A splash of bright red blood fell, but Nanami ignored the excruciating pain of being slashed and continued forward. 2 steps, 3 steps. Nanami's body was instantly stained red with blood. Senior, the moment when Maki Kyujizaki and Fushiguro lost their composure. The Ink Realm is on the verge of collapse, a gigantic, dragon-shaped fish hundreds of meters long suddenly attacked the 3 of them from the air. A chill ran straight up to my head. The 3 people, who had no time to react, stared blankly at the colossal object that blocked out the sun, which suddenly opened its blood-red maw, crack. At the critical moment of life and death, a familiar voice came from outside the shattered barrier. The field unfolds. Thousands of buried white spirits. Chapter 83, An Overwhelming Victory. A striking red cloud and black robe, a deathly pale face. White Zetsu, half of life has already passed in a flash. And I was awakened by an unexpected act of justice. Everyone looked up and exclaimed in astonishment. Baiju walked slowly toward the group with his hands behind his back and a slight smile on his lips. He stood ramrod straight, exuding the air of a master. Hey, long time no see. Nanami hastily retreated to the beach. Maki clutched the dragon bone tightly, and Kyujizaki was drenched in sweat. And the elimination of the domain. Fuhei is on the verge of its limit. The 4 stared in disbelief at Baiju behind them. That colossal thing that stands on the sea, almost piercing through the sky. Its crooked and twisted dark brown trunk resembled a bizarre giant tree drenched in blood. The branches are crisscrossed. The tree trunk is devoid of any greenery. And there is not a single flower. Countless giant human-shaped cocoons were wrapped in layers of white cloth into oval shapes. The pale white ribbons hanging down exuded an extremely ominous aura. Was it you who established this territory many years ago? Maki looked at White Zetsu and asked incredulously. Baiju nodded slightly, his tone utterly calm, expanding a domain. Isn't that something anyone can do, Senior White Zetsu? There was no time for reminiscing or asking questions. They remained vigilant wary of Chuojin's loud warning. What's the panic, little blackie? Baiju faced the crowd, then waved his hand with his back to Chuojin, Sheng Hua. Boom, hundreds, thousands of thousands. Millions of paths. The overwhelming swarm of fish-like shikigami were firmly trapped within the giant net, woven from pale satin strips hanging on both sides of the divine tree. Then it continuously wraps and compresses, until the spilled purple blood dyed half the sea a bewitching color. It envelops countless fish in a huge oval shape and then rapidly pulls them away. Without turning his head, Baiju uttered 2 words, dead bone. The words fell. The struggling fish wrapped up gradually calmed down, and the blood-stained ribbons returned to their snow-white state. The enormous sphere shrank, becoming almost identical to countless other inverted giant cocoons. Life and deaths. One is the start and the other is the finish. With just 4 words, light and airy, the problem that Nanami and the others couldn't solve was annihilated. Kyujizaki stared blankly at White Zetsu, inexplicably recalling his time at the juvenile detention center. Baiju once told a story about him and a creature called Shanji Zhuling. This is the first time I've ever done it so successfully. He fully enjoyed the awe-inspiring gazes of the 4 people. The upward curve of White Zetsu's lips was harder to suppress than an AK. A suddenly appearing top-tier cursed spirit, a follower of the Zen temple in the future. And this extraordinary pressure from the curse. Hovering in midair, Chuojin's eyes were filled with murderous intent, even setting aside the fact that he was protecting the human sorcerer in front of him. Guang is in cahoots with the Zen temple in the future. They're in cahoots with the murderer who killed Hanami. It's just a strange ancient tree. The outer shell of its domain hasn't even been fully constructed yet. Chuojin thought it was a half-finished field like Fuhei's before, and still maintained his confidence in winning. Superior cursed spirit Dragon, a curse born from humanity's hatred and fear of the ocean. Surging Army of Deaths. This is a domain-specific divine skill that can summon an infinite number of Shikigami. Theoretically, there is no upper limit to the number, but it requires an extremely large source of magical energy to support it. Chuojin has a cowardly side when the cursed embryo appears. He hides behind a pillar and trembles with fear, however. Turgeon places even greater emphasis on the bonds of friendship with his companions. Furthermore, the real person's water clock, and the flowers are treated as intimately as family members. If the anger towards Nanami and the others stems from the fact that they, like the future rear human, so what about White Zetsu? The surging power of the spell converged into one, and Chuojin clenched his fists to unleash his strongest attack. Spell release, countless soldiers die, boom. It's like a nuclear bomb detonating on the seabed. Hundreds of meters of water splashed, and within a radius of 100 meters, there were countless Shikigami. A sea rooster magnified 100 times. A dragon-shaped sea monster with a mouth full of serrated teeth comes in a mighty wave that blots out the sky, facing the strongest attack from the dragon, which drained all its magical power. White Zetsu did not underestimate it. With his hands held horizontally in front of his chest, he formed a hand seal similar to the clone seal from another ninja anime. Domain expansion, 1,000 burials of white spirits. Previously, White Zetsu hadn't formed any hand seals in order to show off. It was merely a half-finished product of constructing a domain using boundless magical power. This led Torg to make a misjudgment and abandon the trial step. The ribbons hanging from the ancient tree stirred at the thought, and rose up with a whoosh. Our magical powers are really incompatible. The divine tree summoned by White Zetsu is not the actual entity in the future Kamui dimension, but rather a figment of his imagination. The draped shroud, of course, was also one of them. The quantity also depends on the supply of incantation power. And White Zetsu, feeling the upper limit of the magical power stored in his mind. White Zetsu grinned with a hint of amusement. 500 years. The limits that this body could reach were suddenly burned away. The remaining period is 4,500 years. Boom. The branches of the ancient tree swayed, and the number of ribbons surged. The pale white ribbon whistled and became a phantom. A vast expanse of white like an avalanche, a vibrant, colorful wave of Shikigami and a silent, ominous white shroud. A magnificent scene that seemed to divide heaven and earth. Accompanied by a deafening roar, Kujizaki Maki and Fushiguro stared intently at the breathtaking view ahead. Their ears tightly covered. Not only that, the sea level continued to rise and fluctuate, causing the beach to shake and break apart. The entire ocean domain is beginning to crumble little by little. Instead, battlefield remains have surfaced. The dark brown earth, which shares the same origin as the ancient trees, is crisscrossed with ravines and riddled with potholes. This is the complete White Zetsu's domain shell, which looks very similar to the Allied Shinobi Forces battlefield in another anime. In the open field, Baiju has been learning under the supervision of the future all these years. Unfortunately, it has not been successful yet. Bang 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 bang, the exploded realm shattered, and the 4 people and 1 spirit returned to reality. An overwhelming battles, with a huge difference in magical power. The scene before the realm shattered. It was the special-grade cursed spirit named Chuojin, wrapped in a white cloth and hanging upside down from the trunk of the ancient tree, staring at White Zetsu's retreating figure. Nanami Kento's expression was incredibly complex. The same applies to Fu Hai and his 2 companions. Battle over the survivors did not feel fortunate. Instead, they fell into an eerie silence. Former companion and just moments ago her savior. But at the same time, it was also the mastermind behind the sealing of Gojo Satoru, whose motives remain unclear. The message delivered by Itadaki. The intelligence sent from the unseen. Nanami and the others already knew about it before the war started. Now that the enemy has been eliminated, what will the White Zetsu do next? The Zenin clan has been expelled from the list by the Kozen and the Gojo family, and a warrant has been issued for their arrest. The current White Zetsu is no longer the weakling with no strength that Gao Zhuan was. The initiative always lies with the strong. Compared to the 5 principles of higher vocational education, this is a contradiction. With Zen Academy's future at the forefront, will White Zetsu attack the high school camp again? With their backs to the crowd, Baiju waited with a smug look on his face for the gasp of praise and compliments. After a long silence, White Zetsu, who hadn't yet considered his stance or position, was secretly anxious. Finalish turned away helplessly, saying, "13th sister me niece. Master Ju, isn't he handsome?" Chapter 84 Dead End. Ancient Kang Martial Emperor plus Shibuya, 2244. Returning to the site of the incident. The future floats above the outermost barrier. The high school was destroyed, and there was no future invasion of the Red Star Palace to meet the Tenjin. It was simply to guide the sacrum. Kinji's decision to leave on his own was quite fortunate. Before the future, I was planning to come back and crush the character. Leaving early is fine, as long as his ultimate goal isn't hindered. He didn't care about the fate of the college, the fate of the main characters, or even the lives of the entire island nation. But the loge, the school, the collapse. The power of the spell surged to his eyes, and the intricate crimson pattern in his right eye slowly rotated and changed. The scarlet turned into milky white, and then into an eerie deep purple with a faint halo. The left eye is a red kaleidoscope. The right eye is a purple cycle of reincarnation. This only made his already cold and indifferent appearance seem even more mystical. Nearly 10 years. It absorbed a massive amount of negative emotions, and only managed to transform one of its single eyes. I wouldn't say I'm disappointed or dissatisfied with the future. After all, it has no side effects and can be activated simply by relying on incantation power. It's reasonable to give more than you can afford. His indifferent gaze swept over the dark ground beneath his feet. The power of the Rinnegan surpassed that of the Manjikayo Sharingan, passing through the dense barrier steel building, and down to several underground floors. Aki and Kenji did indeed live. The 5th basement level is filled with fish, and the punishment is severe. The fish is covered in fish and other fish. On the 2nd basement level, Zhang Xiang, who had been the first to escape the battlefield, was beating up Itadori Yuyuhito, this couple half-siblings, both from the same father and different mothers. The 2 brothers whose relationship was complicated did not get involved in the future. Nanako holding one of Sukuna's fingers, Mimiko. There is no danger at the moment. A real person who roams the 4 underground levels, slaughtering humans for amusement, and searching for their natural enemy. And from the other entrance, we will soon reach the 5th basement level, Higashido, dressed in the uniform of Kyoto Prefectural Academy, and the first-year students beside him. By breaking through layers of obstacles, the future will bring everything within Shibuya into view. So what's next? Slowly falling into the barrier from high above, the future figure vanished in the blink of an eye. 3 floors underground. Seeing the genuine smile on Baiju's face, Nanami breathed a sigh of relief. Fuhai plopped down on the ground, panting heavily. After such a long battle in the domain, Fukuro had almost completely drained his cursed power. Sweat mixed with blood was a mess. Nanami ripped off the tie from her neck and tied it tightly around the almost torn wound on her upper arm. Maki and Kyujizaki only suffered minor injuries. The attack from the special-grade cursed spirit was not directed at them. After some simple bandaging, the 2 women temporarily became the main fighting force in the team. "Hey you mama's boy," pretending to be calm, Kyujisaki stepped forward and punched White Zetsu. Seeing that Baiju neither dodged nor showed any sign of anger, Kyujisaki, with one hand on her hip, reverted to her bossy demeanor from the academy. "Why did you seal away that bastard Gojo Satoru?" "Boss, anyway, your boss is already invincible. Even though Gao Zhuan says he's wanted, he can't really do anything about it. Whether that white-haired bastard is there or not, it's all the same." For Kyujizaki, who grew up in a remote rural area, she doesn't possess powerful surgical techniques and doesn't have a prominent family background. She learned the basic techniques taught by her grandmother, but she didn't even feel that she was very good at them. She just wanted to escape that rural area full of mental patients and experience the bustling city. I look forward to a wonderful chance encounter with Sayori in Tokyo, and I await Zioen's departure from the countryside to reunite with me in the big city. Kyujizaki joined the high school to exorcise the curse, not because of lofty ideals. They didn't consider themselves partners of justice or heroes. Compared to Polygonum Cuspidatum, she prefers someone like Fukuro, who selectively saves people. Even though White Zetsu risked his life to save him back then, and later learned the truth about the body swap. He was still alive, however. After spending a long time together, Kyujizaki had already come to regard White Zetsu as a comrade in his heart. Just like what she said to Itsuji, the aloof woman didn't want too many things to bother her. As for Itachi and White Zetsu, they were the people and spirits who barged into her heart, each with their own seed. The people Kyujizaki cares about right now are all still alive. Kyujizaki felt there was still a chance to salvage the situation. She didn't want to fight White Zetsu from the bottom of her heart. She risked her life to come here because among the people she cared about was that idiot teacher, Gojo Satoru. As for those innocent, ordinary humans, Kyujizaki pursed his lips tightly, silently apologizing in his heart. Nanami, leaning against a pillar, examined her wounds while recovering her magical power. It seems they noticed something from Kyujizaki's expression. Nanami shook her head slightly, marveling at Kyujizaki's naive ideas. Even if Gojo Satoru is willing to release him in the future, that guy won't give up. They only think about how to take revenge and how to kill the future of the Zen temple. Nanami silently muttered to himself, "This is a dead end." People from all walks of life are not bound by trivialities. Baiju put his arm around Kyujizaki's shoulder and shook his head. 13th sister, it's not that I don't respect you. That kid's temper is as stubborn as 1,000 oxen. Baizetsu patted Kyujizaki on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Take my advice seriously, don't go on like this. He's going to die, negotiations failed, humph." He flung the large hand off his shoulder, and Kyujizaki's face darkened. "You can leave now. I don't want to get rid of you here." After turning around and finishing speaking, Kyujizaki bit his lip tightly. "White Zetsu, you should live." Maki leaned against the wall, her head bowed. Their destination was the 5th underground level, where the nightmare was raged. Haku would never defy the future and help save Gojo Satoru. They didn't intend to just tuck their tails between their legs and flee Japan. Baiju was slightly taken aback, then suddenly turned his head to look behind him. "Even you are dead, Chuojin," within the barrier. The aura of Chuojin could no longer be sensed, however. The wounds of the 4 members of the 7 Seas still bore the remnants of the curse power of the Taken. The air became scorching, the temperature began to soar. Nanami and Fukuro hurriedly got up. The nerves that had relaxed for a moment tightened again. "It's much stronger than that cursed spirit from before." This is Nanami's evaluation of the water clock. "Let us meet again in the wilderness 100 years from now." Laohu stared intently at the group of people in front of him, his single bloodshot eye filled with murderous intent. The presence of White Zetsu surprised Laohu, but he was still confident that he could kill everyone present. 7 Seas hidden black. The two glanced at Baiju's ugly face, their hearts filled with even more pressure. If they aren't even confident against White Zetsu, then they can only wait to die, Volcano Head. The entire underground area was already under Baiju's surveillance, so the appearance of the water clock wasn't enough to make Baiju's expression change. "The reason for my resentment is that I've missed another opportunity to show off. Master Ju originally wanted to teach you a lesson personally, but I guess you don't have the guts to do it." Baiju shook his head, his tone quite regretful. "Very good." Compared to the indifference of Murai from Zenin, White Zetsu's chatter is more likely to make people angry. as if the flames of hell were boiling in his palm. Lao Hu bent down ready to kill and vent his anger. Rabbit. Roll a cold. A motionless voice rang out from behind the water clock. In an instant, the water clock's single eye transformed from extreme anger to extreme terror. He seemed to see. Hua Yu and Chuo Jen waved to him from the other side of the river. Thank you again to the amazing ancient Kang martial emperor for another gift of the king. 2 extra chapters will be released this afternoon at the usual time. 5 chapters are still owed, but there will be a series of updates over the next 5 days. Shark once again expresses its gratitude to all the big shots and generous donors for their support. Frantically typing away. Please look forward to a different kind of death returns. Chapter 85 Selection, Cemetery Shibuya Grand Stage. If you're alive, then come in the future. Their role at this moment will be equivalent to that of a stage manager. The script that has gone astray needs to be quietly adjusted back to its proper form. Let the dice be called a Sion. The dark neon is Gamma Gamma. The shackles are the Yeth job is the Yeth mirror is the neon. The Yi is the Yi. The journey to the throne is the beginning of the future. It is the necessary path to becoming a god. Plot deviations don't matter. Violence is the best corrective. Roll a single flat word. Devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Was like a thunderclap in one's ear. The water clock turned stiffly. Its one eye meeting those utterly indifferent eyes in terror. Like looking down at ants casually crawling by your feet. It doesn't matter whether I live or die. Just like a water clock views ordinary people. As a newly emerging human being, our last remaining dignity has been humiliated. The water clock swooped down and swept forward with lightning speed. It sped up to the next level. Regardless of emotions, it's all about reason. The desperate cry of the survival instinct compelled the water clock to take a step. The future brother Maki instinctively spoke, opening her mouth but not knowing what to say. When asked why he sealed away Gojo Satoru, he replied, "Or should we ask him to release Gojo Satoru?" The same applies to Nanami, Fukuro, and the others. Facing an opponent of this caliber, what else can we do but wait silently for arrangements? They certainly didn't possess the power of ants to shake the heavens. Ignoring Nanami and the others, Murai looked at White Zetsu and said indifferently, "I don't care about your personal affairs. But keep a close eye on those 3 people. A battle like the one before White Zetsu, or even the deployment of domains. The consequence is that one cannot be distracted by the surveillance system that is surrounded by barriers. In the future, Ria is the stage controller. They will control the overall direction of the process. That white monster is the acting coach. In the small theater where problems could arise at any time, Baiju had to step in to make adjustments. I know. Baiju replied with a displeased expression. The 3 people mentioned in the future era respectively. Brain-drained socks end. One purpose is to serve as a warning, while the latter 2 are to promote their growth and, if necessary, protect their safety. These future plans were also mentioned to White Zetsu long ago. His gaze lingered briefly on Fushimi and Maki. Then with a light step he entered the void. The second basement level is the subway ticket gate. The floor and walls were covered with narrow gashes cut by a sharp weapon, with large patches of scarlet blood still visible in them. In a dimly lit corner with flickering lights near death, unconscious Dr. Huzheng lay sprawled on the ground. Lao Hu gently pinched Huzheng's chin and inserted all 10 of Su Nu's fingers into Huzheng's throat at once. I want cursed spirits to stand proudly in the world. I want curses to become the true rulers of this world. I want to defeat that monster in the Zen temple in the future. The clepsydra places its last hope on the cursed king trapped inside the scepter. Out of the corner of his eyes glanced at Nanako, who had escaped from the flames, and Mamiko. Lao Hu got up to finish the job, but stopped in his tracks at that moment. He stared blankly at the smooth wound on his right wrist, where purple blood was flowing silently. With the next wave of excruciating pain, a terrifying surge of cursed power erupted from Itadori's body. The body named Hisahito Itadori slowly rose to its feet. The trembling single eye reflected the black lines on Itachi's face, as well as four eyes that looked down on everything in the world. This is a Sukuna. Feel the crushing force from another dimension. Both of them and Ling felt their breathing become difficult, and cold sweat instantly covered their entire bodies. The survival instinct kicked in, unable to control himself. Laohu darted to the side and landed next to Mimiko and Nanako. Unlike Gojo Satoru, Zenji Murai and the other two are formidable. The existence of Sukuna is an evil that can make the soul tremble. Your head is held too high. Sunuo brushed aside the bangs on her forehead with one hand and spoke softly. Nanako and Mimika supporting each other, and the trembling water clock upon hearing this. The three immediately knelt on the ground the next second. Booms! The three of them stared blankly up at the huge hole above them. Looking out from the second basement level, you can see the sky covered by the barrier directly through the hole. The Sunuo that filled the two people and their spirit with immense fear. The enormous Shikigami with a magic circle above its head was blasted off the subway platform in one blow. Tap, tap, tap under the flashing lights. Two bloodshot eyes slowly approached, call out. The water clock suddenly took a step back, and Nanako and Mimiko beside it were swallowed up by an invisible space. Life and death do not know. The water clock's pupils trembled violently as it looked at the person who had just appeared before it. The future of the Zen temple, let's find another place. It's rather deserted here as a cemetery. With light steps the wind whistled. When the water clock came to its senses, in a matter of milliseconds, it found itself and the monster in another steel building. Out of the corner of his eyes saw the long, slender fingers resting on his shoulder. And Lao's heart turned ice cold, cemetery. Looking up and meeting those cold blood-red eyes, Laohu seemed to realize his impending fate, but even so. Booms! Flames capable of burning a human body to ashes exploded from the top of the building all the way to the ground. Like a rocket dropped in the heart of the city, the towering flames instantly illuminated Shibuya. The number of ordinary humans trapped in Shibuya is estimated to be around 30. Only a very few of them can see the bodies of cursed spirits. But this horrific bombing only instilled more fear in them. The crowds fleeing the streets resembled swarms of ants, moving away from the infernal building in droves. Building rooftop, the water clock was breathing heavily, partly from the outburst just now, but even more so from the pressure from the future. The water clock trembled uncontrollably as it stared at the figure standing on the flames. Unscathed. In the future, he squinted his eyes and spread his arms wide. The void that opened up beside him devoured the cursed power that filled the barrier. And the negative emotions among the fleeing crowd. The negative emotions that were being consumed were reflected in the scarlet left eye. The slightly warm, pleasant touch made Future look quite pleased. This is also why he didn't instantly kill him when he arrived at the center of Shibuya with the water clock. It's also a water clock, its only remaining value. How many people died in that attack just now? 300 or 400? Future turned his head to look at the water clock and smiled. Come on, Thighs is your last chance to show it off. Seeing the almost desperate pot baby, Future added, I promise I won't use hollowification to dodge the next attack. This is your only chance to hurt me, so cherish it. The future doesn't care how many ordinary humans die. The panic created by the water clock will be very satisfying in the future. Gazing intently at the expression on the future's face, Laohu silently mobilized all the magical power in his body. It's impossible to tell the difference between real and fake. But the consequence of refusing is death. It's worth a try, maybe we can hurt this guy one more time. It seems I will never have the chance to witness the grand undertaking of the cursed spirits for eternity. With a death wish, the louvered vessel, its face contorted in a ferocious expression, squeezed out all the magical power within its body. A terrifying surge of magical power shot straight into the sky. The final strike, carrying all the hopes of the water clock, flashed with a blinding red light in the sky. Extreme strike fallen. Chapter 86. He chases, he flees. Martial Emperor +2. Second action group of higher vocational education. Led by Atsuya Kusakabe, a first-class mage. Team members Panda Dog Curly Thorn. Upon entering the first layer of the barrier in Shibuya, the slacker party's lower body remained circling on the surface. The terrifying fluctuations of magical energy underground far surpassed the previous level of extreme pressure. Even after receiving notification of the auxiliary supervisor and knowing that the target was on the 5th basement level, Kusakabe had no intention of entering. The spellcaster, Gufuan, was busy cleaning up and transforming humans and cursed spirits on the periphery. The silly panda was tricked by Kusakabe into doing a slacking-off job of patrolling the surface to protect the people. As the panda bent down to carry the human out of the ruins, it suddenly felt the intense heat spreading down from above. Even from a great distance, the panda's soft fur was already standing on end. What is this? As Kusakabe's voice filled with extreme fear rang out. Suddenly, a blazing flame burst forth from the dimly lit barrier. A meteorite hurtled down from a height of 100 meters. A stream of scorching flames surrounded the meteor, leaving a long trail of fire. The collapse, despair, and prayers of the crowd. Just as White Zetsu said, Shibuya at this moment is like hell. Standing atop the building, Wei Lai watched with great interest as the sun plummeted from the sky. The scarlet of his right eye was suddenly illuminated by an eerie purple glow. Without teasing the pot treasure, the waving hem of the garment in the future is proof that it exists in reality. The meteorite is within reach and the future speaks softly. Shinra Tensei, The falling meteorite paused for a moment, then shattered completely, boom. The towering explosion engulfed nearly a third of Shibuya. Fragments of the fallen meteorite were scattered everywhere like a meteor shower. As for the water clock, standing on the meteorites, didn't even have time to give its final words. They were scattered throughout Shibuya along with the loose stones. The power is pretty good, in the futurist spoke casually, seemingly commenting on the extreme quality of the water clock. Or perhaps it was the first time the Rinnegan had displayed its power. Is another battlefield far from the subway platform. Sukanoho controlled the body of Tiger Staff, focused his gaze on the future of the Zen temple 1,000 meters away. Aided by the towering flames, that's really arrogant. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon-slaying greatsword gleaming with cold light swung straight towards Sunuo's neck, PFFT. The steel wrist imbued with magical power was severed by the greatsword, and Sukuna dodged and retreated 100 meters. His wrist recovered in an instant, and Sunu looked at the Shikigami in front of him with a slightly serious expression. After several rounds of probing attacks, he roughly understood how terrifying the demon void demon was. A physique similar to the infinitely regenerating Yamata no Orochi, plus a terrifying adaptability to all things in the world. Sunuo frowned slightly as he stared at the magic array above Mo Zuluo's head. It symbolizes a perfect cycle and adjustment. Each time this thing makes a spinning sound, his slashing effect is further mastered and adapted. Furthermore, it can change the affinity of its own spell power, distinguishing between human sorcerers and spell spirits. Arguably the strongest. The back-to-back rock-paper-scissors style trouble. First it swallowed a finger that Nanako fed it. Then it stuffed 10 more into the sieve at this moment. Sunuo had recovered the strength of 15 fingers. Luntai, raising his arm and pointing at the charging Shikigami. Sukuna's fingertips unleashed thousands upon thousands of invisible blade beams. PFFT, no need to turn or even dodge. Mo Zuluo passed straight through the dense net of blades, his speed undiminished. The spurting blood from the cut was healing rapidly. 1 second, 2 seconds, dividing the time into seconds. The scars left on Moxuluo by Sunuo's slash became increasingly faint. Jingle, the roulette wheel made a crisp sound, and its adaptation speed was beyond the norm. 4 pairs of white wings flapped around his eye sockets, and his naked upper body contained terrifying power. A ferocious face approached step by step. The left fist roared, the right sword slashed even Sukuna, with the strength of 15 fingers. could only dodge and retreat at this moment. The Juvenile Academy had already adapted to the cutting power of the slashing attacks. But now they were facing a spell with greatly increased power. Mo Xiaoluo adapted completely in just one round, hee. Sun Yuo stared intently at Mo Xiaoluo's body and gave a deep evaluation. This is not the level of an appetizer. I was originally planning to test the waters at the Zen temple, but I was blocked by its Shikigami. This is also why Sukuna said the future is pretty wild. Using his true form to deal with those who play with fire is just using a Shikigami to appease himself. I have never experienced the feeling of being looked down upon in thousands of years. Interesting boom. Countless fragments of rock flew everywhere. Each of Demon Void's rampages was like the collapse of a building. Sun Yuo's figure moved like a ghost, constantly traversing various blocks and buildings. While on the run, he pondered how to defeat the Demon Lord. Sukuna's slashes are divided into two types, Chinese letter and Chinese letter. The former solution is a normal, invisible slash. The latter, Chinese letter, refers to adjusting the output of magical power, and is a fatal slash that targets the difference in magical power. Not only sorcerers, but also special beings without magical power can be considered targets of attack. Within its domains, even the mighty heaven and its curses cannot be avoided. Unfortunately, Sukuna was facing Mo Xiaoluo, who had already adapted to the slashing attacks. The most powerful back punch. The Demon Void is not adapted to the two forms of attack, but to the slash itself, even though Sukuna still had a finishing move called 8 that he hadn't used. It had already lost its effectiveness. Boom. A sudden turn in midair, in the instant that Mo Xiaoluo paused. Sun Yuo unleashed over 100 fists imbued with curse power. Physical skills cannot avoid adaptation. They can only be considered weaknesses that are not truly weaknesses. Because the Demon Void itself also has the talent of injury recovery. Unless it's a fatal blow, Mo Xiaoluo will be full of energy again in the next second. But pure physical skill shattered it that much. Even Sun Yuo at his peak could not do it, PFFT. Having withstood hundreds of iron fists, Mo Xiaoluo turned around and swung his sword, delivering a whip kick. Sun Yuo lost an arm and was simultaneously kicked into the wall of the building. Mo Xiaoluo was smashed into a crater in the ground, but his collapsed chest healed as soon as he got up. Like a ruthless killing machine, Mo Xiaoluo didn't even have a moment to rest. He crouched down to gather his strength, and then suddenly charged into the gap in the building that Sun Yuo had crashed into. The shockwave from the dive and leap alone shattered the windows of an entire building. It penetrates the walls of 3 buildings in succession. Using a reversal technique to heal his severed arm, Sun Yuo turned in midair and rushed towards the ground. Demon Luo relentlessly pursued, determined to bring his target to his knees. Boom. Stepping into the deep pit on his body, Sun Yuo, at the cost of losing his arm for the 3rd time, pulled something out of the ground. Nanako and Mimiko together have 2 of Sukuna's fingers hidden inside. One has already been fed to Itajo, and the other is hidden underground in Shibuya. It was a backup plan to use when negotiating with Sukuna. They wanted to use Sun Yuo to kill the brain flower that was possessing Xia Yaoji's body. The Laohu's wide-range attack before its death, and the way it was chased and destroyed by Mo Xiaoluo Shibuya. Nearly destroyed was shaken by successive earthquakes. This caused the talisman wrapped around the finger to loosen and reveal its aura. Without hesitation, Sun Yuo swallowed his finger, and his curse power rose another level. An unexpected bonus. It's like adding another layer of insurance. Sun Yuo grinned as he looked at the terrifying Shikigami that was swooping down, and put his hands together in front of his chest to form a hand seal. The field unfolds, the demon-slaying imperial chef. Chapter 87, Schemes and Appetizer. Domain expansion, demon-slaying chef. The miraculous skill of creating flowers without roots and painting without cloth. An open field without the constraints of an outer shell. A fantastical creation existing only in fantasy. A shrine filled with corpses grows wildly in reality. Stepping on the shrine, Sun Yuo appeared in the middle of the street. Boom. With a single step out of the deep pit, Mozuluo approached at lightning speed, as if he had teleported, silently sensing the distance of someone's presence. Sunuo adjusted the casting range to a radius of 100 meters. Moreover, it is limited to the surface of the earth. Booms! Countless invisible blades radiated outwards from Sunuo as the center. Within the scope of the field, whether they are sorcerers with magical powers or ordinary humans, construction without the slightest trace of magical power, cell phones, skyscrapers with the added benefit of guaranteed hit. It works on both people and objects. They all encountered endless slashes at that moment. In an instant, it was cut into powder that was indistinguishable to the naked eye. As the aftershock swept by the human beings, dismembered into countless fragments, drifted away with the wind. Having adapted to the slashing attacks, Mozuluo still stood firm and walked towards Sunuo despite being attacked by billions of slashes. The damage from the slashes can be negated, but the speed of movement is greatly reduced. A terrifying shikigami that cut off its own arms 3 times. Sunuo has already deduced the way to deal with him. We cannot give Mozuluo time to adapt. We will kill him in one fell swoop using a technique that he has never seen before. A protracted war will only allow the demon void to grow stronger rapidly. With each second counting down the minutes, he chanted unfamiliar and difficult-to-understand incantations, and flames like flowers spread from his fingers to his entire body. Opens. The ultimate power of all 16 fingers shines brilliantly at this moment. The massive amount of magical power that poured out bloomed into a dazzling fiery color in the center of Shibuya Street. Damn it, Sunuo's face suddenly turned extremely gloomy. In the instant the flames swept through, that terrifying shikigami was suddenly covered by a thick layer of black. After burning only half of his body, Mozuluo's body disappeared from the spot, and boom. The next step was a deafening roar that soared into the sky. The entire Shibuya area was shaking violently, as if an earthquake had struck a quarter of Shibuya, which was covered by the barrier, was transformed into a terrifying hell. The empty ground looked like a pattern erased by an eraser. There is absolutely no trace of any architecture or even human presence. A patch of charcoal black earth with a radius of 100 meters faintly glowed with sparks in the centerly Sunuo. With a ferocious expression remained, staring intently in a certain direction. He had witnessed the future beating of the leaky pot within the body of Itadori, and he had also witnessed Fukuro's display of the 10 Shadows technique. The instant that Moxuluo was enveloped in shadow, Sunu realized, I've been tricked. That's quite a clever plan. Sunuo spoke coldly, his face as cold as ice. I was just taking the dog out for a walk, and I'm really sorry I forgot to leash it, the future, which appeared out of nowhere opposite Sukuna. Spoke in a calm tone, Howl. Future raised an eyebrow at Sunuo, the mighty king of curses. You weren't scared by a dog, were you? His contemptuous tone carried a hint of mockery. Sunuo was deeply moved by that indifferent gaze that disregarded everything. That person believed themselves to be invincible, that their strength far surpassed their opponents. Absolutely confident. Kid, I'm really looking forward to your dying screams. Sunu responded with undisguised, overwhelming malice. Excluding the enhancement of domain effects, Sunu estimated that Mozuluo's combat strength was roughly equivalent to the strength of 18 of his fingers. The effects of the procedure require approximately 3 sessions to adjust. The first time has already been adapted to, and there are only 2 more chances left to deal with that thing. Comparable to Gojo Satoru's formidable strength. This is Sukuna's one-sided perception of the Zen temple's future. If I could recover to my peak condition, the advantage is mine. Feeling the awakening of Itadori's consciousness within him, Sukuna looked towards the future with a cold smile. I even had a child with this brat named Tiger Rod. And now he's been cheated on. Despite the question being phrased in doubt, Sunuo spoke with absolute certainty. Confined within Itadori's body, Sukuna's soul can perceive everything Itadori Yujin has experienced. Sunuo had already made some guesses about the future plans and strategies. He also doesn't need to worry about the future destroying Itachi's physical body at this time. Death and destruction return. Sunuo had long followed the skull. Wait. Sukuna looked at the future with an arrogant tone. To me, you are just a different kind of feast than Gojo Satoru. He nodded dismissively, as if an adult were watching a child throwing a tantrum. Mingaming did not refute it. The slight smile that appeared on his lips in the future looked exactly like a mockery. Soon we'll see each other again soon. Sunuo launched a final counterattack, and his consciousness sank directly into his body. He took back control of the cane and suddenly knelt down, ignoring the ground that could burn the skin, ignoring the culprit who stood by and sealed away Gojo-sensei. Hejang fell to the ground, his body curled up like a shrimp. Overwhelming memories flashed before his eyes. And Hado received a gift from an extremely wicked person. Dies. The scenes of thousands of people dying flashed through my mind like a tidal wave. I can't refuse it, I can't forget it, vomit. It's like he's about to vomit his heart and liver out of his body. He pounded his fist against the cracked ground, tears streaming down his face with Sunuo's help. His body recovered to its full strength, but his spirit was on the verge of collapse. I recalled my grandfather's last words. Go and help others, for you will die surrounded by a crowd. At this moment, all he could hear was the jarring sound of tiger stick, and his mind was filled with questions about himself. Why wasn't it Hisahito Itadori who died, and why do I need to join a vocational college again? Future stood silently to the side, as if he were an audience member. His right eye switched to Rinnegan mode, and he quietly observed the collapsing Itadori Yuyuhito. Although he had the goods in hand, he was still able to move around freely in that ninja world. The Rinnegan is known as the eye that controls life and death. Reincarnation and soul extraction are divine skills that I will not master for the time being, but to observe the soul merely through the body. This is something that can be done now and in the future. Sure enough, in the future, she uttered a vague statement and then disappeared from the spot. There was no comfort, no conversation, as for the future. In Jujutsu Kaisen, Yuuji Itadori is the protagonist who isn't really the main character. It is merely a stepping stone on the path to godhood, at best. It is one of the bricks closest to the divine position. The strongest modern-day Gojo Satoru. The king of curses, the strongest in 1,000 years. To paraphrase Sunuo, regarding the future of these two individuals. An appetizer served before the main meal. Chapter 88, Saving the Day, adjusting as Nanami said. So-called growth is not about going through life and death several times. Instead, it was a series of desperate build-ups that gradually made him unlike the person he once imagined. The more disappointment and despair one experiences, the more one realizes the difference in things and the reality. Stumbled to his feet. The light in his eyes had completely vanished, leaving only numbness like a soulless zombie. Yuuji Itadori disappeared into the darkness with heavy steps. 23/7 less than 2 hours Shibuya. Once a bustling metropolis, now looks as if it has been ravaged by war. Blood-stained walls and ruins, and faint cries for help audible from beneath the rubble. The air was filled with scorching exhaust fumes. Amidst the ruins, the cyborgs of the transformed humans rejoiced. Hell for humans, paradise for cursed spirits. The man walked briskly, his face beaming with contentment. The sorcerer and the cursed spirits were in the underground platform during the previous major earthquake. They all escaped to the surface through various passageways. They're both top tier, but the difference is truly astonishing. The real man put his hands behind his head and muttered to himself. The aura of the Chuojin is gone. That patch of flame must have been from a water clock. The man shook his head, a moment of seriousness flashing in his eyes. I really do feel a little disappointed. Well, forget it. It's best to enjoy life while you can. With a sarcastic remark, the real person tossed several shrunken, cyborg-modified humans through their fingers. These Bizarresaborg-like beings, resembling cursed spirits, are terrifying to the naked eye of ordinary humans. Move aside the pile of rubble in front of you, the humans, who were just feeling relieved to have been saved, suddenly froze in action transforms. Edge of the surface barrier. Due to the severity of his injuries, Nanami Kento was sent to the rear medical facility by the escaping squad. Shoko also took the opportunity to treat the minor injuries on Maki and Kujizaki with a reversal technique. Fuhei's problem is simply that his curse power is exhausted. He doesn't need treatments. After learning that Itachi was still within the barrier, the three rested briefly and set off again. As for White Zetsu on the collapsed pile of rubble, Baiju sat with his legs crossed smoking a cigar. He leisurely peeked down at the life-or-death battle raging below. Black Flash, a self-taught spirit. In the instant that Itadori hesitated before the cyborg, the black and red waves crashed hard against Itajo's face. Boom! Blood and flesh mixed with organ fragments sprayed from his mouth, and Hujinghu was embedded in the wall, almost fainted. Extremely excited laughter echoed through the street. This is the second time that a real person has come close to the core of the spell's operation. The first time was when he faced Itadori and Nanami joining forces to unleash his domain. And the second time is now when he uses Black Flash. Hirohito Itadori, I've made the decision to kill you. That's really fantastic, with a frenzied expression. The real man charged toward the ruins of Tiger Staff, his surging magical power coursing through his fists. Laohu and Hanago both died in the plan to revive Sukuna. Without the exorcism ritual, the curse will never be able to be lifted. Even though the real person understands everything, they still can't control themselves. I yearn for it so much. He longs to kill Hisahito Itadori completely at this moment. In this place, boom, stone fragments flew out, and the real man's full force punch was barely dodged by Tiger Staff. Transformation of non-action, a deadly technique that can directly touch the soul. Because the Tiger Staff is a container for sealing the soul of Sunuo, the true man dares not use the inaction transformation to touch its soul. However, since the cane can attack the soul of a real person, it is considered to be their natural enemy. Multiple souls pulled body, the modified monster, stitched together from the souls of dozens of humans, resembled an earthworm magnified 100 times, and roared as it charged toward Itajo. The insect's body was covered with human hands and feet, climbing on the pile of ruins looking grotesque. With a powerful downward strike, Hu Zhang stomped his way into a crack a meter long in the ground. Just as he blocked a wave of cyborgs' attacks, a real human from the right side delivered another powerful punch to his face. PFFT, a long vertical scar ran down his cheek to his neck, spurting blood the moment the real man threw a punch. He transformed the flesh on the back of his hand into a sharp dagger. Seeing the grim and tense expression on Itachi's face, Masato grinned and sneered incessantly. Hirohito Itadori, you are me, you will feel anger, sadness, and despair because of human deaths and the injury of your companions.